Yeah, that was crazy how he caught up like slowly and then.
Yeah, and surpassed at the
And
end.
8:23 in a marathon run with non-stop safety saves and third trizell. That's an absolutely insane.
Impressive.
Sorry, what was the time?
8:23.50 something.
That's sick.
That's
8:23 is
GG.
insane.
genuinely insane time, guys. Like, Loz deserves every one of your GG.
Yeah. GG, Luzbel. Very nice run. WQ in the final phase as well.
Yep.
Yeah. He gets 8 AP ammo, that's the max length. Limit break that Aura Stone is for. And then just 5 basic attacks.
So, Mog stand by.
This final battle theme is really good, by the way. One of the
Yeah,
best
very
songs in the game.
It's a shame we don't hear it as long.
WQ is about to finish. It's really close. And final hit, let's go. And go.
Time.
GG WQ.
GG.
Right.
That's an 8:31 flat, I think. Still a
8:31
really
is
good respect.
Really good time. And at the same time, we see Shug killing the final sorceress as well. Like death animations of both bosses.
So yeah, that's Final Fantasy VIII. Shug's not got that long left to go. I don't know if like the FF4 runners want to just, or commentary want to introduce themselves, and maybe we'll just put in for Shug's.
You should have
finale.
time here enough until the final fight.
Yeah,
Perfect.
you guys. Yeah, we'll take over again for when Shug's on the final boss, but other than that, you guys can introduce yourself.
Sounds great. I'll start off with the introductions. My name's Natara, and I'm one of the 2 commentators for this Final Fantasy IV run. I am joined with Nirm, who is going to be my co-commentator. And running today for each of the teams, Penguinator started first as part of Team Tonberry, Rivers McCown not far behind on Team Mog, and joining us shortly, as soon as we finish up here for Team Choco, we have Accident. Oh, I've got some bad news, though. We got our Raven skip for Penguinator, but Rivers did not get it. His run's invalid already. I'm sorry, you've got to reset, Rivers. It's a little joke in the community we have. All of the kind of auto fights still have RNG to them, so there is some amount of manipulation for some of them, but Raven skip is highly debated as to what you need to do in order to save those few frames by the Raven not attacking Cecil.
So these 3 runners here are undoubtedly the top 3 runners for FF4, so it's really nice to get them all into the same relay at the same time. So it should be a really interesting race here.
Absolutely.
Of course, am here. Hello.
Nirm is also one of the top runners of this game, let's note.
I was a long time ago. I don't know about now, but
I'm sure you could get there. And I just hang out and talk.
yeah. So really, not a whole lot to talk about in the intro. just a lot of walking through. There's some minor things that are important as we move along through here. You'll notice right before you step into the bed, we take an extra step backwards and forwards. That's because at the start of the game, before we loaded the file, we set up what's called a specific step route. It's specific step seed. In Final Fantasy IV, whenever you load the game and whenever you press A on the title screen, your seed is set from 0 to 255. And if you load from power on, your console starts at a known value. So using an audio cue, you can press the button. And then we have methodologies by loading save files to determine what save seed we are on. And all three of these runners will determine to hit the proper seed in order to get through the first 10 minutes of the game as fast as possible.
Note, all of the runners will be picking up that tent shortly after they get control. It's going to be used for a glitch, which is very soon in this run, actually. And this is also the first run, which is much shorter than the other runs, coming in at approximately just over 3 hours. And of course, we're getting to our first break in the game, 7 minutes in. We get a minute and a half break to rest our poor sore hands after all that mashing. And then we don't get a break again for another hour and a half? 2 hours?
It's a common theme among the earlier Final Fantasies is that the intro usually takes a pretty significant amount of time. Fortunately for Final Fantasy IV, 7 minutes isn't so bad. I know Final Fantasy V is a little bit longer than that. And, it is what it is. You get used to it.
Mm-hmm.
That's perfect. While your game's on a break, we're coming up to the final boss rush.
Good luck.
Two more bosses left for Shug. And those who were paying attention to the Final Fantasy VIII stream still, you may have noticed Shug did the reset manipulation. So instead of doing the manipulation the way WQ did and Losbelheim did, he did the reset manipulation. So that's always going to be fixed, and he's going to check the draw point 3 times. Hopefully get the correct party.
Yo, that's really cool. On the I've never done that other manipulation, actually.
Is this your first time you did it?
No, I've never done it. I did the Ultimisi, not the one where you do the soft reset. And then you do the
right.
Yeah, I don't even know, I don't have the muscle memory for it. I was a little worried about the end game, like the last 20 minutes of Disc 4. Doing that super safe is really hard. It's pretty consistent if you just do it, but if there's a little few things go wrong, it can completely ruin your run. So, but it worked out.
Yeah, that one hit on the try point, the boss that Shug just killed, is always scary. Since if you hit it with the wrong element or no elements at all, it's gonna counter with a strong attack, and you might wipe there, or at least you have to escape and retry the fight. Probably have to exit if any of your members die. Exit the castle, since you can resurrect inside the castle.
Well, anyway, I just want to give a shout out to Team Moogle, Team Mogchamp. Big shout outs to the other racers in the relay, and then also the commentary. And yeah, thanks for also getting me on to the relay. My name's WQ. That's what most people call me. Yeah, thanks for having me on the relay. Really appreciate it. Glad to have played this game in a marathon style setting. Very cool stuff. So, see you guys around. Have a great day, everybody.
Yeah, thank you for running. Great run.
It's a good run.
Quality run.
All right, later, guys.
Alright, is there anything you FF4 peeps want to comment on the run? Because Shug's just getting to the final boss, but he's not quite there.
Yeah, we do actually. We're in our first boss fight of the run, the Demist fight. And you may have noticed he had no encounters going up to this. That's because in the step route we mentioned earlier, we manipulated it to the specific seed, seed 92, which would give us no encounters in Mist Cave. Now, in this Mist Dragon fight, we're aiming to have 6 or 7 attacks before this Mist phase, depending on what strategy you were using a sound cue to time Kane's jump, so he would go in the air before you were told it was safe. And Penguinator did just complete or set up his item duplication glitch. We're going to be using that a few times throughout the run. And that's going to give us a lot of money and a lot of items. So that is setting up so we can get a stack of, I believe it's 65,000 shields, which we are going to sell for big money. So Rivers is going to be doing that same walk, and Mist is dead for Penguinator.
If we can squeeze one more thing in here before we turn it back over to you guys. What Penguin's going to do right now is you're going to use a tent after taking half of a step. So you interrupt the tent, the half step to the left with a menu, and that actually shifts the world map. And so you're going to see him walk right onto the town, and then he's going to interrupt that step and save after finishing his duplication here. And then when he reloads, he's actually going to be on the town, and he's going to walk to the right side of the town, and then back in, which allows us to enter from the opposite side, which is not normally possible until you get the airship. And so we have access to some endgame items, and that's about it. I'll turn it over to you guys.
We got about, 2 minutes until Ultimecia?
Nah, it's probably less than that. This is the final menu coming up.
Okay, cool.
I guess we didn't mention what they do in this menu. They use the rocket engine that dropped from Tripoint to teach speed plus 40% on Pandemona, and replacing strength plus 20% with speed plus 40%. The higher speed on Irvine is quite important in the final fight. You can possibly even game over if you don't play it correctly, if you miss some of the speed stuff. So it's not all about the strength anymore, it's also about the speed for this final fight. And as Shaq did the reset manipulation, he should be doing 3 draw points checks. Mm-hmm. Yep. And if I'm not mistaken, this is... I want to say it's the Irvine Renoa selfie party, but I'm not 100% sure on that one.
Yeah,
PC
I
runners,
think...
you should know this.
Yeah, I think it is that one for 3.
Yeah, I think 4 would give you the Irvine Zelen Squall.
Yeah, maybe. I think because the French one is a bit different to English, you kind of forget what the draw.
Yeah,
one
the
gives
dialogue
you.
box at the end of this screen is different length in French and English, so the manipulations are different because, as I said earlier, it changes every 0.5 seconds. The RNG changes, but so even small differences can mean that your manipulation is off by 1 or 2.
It's always not nerve-wracking when you go through the thing and you're not wondering, did you do the manip right and is it Irvine? But it looked fast on the mouse, so I think we're good.
Yeah, I think we should be fine. Shug's done this plenty of time beforehand.
Yeah, because if Irvine's not in the party, it's not just a 3-minute time loss, it's also very potential that you could just die, because she is very, very brutal.
Yeah, she uses pretty strong spells, like Quake, Bio, Holy, I think.
Right, there he is.
Yeah, Renoa selfie Irvine, that's good.
Nice.
There's our man.
So this is the preferred party over the Zelen Squall party, since you get selfie here, which has the fastest attack animation, so that's the benefit. Also doing 1 draw point check fewer than the other strat.
So the second and I believe in the third phase as well is why we do the spell manipulation, because Ultimecia here can draw spells that you have, and you will lose them. So if she draws our triples, or our Puragas, or our hastes, or slows in this case, then that's going to cause huge issues. So we do the spell manipulation so that avoids that. However, WQ and Luz didn't have that problem anyway, because she did.
Yeah, I don't think they got any spells blown away.
Nope.
No, they got none at all.
Yeah, that's pretty lucky. So yeah, 4 AP ammo here, leaving Shug with exactly 8, which you need for the final phase. The next phase is going to use demolition ammo on, presumably.
You'd hope so.
One would hope. Since the demolition ammo doesn't deal enough damage for the final phase unless you get crits on pretty much all of them. So
yeah. I mean, he can use normal ammo or shotgun ammo, but he'll have a bad time afterwards.
Yeah.
So again, for the third time, she has junctioned herself onto group. What do you reckon, Windows? Will this be the time that Ultimisha defeats the party, or have we got this under the bag?
we should hope not. I'm kind of looking forward to going to sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 4 and 6 a.m. for us, respectively, right now. So
I was going to say, what is sleep? I don't understand.
Yeah.
5:55 a.m. Perfectly fine time
to suggest we're running on fumes right now would be an understatement, but that's...
It's funny how we're all Europeans as well.
Yeah. So that's the third phase down. We're gonna get a couple of minutes of cutscenes here. Final Fantasy IV, if you've got something to say, you can fill the void.
Yeah, absolutely. We can talk about a few different things here. Rivers has also gotten through the mist fight and is just finished up in Kaipo. We have recruited the summoner Rydia, and we have to do a couple of really important things as soon as we get her. First off, we have to equip a tiara, which is one of the items which we got out of Mist when we did the Mist clip. As you may see, she has 30 HP, so she is incredibly squishy. So between putting her in the back row, which was also done, and equipping her with that tiara, that's going to help make her strong enough to take a hit or two from the next boss, because as you're going to see, she's going to be our main damage dealer, so we really need her to not be dead. We'll also note, Rivers was attempting to get a very specific step route, an encounter seed, when he did his reset. It's why it took him a little longer to reset. And he unfortunately didn't hit it, but that's fine. We have guides for all of the encounter seeds, which indicate, as you see on Penguinator's screen, when they need to take extra steps. Now, what the extra steps are, is for every step you take in an applicable zone, the encounter chart moves whether you are getting encounters or not. So in that save room, the encounter table is still moving, but you can't get an encounter. So if it comes across a spot where you should be getting an encounter, it just continues and moves on. So we could take advantage of a few of those spots, or some of the zones which have a lower encounter rate, in order to get the fewest possible encounters, or the best, most optimal encounters for each of the particular encounter seats that these runners have.
So yeah, this is the final phase for Shug. We're looking to get 8 AP ammo and 5 hits.
Yeah, once he gets the AP ammo off, the hits are free. So.
I guess one thing we didn't mention was that this final phase always starts the same way, so she always casts at least 2 Hell's Judgments which puts your characters to 1 HP. So even if we didn't have the heroes, we wouldn't die to this first couple hits. And after that, she draws Apocalypse from the lower half, and that's if you've already killed her topside. So since we do kill her topside with the 8 AP ammo at the very start, she's going to draw Apocalypse on the 3rd turn, and only on the 4th turn is she going to do anything dangerous, which is casting the drawn Apocalypse. So we've got 3 free turns to do this strategy, so that's why we don't have to worry about it, but we do have to worry about our speed stat on Irvine to be fast enough to get 5 hits off.
Well, and the res animation comes in, which is going to lose a bit of time again.
Yeah, hopefully the extra character comes in with a full or close to full ATB, so they can be useful, but if not, it's not the end of the world. That's why we have a speedy Irvine. I believe 2 more hits.
Yep, 2 more hits. Team Choco, get ready to start.
Alright, 1 more hit left.
1 more hit.
This is the draw Apocalypse. Nothing dangerous is happening. Don't panic.
Time.
And go.
Go.
Oh, finishing with the final hit crit. Nice.
Okay, so I'll try and finish up very, very quickly and then hand it over to our FF4 guys. Thank you to the organisers for having us. These runs were insane. Luzbel's time was insane. WQ's time was insane. It's really difficult to say just how good they were. Shug's time is also very good. It's just unluckiness in S-Star and whatnot. Shout out to the organisers for doing this and for having us. It's been a blast. My name's Chris Tenarium, co-commentators. Do you want to say?
Yeah, I've been Windows, hopping in to replace Ekdar. Shoutouts to Ekdar. Hope he's doing fine. He couldn't do it, so I hopped in. And thank you, everybody.
Thank you for having me. I'm so. But yeah, it was a great race. Really enjoyed it. Thanks, guys.
And I'm Cheeto. Good night.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks so much.
We'll hand it over to you, FF4 guys. Have fun at FF4. I've seen the run before. It's amazing. You should stick around and watch it. See ya.
We always have fun. Thank you so much, FFA crew. You did amazing, all of you. That's a long run to do. So before we do reintroductions, we're going to jump right into it because, as you see, Penguinator is currently in a boss fight. And this is actually one of the first kind of real boss fights, fighting Octomam. Octomam from the start is the fastest boss in the game, and you have to destroy their tentacles in order to slow the boss down. So it takes 3 hits to destroy the first tentacle, 2 hits for every tentacle after that, and then you're just trying to do damage. And thankfully, it looks like a Penguinator got through that fight no problem, just as Rivers is starting that fight. Ooh, Accident didn't get Raven Skip either. Sorry, friends, I gotta root for Penguinator. Only one getting Raven Skip.
So the most important thing here in the Octomom fight is Rydia not taking damage. You'll notice she's doing an ability called Dancing, which is the item usage of an item called the Dancing Daggers. And we picked those up by clipping through the backside of Mist, as you saw earlier. And that item happens to have an active magic attack, a neutral magic attack, that does a significant more amount of damage than anything we have in the party. Octomom is also weak to the darkness element, so Cecil has the darkness sword, which we pick up out of a treasure chest on the way to Octomom. So Cecil's also doing a pretty significant amount of damage, and you also notice if you're looking at River's screen, Tella just cast Stop on himself. That's because Tella can't do any damage, and it's actually faster for him to not get turns than it is for him to just defend or do nothing. So
Hashtag Tella Life.
He's the most useful.
No. Okay, so since we'll try and comment on things as they're going, but let's reintroduce ourselves now that we are fully in FF4. My name's Natara. I'm one of the 2 commentators. The lovely person you just heard was Near, my co-commentator.
Hello.
And our runners, we have Rivers McCown for Team Mog. We have Accident for Team Chocobo. And last but certainly not least, and actually in first currently, is Penguinator for Team Tonberry. So this run is approximately 3 hours, 3:15 in length. It's going to depend on a lot of RNG factors, so we'll try and let you know and give you updates as it happens. But so far, so good. We see Rivers also making it through that Octomam fight with Rydia live. Not only is she one of those major damage dealers, as Nir mentioned earlier, she helps out with damage in some future fights. So by her surviving that, this Octomam fight, she gets some levels and gets some HP, which will help her survive, which is incredibly useful for your DPS. So definitely want to keep her going. But we've got cutscenes for Penguinator, and we're about to get some cutscenes for Rivers, and yeah, we're kind of in Cutscene City right here.
So I saw a lot of questions earlier. What is the No 64 category? And so that category is essentially a category that plays through almost the entirety of the game. There is one skip about 2/3 of the way through that skips the sealed cave dungeon, but other than that, we are playing the game through its entirety, not really skipping anything except for the sealed cave, and essentially the whole vanilla route through, as opposed to other categories we have, No Credit Warp and Credit Warp, which can complete the game after getting into the underworld, which is about halfway through. So if you want the full game experience, you're going to get it here with the No 64 category.
Unless you like Sealed Cave, and in which case, I'm sorry, not sorry. Nobody likes Sealed Cave.
Okay. It's grown on me, man.
No, it's bad. It's Sealed Cave, for those who aren't familiar. Sorry, were you going to say something, Rivers?
I was. Hi.
Hi.
I actually have a cutscene that I'm in. Hey. I just want to let everybody know that I got seed 36, which is amazing.
I'm not sure if that's sarcastic or not.
It's sarcastic.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so that's good. But again, as mentioned earlier, Rivers does have the information he needs to know how to route through Seed 36, but it does tend to mean he's either going to get more encounters or have to take a lot more steps, or both. Hopefully
in this case, we've got 74 extra steps coming in Fabul. Got 64 in the Bear and Serpent Road. Everybody loves those.
Oh, you're ready for this. Love those extra steps.
So we're talking about seeds and encounter manipulations and things like that, and that's because we reset and missed to do the miss clip. The actual seed we're going to get is pretty variable. You can try and do a hard reset where you power down your console and try and get back to a known value to try and manipulate and hit that audio cue. But you really only get one try at it, and you don't have no way of knowing what seed you got until you get an encounter. So you could power off, but you would lose, like a minute to 2 minutes every time you're trying to do it. It's really not worth it. But we do have every single seed possible mapped out. So based on where we get our encounters and what we see, what encounters we see, so on and so forth, we know what seed values we're on, and then we have everything optimized thanks to a program that Exodin in the middle wrote himself. Exodin's done a wonderful, wonderful job of mapping out all the different routes, not just No 64, but Credit Warp, No Credit Warp, and a couple of marathon safe routes like you'll be seeing him do here, and really has been the backbone of the community for quite some time. So thank you, Exodin.
Yeah, you'll notice that guide is hosted on his website, and that's because he collects a lot of information that he doesn't do himself. There was a joke in the chat about wishing Accident was here to tell us what seed Penguinator was on, and that's because he's usually hanging out in our seeds and he just knows this info. So it's really, really useful. We did just see Penguinator finish that Antlion boss fight. I will talk about that a little more once Rivers gets there, but it was really important to talk about the step route. One thing to note about the step route, even though it is incredibly optimized, and probably because it's so incredibly optimized, it only works so long as they stay on that step route. If they take any misstep, it wrecks everything. They won't know where they are on the step route, and then they'll be flying blind. If you want to if you want to speedrun Final Fantasy IV, you do not need to step route. Even in this version with the encounters, It's not required, but it can make it safer and really helps optimize your run. But there are plenty of runners for all of the categories who can and have done it without any sort of step routing. So if this step routing talk intimidates you, but you're interested in running otherwise, don't worry about it. It's not required, just helpful.
It's a little more important in the no 64 category because there is a grind near the end of the game that involves getting a lot of experience, and that requires a very specific fight. But
I won't lie, I don't step route for that category, and there's a manipulation you can do, but it's not as guaranteed and is more time consuming, so it's a lot more variable. So, speaking of that boss fight Antlion, so it looks a little scary here because we have a very small party, and for those who are used to vanilla, Antlion counters for any physical attack. But this dancing attack we're using, by using the dancing dagger as an item, actually counts as a magic attack, and it does a lot of damage. So we just tell Cecil to defend, organize some inventory, which is quite important in this run, and let Edward and Rydia do the work as they can both do dancing daggers, making this, bar none, the easiest actual boss fight in the game.
Always blessed with 4 daggers. You love to see it.
This fight can be 3 to 4 daggers long, so 4 daggers is sad. But more frequent than you would expect, because one of the, I want to call it a meme, but it's actually a fact in the community, is Final Fantasy IV hates everyone. It's true. It doesn't love anyone, and just when you think you're getting good at the game, Final Fantasy IV will throw some mean RNG at you. So it just goes to show how great the community is and how much we love this game, because we all keep running it.
We got Rivers popping into a side room here. He's going to take some extra steps in here because there are no encounters in this room. That's because he knows he has to do this in order to get a more optimal run. So he's essentially probably skipping 2 to 3 encounters by taking those steps right there. And yeah. Exit and taking out Mist Dragon in the middle there for Team Choco, about to do the Mist clip. I did mention it earlier, but we'll go over it again for people who may have missed it or may have been focused on Final Fantasy VIII. So he's going to go into the menu after taking a half step to the left, and he's going to use a tent. You'll notice the tent is in the same spot where he went into the menu, not to the left where he was taking that step. And so what that does is actually shifts the world map. So he's going to actually be able to walk 1 tile to the right onto the town, and then he's going to interrupt another step to the right again and go into the menu. He's going to finish the duplication glitch after taking the Iron Glove off of Kane. He's duping Cecil's Shadow Shields here. Going to save the game. He's actually going to reset, and when he reloads the game, he's going to be on that left tile of the Town of Mist. And the way the game works, if you're on a town tile and you continue to walk onto a town tile, you don't trigger the event until you go off and back on. So we're able to enter the right side of Mist, and that allows us to get into Mist. You're going to go into the weapon shop here. We're going to sell our 65,536 Shadow Shields and buy 10 Dancing Daggers, which you just saw used in the Octomom and the Antlion fights. And we're also going to take a side trip into Rydia's house, we like to call it. We're going to pick up a Tiara, which is an item that boosts the Wisdom stat, which increases magic damage. It also provides Rydia with a lot of defense that she needs for the Octomom fight. And we're going to pick up the Change Rod, which also provides more Wisdom. That's going to be used on a number of characters later on.
Also, we're aware of the technical issues that we're having with Penguinator, as is he. We're working on it.
4 extra steps outside of the Antlion Cave because of Free Enterprise brand. So...
Oh no! So that's the problem with running a randomizer of a game you also vanilla speedrun. You just break into your brain strategies for one, which are completely opposite to the other, and it can kind of mess things up a bit. So don't worry about it. It's fine.
We've got plenty of reset things now. What Exodus has gone through all this, so it's not a huge deal, but just calling it out in case anybody missed.
Ooh, Penguin's back. So doing the Water Hag fight, this fight's interesting because with our setup, with Edward equipped with the Dancing Dagger in the middle position, which is the highest priority position, called position number 1, he has the Final Fantasy IV equivalent of 100% accuracy. And Water Hag in this fight, it's scripted, so you only have to hit Water Hag 3 times, which is super great because Water Hag actually has 45,672 HP, which is absolutely excessive, but it's how Final Fantasy IV and a lot of older games likes to deal with invincible boss fights. Just give them a lot of HP, so it's just not possible to win. But yeah, without Edward in the middle position with that dancing dagger, it is actually possible. We have clips of it from the community of both the Water Hag and Edward missing back and forth at each other. But it can also be dangerous if Edward's the only one who's missing, because it means he can actually die in that fight, which is supposed to be just a plot fight.
Yeah, Edward's supposed to show his strength there, and normally he would only have a harp, which isn't exactly the most accurate weapon on the planet either. So it can be a little dicey, but thanks to the dancing daggers, it's not so bad. And the fact that for whatever reason in Final Fantasy IV, the code gives the middle slot, I believe, 5/4 accuracy over normal, so a 25% increase in accuracy if you're in the middle slot. So that's just a nice little quirk. Don't ask me why. I don't know.
Yeah, so catching up here, we are now on the Mom Bomb fight, now that we've got the feed caught up. And there are 3 phases to this fight. First phase is doing 800 damage to Mom Bomb in order to get her to what I call the Explodey Cloud phase in phase 2. Here we want to be sitting on Yang's turn, and there's a certain time cue we're waiting for before sending him in a kick. That will make sure that he kicks once the third phase starts. Of the 6 bombs. During that kick, we're going to be looking ideally for which of the orange bombs he did the most damage to, so we can make Rosa attack that one. We need Edward and Rydia both to be alive to take out those gray bombs, which are 100 HP each, and all of these bombs will start exploding if you let the battle go on long enough, and that's really not good. So, getting those gray bombs and those orange bombs just defeated as quickly as possible is definitely what we're looking for here. And it looks like done with no problem.
One thing we haven't really referenced so far that's been being done is the ability to run buffer, which means we are running in a battle that we cannot run from, to have the can't run dialogue message pop up. And what that'll do is actually it'll freeze the active time battle, which essentially freezes enemies so that they don't get their turns, and allows us to do inputs essentially more quick, not necessarily more quickly like from a human standpoint, but because the ATB of the enemies are frozen while that dialogue message is up, any amount of moving we're doing outside of the menu doesn't allow the enemies to get their turns. And so by doing that run buffer, we have the ability to get more turns in before the enemies do, essentially slowing them down without any cost to us, or very minor cost to us.
Now, the walk from Mount Hobbs to Fabul can actually be a little terrifying. There are a lot of encounters here, and it's a long walk. Plus, you can get those 6-packs. It's not the first instance of 6-packs on a walk, but having the opportunity to come across 6-packs on such a long walk when you have not healed up from the Mom Bomb fight, which can hurt you quite badly, is not ideal. So you definitely want to try and get that encounter seed, which has as few encounters as possible. Most of our runners are actually going to be taking a save just outside of Fabul, because there's a high amount of RNG for the Fabul Gauntlet, which is coming up. And no matter how good a runner you are, sometimes Fabul Gauntlet just wrecks your day. So taking that safety save outside can save you an incredible amount of time, as we haven't saved since we did the miss clip. So definitely do not want to lose all that progress.
As far as random encounters go, in terms of whether you get a normal encounter, a strike first encounter, or a back attack, or a surprise attack, that's all based on randomness and also the average level of your party. The higher level your party is compared to the enemies that you're going to encounter changes the rate at which the surprise, back attack, and the strike first occur. But at the end of the day, it's essentially pure random. So you either get lucky or you don't.
Okay, and that's Mom Bomb down for Team Mog. Okay, so we're starting the Fabul Gauntlet. Now, there's so many factors which make this one of the scariest things, especially of the early game. So we're down to 3 characters. We have no healing items. We have no characters who have healing abilities. Our main damage dealer is Edward, who has about a third of the HP of everyone else. And to make matters worse, even though the boss battle music playing, this sequence of 6 battles are actually coded as random encounters. Now this is important because Edward has a hide mechanic where if he gets down into critical HP, he will automatically hide. This mechanic is turned off for any of the boss coded battles. However, because these are still coded as random encounters, if he gets down to critical HP, he is going to hide, and where he's doing the most damage, that can either slow things down incredibly or just end the Fabul Gauntlet for you if it happens too early. So using the run buffer that Nirm explained a little earlier to pause that ATB and kind of push your attacks in a little earlier, and just trying to manage damage as much as you can is just so incredibly important for this series of battles. And we also like to say we'd rather have a dead word than a hide word. So if Edward is going to take the hits, we'd rather him just die, because then we're not getting his menu up, which takes time. We don't have to worry about anything with him. He's just dead on the floor and not taking those extra frames. But as we want to get through as many fights as possible, this is the 3rd fight for Penguinator right now.
Yep, looking good for Penguin so far.
Yep. And I will note, Accident just picked up the Shadow Sword, which the other 2 runners did. That's picked up because you can see, even here in the Fabul Gauntlet, we're still using that Shadow Sword, and Octomam has a weakness to the element on that sword, so it's why we go out of our way, and that movement is worked into all of the step route.
So Penguin's going to be able to get through the Fabul Gauntlet without any issues here. Edward did take a hit at the very beginning, but unfortunately didn't take any more. And
yes,
he's got one more fight coming up here with the guards. Even if Edward gets hit, he'll still be able to get that Dancing Dagger throw before it matters. So
yeah,
looking good here.
The move will be queued up, so if he goes into hide status, he will throw the dagger before hiding, and if he just happens to get one shot, then both Yang and Cecil can take care of this fight, and that's not an issue because he didn't get hit, so added bonus. Oh, Yang and Cecil, you saw there why we need Edward so much. Sometimes Yang and Cecil together cannot take out one of these guards.
Doesn't happen very often, but when it does, It feels bad.
It feels real bad. So yeah, anyone who has naysaying about Edward, just give him a Dancing Dagger. Edward is good. You just have to use him right. Okay, almost through here, through the main portion for Penguin. Just one fight left, which has some RNG in it. We are trying to dodge extra text. The Dragoon, or Kane, is going to be attacking Cecil, and we want Cecil to attack himself as well. Between the 2 of them, would like to get Cecil to critical HP. If we can just get him outright dead, that would be perfect, but as far as I know, there's no current manip for that. We did get the critical HP, so text boxes were skipped.
If he doesn't reach critical HP, then there's an extra set of dialogue boxes. And then also when Cecil dies, you get the Perish dialogue box, so it takes a while. So actually getting into critical is the fastest way to get through that fight.
Okay, good to know.
And who is this masked man?
I don't know. Never seen him before in my life.
Well, we can cover the Octomon fight because we kind of glazed over those for the first 2. So we've got Teleridia Cecil doing their best to get all the attacks in as fast as possible in the very beginning. I believe Natara explained earlier that Octomon does start out with an insane amount of speed for the level that we are, but every couple hits, Octomon loses a tentacle, loses 5 speed, which slows way down. And once Tella does his damage, he will stop himself, and we'll just keep getting those hits in, and eventually Octomom will be down.
And it's only every 3 hits for the first tentacle. It's 2 hits for every arm thereafter.
That is correct. The game actually checks for like divisible by 2, and the counter starts at 0, so you get 0, 1, 2. So that's why the first one's 3.
Okay, and Rivers is on to that final fight. So just making it there tends to be good, and his Edward is up and doing well. So 2 good for bullfights. Definitely, you love to see it. Now, I find the walkthrough for Fabul afterwards is one of the hardest walks when you're first learning step routing in this game, because it is incredibly variable. Now, step route doesn't count everywhere that you are, but it does count inside of castles. Not in the outside area of castles, just the inside of castles, and it doesn't count in towns. Also, certain tiles affect the step route. Rugs don't count, stairs don't count, cracks on the floor don't count, behind certain pillars don't count. So it's really kind of confusing, and which route you take can really change depending on how many extra steps you do or do not need in Fabul. So sometimes you want to take 2 steps on the stairs, sometimes you want just 1. You'll see L shapes and whatnot. It's definitely very interesting to keep track of, but Penguinator is through and is on to our next cutscene section, which should be a bit of a rest, but unfortunately frequently has mashing sections through it.
And you'll see Team Tonberry extend their lead a little bit here as I go ahead and take 70 extra steps in Fabul.
That's the spirit. Knew we could count on you. Also, for those who missed it earlier, get your spoons out for the Spoony Bird! Yeah, and we have a good point from chat. Amazing Toaster noting that only 70 steps? You could have like 150 rivers.
That's probably later.
There are 72 in post Castle of Dwarves, but I think I'll reset that one, so no, we'll be okay. We'll be okay.
You'll be good. Okay, so we are getting close to a community debate. Chat, we'd like you to help us out here. Or help me out. I don't know if Nirm is so into the memes as me. We need you to determine whether Yang was pushed or whether he jumped. In the next section of the boat, when they start getting attacked, keep an eye on Yang, and chat, you tell us, did Yang jump being heroic, or did we have Dark Knight Cecil's last evil act? I'm on team pushed, by the way. Do you have a opinion in this matter, Nir?
He jumped. But again, his memory is really hazy afterwards, so maybe he doesn't remember being pushed. I can see both sides of the argument. So one thing of note, you'll notice, Rivers, here, the king actually has a sword from some previous Dark Knight who visited the kingdom. Ostensibly, that's Kluya, Cecil's father, maybe?
Maybe.
And that sword actually has some very unique properties. One, it gives Cecil significant stat boosts. It gives, I believe, 5 strength and 5 agility. And agility is a very important stat throughout the entirety of this game. It determines how quickly you get your turns, how quickly you're able to run from encounters, things like that. And the Black Sword also has the ability to instantly kill some enemies as long as they're not immune to it. So Black Sword's very, very powerful, and it's the only redeeming thing that the US version of Dark Knight has, really.
Of course, my Cecil was so grateful to get it that he did a bunch of jumping jacks in the corner for the king and the queen. So, good for them.
He's so good. Okay, so now we're doing some shopping. The Mysidia here is our next shopping point. making sure to pick up some items that we're going to need for the next section of the game, along with some gear.
Yeah, Mysidia is definitely the main shopping hub, I would say, of the entire run. It's the first place we buy any sort of curative items. It's where we stock up for essentially the remainder of the run, especially because later on we don't even pick up elixirs anymore, which we used to purchase on the moon, but that can be routed out and is routed out by some people. And Mysidia is the first place you can actually buy Cure 2s, which I might have just said, but short-term memory is terrible. And
if we're playing a marathon safe, we definitely are going to pick up the elixirs. I know that Exodin said that he's picking up 2 in the cave, so I'll have 3. Since I'm probably going to reset at this point, I will definitely go stop by the Hummingway Cave, see the Pillow Fort, and I don't know what Penguinator's going to do.
Yeah, even though all 3 of our runners are using approximately the same route for this category, because there are multiple routes you can do for this category, they each have few little tiny optimizations that they're doing or not doing depending on the area. So it keeps us on our toes. You're also going to notice the very precise way the Penguinator is walking on this map. Currently walking between Mysidia and Manor Deals. Again, this is one of those specific routing points, especially at the beginning. The encounter rate on the world map here actually changes. It is at, I think it's 8 encounters. It's an 8 encounter rate right next to Mysidia, and then just like 2 or 3 steps past, you pass a line where it upgrades to 10. So sometimes you'll see runners doing extra steps at that early point, again, just to optimize their encounters.
Penguin sneaking that black sword on in that normal encounter with the Raven. Really quick menuing there without taking a hit. Pretty slick.
Love it.
And that's actually going to... I'm not sure which encounters it affects, but I believe there are some encounters where you are able to run away a little bit faster, or sometimes significantly faster, if you did not have that sword on. So that's good. You also need the sword on for the next fight as well, so that'll save a menu there.
Want to note, Penguinator coming across our second elemental wall. Final Fantasy IV decided, let's just use elemental walls in a few places, and I think it's kind of adorable. You have an ice wall, and then you have a fire wall later. This game was so well made. It's why so many of us are still running it so many years later.
If you do the wrong glitches, you get an impassable firewall later on.
Yes. Yeah, a lot of these glitches have been known about for a long time and are available, really easy to do. But if you don't know how to best optimize them, yeah, you can kind of try to stick yourself and get stuck. But definitely play around with some of these. I think all the ones that we're showing off in this run are all safe to do. There are some glitches which are unsafe potentially for your cart, but those take quite a bit of setup.
Alright, so let's go ahead and talk about this ascension of Mount Ordeals Penguinator's about to do here. Ideally, at some point, he's going to want to put a little bit of damage on Toporum, be that like an enemy attack or maybe Cecil with a melee attack. And that's going to be to set up a specific strategy in the Mylon fight, which I will explain when the fight actually occurs. But first, we have to run into our resident favorite old man here.
Whose favorite?
My favorite.
Okay, that's good. Tella actually, let's give Tella some credit. Tella is incredibly useful and has some really good skills that we take vast advantage of. The problem with Tella is, in a very actually smart move, the programmers, since he is, his whole plot is that he's an old man, made it so his stats are fairly low and they go down as he levels up, many of them. And so while a lot of the spells they don't have 100% accuracy rate, all of the spells. And so most of the ones that we need him to do are actually the ones that aren't 100% accuracy. So he is much more likely to miss them than other characters. Other characters doing those same spells still have a chance of missing, but because Tella is the one who we have when we really need those spells, and his percentage chance is higher, we get salty at him when he misses. But to be fair, he does some really good work in the speedrun.
Yeah, he's the only character who has access to powerful spells for a lot of it. I mean, if you really want to be honest with yourself, the first hour 40 of this run is Dancing Dagger plus Tella.
It's true.
All right, we are at the Mylon fight for Penguinator, and so what Penguinator is going to try here is what we call the Carrot Trash Can glitch. This is a 1.0 version of the game, Super Nintendo version exclusive glitch, where if you queue up a twin action and then interrupt the turn of the twin that is queuing up the action by murdering them in cold blood with the specific ATB tick, Penguin does enough damage here, which he did. And then you resurrect that twin. The middle twin now, Palom, will be stuck in an action where he will always mimic the next party member's actions. And that's because it's a bug in the code where the twin cast itself is looking to mimic something. Normally, it would obviously be the twin action of the other twin. But because that twin is dead, it starts searching all over the place. And it doesn't know what to do. So see, Palom's going to throw a Cure 2 here, which is the last thing Cecil did. Through no actual inputs of his own. Penguinator did not input that, and so in order to actually target this properly, Tella is going to stop Cecil here. Porum is going to throw a Cure 2, which will target the enemy, and then by entering the item usage menu and then swapping it with a carrot, his action is to throw the carrot at the last target, which was an enemy, Mylon. Mylon takes 3,592 damage, because carrots are very healthy, and Mylon is not used to that.
He's undead. He doesn't like the health.
Very well executed by Penguinator there.
Yeah, that is a really tricky one, and we're going to be doing the same glitch with a different implementation in the next fight. That one is the trash can glitch. Both of these are called together the mimic glitch because it does take advantage of that mimic quality of the twin casts.
So this one's a little different, mostly because Palom now knows Ice 2 because of the experience that he has, so it's a little bit easier of a setup, I would say. Before, the setup's a little bit more rough because you only have access to some specific spells that are very quick on the cast time, and so it can be a little bit more of a difficult setup, but let's see how it goes for Penguinator here. He's going to queue up Ice 2 onto Porum. He's going to queue up Stop on the Cecil. We're already jumping to the end of the fight there, and then by casting Twin, as Palom casts Ice 2 on his dear sister, she's going to fall down here.
She's just having a nap.
Stop here. We're going to replace the trash can, and then this did not kill because Palom is poisoned, so he's fine.
Oh, thank goodness.
So one other thing you'll notice some runners doing here is during death animations or sometimes during dialogue in battles, there's a lot of items in the inventory that we're moving around. You notice you move the short bow up and the iron arrows, and also move some items we no longer need, some trash down to the bottom. That's in order to, obviously, when they go into the menu, the items are higher on the list, they have access to them, they don't have to dig through their inventory trying to find stuff. And yeah, well done from Penguin. Let's take a look at Rivers on the left here.
Well, Accident is catching up and is actually at the Mom Bomb fight.
So we got an Ice 1 from Palom. Looks like it was appropriately timed with the run buffer. Tella's taking his sweet time trying to throw that life. And we should be pretty good here. Palom should throw a Cure 2 after these attacks from the Ghasts. One thing that can go wrong here is the Ghasts can both decide to drain Porum, which she will then die again, which ruins our setup for targeting Mylon. But there it is, the Cure 2 from Palom. And Cecil will just parry away here. Tella will get his stop queued up on Cecil. Oh, ATB is not being nice to Rivers here, but he should still be okay, I think. And he will use the life back out, swap the life position with the carrot position. Move some items around. And there you go. Carrot in Mylon's face. A little more damage than Penguinator. Accident is through the Mom Bomb fight as Penguinator finishes up killing off Dark Knight Cecil. Normally what you would do in this fight is stand there, wait for a whole bunch of dialogue, And justice is not the only right in this world. Cecil, you got to learn about being a paladin. But no, Cecil only knows that dancing daggers are very strong. Now he has a cool cape and he has the ability to use them, so he's just going to throw them all over the place. That's the true meaning.
Yeah, and for those of you who are looking to learn this, one of our beginning categories, the main one, is called Paladin Percent, which actually ends as soon as you get that text box saying Cecil has become a paladin. So as you can see, we're about an hour or so in, sub-hour for Penguinator there. So even with the extra strats that you don't need to use in that category, you can finish this sub-hour. So definitely a good one if you want to try out speedrunning Final Fantasy IV.
All right, so everything looking good for Rivers here as well. He did have to throw a safety cure 2 onto Palom because Mylon did target Palom with the first hit. Mylon decides to target Palom with 2 hits in a row, then he's likely to die. Fortunately, we healed him up. We got all the glitches we needed. Tella hit his stop cast. Nothing bad happened. We are through the Mylon Z fight for Team Mog as well. Accident in the middle on Team Choco here, about to start his Fabul Gauntlet. About 15 minutes behind, thereabouts.
Still lots of opportunities in this game to catch up. There's so many RNG points in this run for all of our runners. So all of them are doing really incredibly well, and we'll see how it plays out. Penguinator walking down the mountain, which is much less terrifying than the walk up. Rivers about to do his fight against Dark Knight, and I don't know how much we explained of that. But yeah, just we're tossing a few dancing daggers now that Paladin Cecil has access to them. Wasn't it you who found out about that, the HP value for Dark Knight Cecil, Nair?
I believe I was the first one to throw daggers at his face. I don't know if it was specifically the HP value or just, hey, I think this is faster. Hey, it's faster.
Yeah, the vanilla way of doing it is you're supposed to just sit there, cure up, take the hits, get some extra text boxes, and the fight's done. If you try attacking, which I'm sure all of us did when playing it vanilla, this fight doesn't go so well because Dark Knight keeps dark waving you and it hurts a lot. But waiting and getting extra text boxes is way too slow. So dancing daggers to the face, 3 to 4 daggers, sometimes 5 if you're really unlucky, and it's done.
That was so close to a 5 dagger. Got 232 3 times.
Rivers, please.
I've seen 2 people ever get the 5 dagger, and one of them was Roth during one of the big tournaments.
Nice. Invenerable makes a good point in chat. He notes that Dark Knight Cecil has a significantly more health in the Japanese version. As some of you may be aware, when Final Fantasy IV came over to North America, it was branded Final Fantasy II, and a lot of the features were removed and the game made easier. So much changed, in fact, that they shipped it back to Japan as Final Fantasy IV Easy Type. So there are a bunch of differences, and one of them was actually the HP value of Dark Knight Cecil. There is no other version of the game that I know of other than this English a Super Nintendo version where Dark Knight Cecil has such low HP.
Yeah, it's actually kind of strange because you have like FF2 and then FF4 JP, and the speedruns are totally different. The communities are totally different. It's kind of a rarity in speedrunning to have that much differential between what is essentially the same game, but really isn't the same game.
Yeah, the usable items in the JP version, along with some different spells, really, and like the level growth is different, some stats are different, when people learn stuff is different, and it really like turns it into an entirely different game. There's a lot more versatility in the Japanese version because there's a lot of like useful status inflicting items and like spell casting items. You'll notice at the beginning of the game, Cecil had a firebomb and a lit bolt. Those are items that are typically available in the Japanese version, but not in the American version. And there's a lot more ideas and strategies you can work around in the Japanese version. And it makes some things easier, and obviously some things are harder. But it's an interesting dichotomy.
Yeah, it definitely is. Also, want to note, Penguinator did have some steps to take in the Serpent Road. Maybe not as many as you have to take, Rivers, but it means you're not alone.
Is it more or less than 64?
It is definitely less.
Between the Watery Pass and the waterfalls, I had to take 218 steps.
Okay, so Axonin wins. Good. And again, you may have to take a lot of steps early, and it gives you more of an advantage for later. So taking a lot of steps is not always bad, but it definitely feels real bad in the moment.
The best routes, of course, you definitely want the ones that it's not only not that many steps, but also not many encounters.
Yeah.
So Penguinator is slipping the short bow onto Cecil. That's going to activate something called the back row glitch. And what that is it'll allow Cecil to do the same amount of damage from the back row that he does from the front row, just by equipping an arrow. That's just a very convenient glitch that we have. And also the karate fight, or the fight with Yang as he is brainwashed and becomes the captain of the Baron Guard. After he kicks 2 times, or it's actually very, very, very slightly before he kicks the second time. If you melee him once with Cecil, the fight just ends. Otherwise, he has a ton of HP, much like Waterhag did earlier.
Yeah, and we want to note, when we say melee, we don't actually have to hit. Cecil, as long as you just try a regular melee attack, Cecil can miss Yang, and Yang will still go, ouch, and fall down. So take from that what you will. And we walk through the
Penguinator. Carrots Yang in a marathon, thanks.
What are we doing in a marathon?
Wake me up when Penguin Carrots Yang in a marathon.
Oh, God. Yeah, we like to play with some of the glitches in different parts of the game, but not particularly marathon safe. We did walk through the girl NPC in the inn. We like to joke she is the ghost girl because she will always freeze wherever she's standing when you start moving. And if she's in your way, you just go right through. So one of the little optimizations that was done is Penguinator moved around his inventory, so the Baron key went into that top left spot. So as soon as he got to a spot which required using that, he just could mash the A button and go right in. We try and arrange that whenever we can to get that key item in the top spot, so when you get the prompt, you can just use it right away. Little optimizations like that help quite a bit because there's so many of them.
Penguin also taking a pit stop at the Baron Weapon and Armor Shop. So the armor shop has the headband helmet, I guess, or the headband, and then the karate gi, both of which increase a character's strength. And they do it by a non-trivial amount. It's going to be equipment we carry on, I believe, on some characters through the end of the game. And so the way this game works is every 8 strength. Am I right? 8 strength. It's been a while. I think every 8 strength and I believe 16 agility, they will get an attack multiplier. And so whatever attack value you see on the equipment screen, for every 8 strength they have, or for every 16 agility they have, they will get an extra multiplier of that value. And
is it not 14 agility, or is that for something else?
It's 16. 14 agility is something else.
Ah, excellent.
And so the more strength we have, the more damage we do. It's that simple.
Yeah, and for those who are just joining us, no, you haven't missed most of the marathon or anything like that. We're doing an alternate order this year in order to make it a little easier to try and schedule all of our many, many runners. So we're going in schedule order, which means Final Fantasy IV is actually the 3rd game. So we're doing a really important menu here right now on Penguinator's screen. We are doing some equipping on both Cecil and Yang, And we are doing a glitch called the NP underflow glitch on Tella. Now, Tella usually is hard-coded to have only 98 NP, and that will never increase. The reason being is, on Mount Ordeals, he learned the Meteo spell. For plot reasons, he is not supposed to be able to use it, and made it cost 99 NP, which is more than he has. However, if you select one spell, that you don't have enough MP to cast, select it, move down to a spell you do have enough MP to cast, and frame perfectly swap to the one you don't have enough MP to cast, you can actually use that one you're not supposed to be able to use and underflow your MP, giving you far more MP than you're supposed to. So Tella currently has Boomerang 6 MP. Don't ask what number Boomerang is, it's actually the bottom right-hand corner of a screen.
Yep, so Tella immediately becomes really important because he has the ability to cast Meteo, and that's going to trivialize a number of difficult fights, including this one right here with Baigen. And you'll notice one thing Penguinator is doing here is he's beginning to destroy his own party with Dancing Daggers. And that's because A, these party members do not need the experience, and B, any character that leaves the party, rejoins at a later time, also shares the amount of experience you get in a battle. And if you have less people alive at the end of a battle, that experience is only split between people who are alive. And so 2410 is the amount of experience he got from the Baigen fight, so that's the amount of experience Tella and Cecil are going to get. And that's also the amount of experience that Rosa and Kane are going to get, because they will both be joining the party later on. Had all 5 party members been alive, that's roughly 800 or so. So that's already triple the amount of experience that everybody would have got. So killing off party members at pivotal points, pivotal boss battles, is going to be a strategy that is employed a lot throughout this run, through the beginning of the run at least. And that's important for getting certain level thresholds to make our character stronger for fights like Valvalis later on.
Yeah, there's a bunch of, like Valvalis and a couple of the others, we need certain characters at certain levels, because even one level difference really affects those multipliers that Nirm was talking about. So definitely want to do
19 for Valvalis, 17 for Yang at Lugae, and hopefully 19 for Rydia at Lugae. That's what you're hoping for. Don't always shake out that way, depending on how you run experience. But
so we have a little bit of luck here. This Lit 3 cast can do anywhere from like 3,400 to 46 to 5,200, I believe. We want to see over 4,000. We had 3,794, but thankfully, because Cecil and Yang had attacked, that's over 4,000. Kenazo has 4,000 HP, so as long as Lit 3 does, 36, 3,700 damage, you can get through in one nice little zappy zap.
Exactly. So we had purposely just used life on Yang, but didn't heal him so he could get a hit off, but wouldn't actually survive that wave. Get a bit of use from him, but then we're going to take that experience again for other folks. And it's time for a long series of cutscenes for Penguinator and getting everyone's favorite engineer, Sid. It's Rivers' turn to do his menu, doing his MP Underflow, doing a different party order than Penguin.
Gasp.
How dare.
Blasphemer. This one gets Tella the third turn instead of somebody else, so that's why I do it.
Nice. And we have Accident doing his walk from Mysidia to Mount Ordeals. So pretty soon he will be fighting the Mylons and get his paladin, Cecil. Hey, time for Rivers' Baigen fight.
The Baigen fight in the vanilla run is actually pretty rough because Baigen spams wall on himself, and you can eventually he'll hit wall on himself and reflect it onto somebody. Then you can use that wall to reflect spells onto him. But generally, you're given Tella, and Tella's got all these super powerful spells. Oh boy, I'm going to cast them on the bad guy. And then they get reflected in your face and kind of blow up on you. And a lot of the boss battles in this game are reflected around the wall mechanic, and they teach you a lot of things about the properties of that mechanic.
Oh yes, you learn very quickly how to either use it to your advantage or what spells are not actually reflectable, such as Quake and Meteo. Those definitely get a lot of use for those bosses that put up the wall spell. Also, can we get some Fs in chat for our poor twins? They have sacrificed their lives, turned to stone voluntarily in order to save the rest of the party. Sadness.
You want memes?
Yeah, I'm all over memes.
All right, Tella is the one who cast stone on them. Palom and Palom don't know how to cast stone. Tella's like, I gotta get my revenge. These walls are closing in. We're gonna die. These kids, they're the perfect scapegoats.
I'm here for this meme.
It's definitely Tella. 100%.
Yeah, Tella's the true evil one. Tell us whether you agree with us, chat. Listen, one thing about speedrunning RPGs, if you're not aware, you, especially the ones with unskippable cutscenes like Final Fantasy IV, you end up making a lot of memes and silly theories just because you've watched these cutscenes many, many times.
4,578. What a lucky guy.
Right? He could have just one-shot him there.
We're calling me now?
Yeah, that's it. Enjoy it while it lasts.
You love to be it, you love to see it.
So one thing I want to note here, specifically about Penguinator's screen, but it does apply to all of the runners. In Final Fantasy IV, mashing is really important, like with all RPGs. But Final Fantasy IV lets you mash through text with basically any button on the controller. Where this becomes important, and something to note, is during the cutscene that Penguinator is currently in. The X button is also your menu button, but can be used to mash through text. However, if you use it in this cutscene, you greatly risk, in fact, soft locking your game, because you will go into your menu before the game is actually done with everything it's doing, so you kind of get stuck in a state where you cannot move. So mash with X if you want, but learn the places where it can and will softlock you, such as that cutscene.
Let's do some exit and carrot trash can hype.
Penguinator missing the MLG landing, but there's one tile you can land outside of Troya, and we call it MLG if you hit it going full speed, but Penguinator did a nice little circle. The scenic route, if you will.
Yeah, it's a really rude square. You always love to see getting that precise landing, but it's real easy to not.
And you notice Penguinator stepped to the left at a very specific time in that throne room, stepped off the carpet onto those brown tiles. Those brown tiles are the ones that increase the step counter. If you step on the carpet, they do not. So by walking off to the left at that specific time, he's staying on his specific step route. But all right, let's focus our attention on the middle screen here. Team Choco, we got Exodin doing his Mylon and Mylon Z fights. Good luck to him. These fights can go wrong relatively easily. Probably the most devastating mistake to make in the run. Maybe not. I guess obviously dying to the final boss. Pretty much worse.
Oh yeah, dying to the final boss in this game is incredibly punishing. But hopefully not an issue.
No, nobody can ever do that in a marathon, Natara. Don't even wish that on anybody.
Listen, Rivers, just play your game. Shush. So what we saw Penguinator do...
All it is mashing right now.
So Penguinator did something. He used an ether.
Sweaty hands don't help things.
Yeah, sweaty hands never help. So when you're in the MP Underflow state, you actually can only use your magic during a battle. Outside of battle, you actually lose the ability to use your magic. Using an ether will fix it and will give you back your regular MP status. And there's going to be a few spots where our runners will do this. Here, it's much, much faster to use the exit spell to get out than it is to walk out. So, and we have just enough MP on Tella that we actually don't need to MP Underflow him again for a bit. Now, Cave Magnus is an interesting cave. The mechanic here is that you're supposed to not wear anything metal, because if you're metal, you will be paralyzed because of the Dark Elf's evil spell. And you're not going to notice it because you're going to see our runners trying to run away in every battle. But for these encounters, only Sid is not paralyzed. He is the only character they have who is either not paralyzed or dead. So it's really important to keep him alive. So we're going to be watching his HP very carefully and hope for the best. So if there's a couple of encounters which are really scary to get walking through here, and hopefully nobody's going to see those.
Yeah, unfortunately for Exodin, he wasn't able to hit the run buffer on Porum's turn and is having to kill Mylon the normal way. And he can be a bit of a jerk, especially because Porum and Palom currently at this state don't have any defensive equipment, so he's just going to start spamming his Lit 1. And it can do a fairly significant amount of damage, so fighting him the normal way is a little bit slower, but he'll get through.
Absolutely, and it's definitely doable. And I want to note, even though we use the Mimic glitch on both Mylon and Mylon Z, the setup for the Carrot glitch from Mylon is so much trickier. It's a lot more just precise. I wouldn't so much say it's harder, but the timings, there's more steps and the timings are a little trickier.
So this is the one encounter you don't want to see a surprise attack here on Penguinator's screen. If they choose to blast Sid, you are essentially stuck there in that fight forever.
Yeah, until the paralyze wears off, which you hope that happens before you die. And thankfully, he got out just fine.
Sorry to interrupt, but that was definitely a very scary moment.
Yeah. And safe. Into the safe room here. Now we're going to do a quick menu here. We haven't done anything with Sid previously, and we want to get him ready for the next fight. Making sure to equip that iron glove that we took off Kane right at the beginning of the game. Finally going to be putting some use to that. And dying immediately. GG. So because of that paralyze, that effect which is here, we purposely want to put metal onto Sid, so he is also paralyzed. I'm not sure if you can actually win that Dark Elf fight, but it doesn't matter even if you do. The cutscenes all play out.
Oh, it's so good.
Oh, you did it. You did the manip?
He did.
He did. So there is a thing you can do. You need to get a black chocobo there. And you can actually watch the frogs and how they move into Roya, and it will tell you exactly where the chocobos will be in the chocobo forest. It's a lot of work, and Rivers pulled it off, so GG. That's real good.
Yeah, Exodin getting the trash can glitch, the old school way of having Cecil die instead of stopping him, so that's kind of cool.
Glad it worked out.
Stop went off, and but Mylon just killed him right then anyway, so we were good either way. As far as Carrot, like I kind of exclaimed there, like my hands are a little sweaty, and like my strat requires some pretty precise pressing of the start button there, so didn't quite get that, but
it's okay. It happens. Happens to the best in tournament finals.
Anyways, so making through there, going to do that Dark Knight fight. We are fighting Dark Elf here on Penguinator's side, which is a bit of a precise fight. You're noticing Sid, Cecil, and Yang all made sure to get a hit off on Dark Elf, and then Tella purposely cast Virus on Sid to kill him. That is because we needed that a bit of damage at the beginning to get the setup, but we don't want him to get the experience. We want that extra experience. Now, we've got this set up perfectly, so we're going to cast Weak on the dragon form of Dark Elf, which, in the transformation to that dragon form, loses the boss bit and its invulnerability to things such as Weak. So we take advantage of that, casting Weak, and then hitting him with anyone really who actually hits, and ending the fight quite quickly. You'd think Cecil being dead there would be dangerous, but at that point it's actually a perfect time for Cecil to die, because it splits that that experience a little more, or a little less, so that way Kane and Rosa, but Kane specifically, can get a bit more. We want Yang to still be alive in that fight, because in this category, he needs a bit of extra experience, so we can get him to the appropriate level for the Luge fight.
Interestingly enough, you can't cast Exit inside that crystal room, but if you take one step out, you can. the nice little quirk of the game. A lot of the maps you can cast exit, and some maps you just can't.
Yeah. Also, don't walk out without that crystal. You can actually do that. No one here has ever done it in a marathon or a speedrun, but
Penguinator, in tune with the birds, Chocobo runs right at him. Chasing him down.
Hey, so it's going to be Rivers' turn to do the Dark Elf fight shortly. While Penguin takes some extra steps.
Look up, of course, the main villain in the game who doesn't bleed in pants.
Who needs them? Okay, so now that we have gotten the previously stolen Earth Crystal from the Dark Elf, we are going to attempt to trade it in order to save Rosa, who was kidnapped earlier. Except we're being told that we have to do the trade in the Tower of Zot. Now, Tower of Zot is really scary because this is where the back attacks really start ramping up, and we just need to survive. So trying to get through is important. So doing a bit of healing looked like I think he did a save as well. And because as soon as we hop in our airship, we are heading straight to the tower.
Yo, nice one tile.
Yeah.
All right, so on the left for Team Mog, Rivers fighting the Dark Elf here. A little bit of a different formation, you'll see. Cecil, because he equipped the short bow, I believe, Rivers, I believe you didn't do the short bow, I don't actually know that for sure. Cecil does the same damage from the back row that he does from the front row. And this formation will allow for a little less menuing later on.
And to answer the question in chat, asking if there's a glitchless run category of this game, yes, technically there is. It's not really run for the US version. It is a lot more popular for the Super Famicom version of this game. However, it is there, and I believe we even have guides for it if you're interested in running it. Yeah, but as MS Kane brought up, it is the PSP version is the most popular version if you want to run it glitchless, because the glitches aren't there. I think there might be some glitches still in that version, but not the ones we use in the Super Nintendo version.
So Penguinator here is opening up a chest that contains the Fire Sword. The Fire Sword is going to be a weapon for Cecil, and we're also going to duplicate it and make it a weapon for Kane as well. And got a nice little interesting strat here. We got Ice Claw Virus. What would typically I've seen in the past is just an Ice 2, but both are perfectly acceptable. Virus is a nice fast cast. Ice Claw did a significant amount of damage there. So Penguinator is going to underflowAtella's HP once again and use that to heal the party from the rather significant amount of damage that Flame Dog does put out in that fight. The fire attack doing percentage HP damage. Pretty significant amount of it as well, and then he'll go ahead and move his Cecil down a slot, and that'll allow the party to be in the right formation when Kane and Rosa do eventually join.
And yeah, to answer earlier statement, the formation is there because of the short bow back row glitch on Cecil, and by doing that, I think you save one Yang attack that you don't have to actually take. So it's a very, very tiny optimization.
Yeah, and you may also note that Penguinator did not cure up Yang, and that's because we are looking for him to take a little nap in the next fight. He's been working really hard and has a big job to do later, so he needs some rest.
I think we were mentioning other versions of this game that I run. PSP is pretty popular. Recently, I say recently, but in the past year or two, the PC run has also gotten a lot of traction. That's, of course, a port of the 3DS version, which essentially yet another completely different game. PSP's version is a completely different game. GBA is mostly similar to Super Nintendo, but still definitely a different port. So there are so many versions of this game that you can play in speedrun. And they're all different too. So
very different, but all really good in different ways. So yeah, just find the one which really suits you and your needs, whether you like glitchless or like glitches. If you like glitches, the Super Nintendo version is or the Super Famicom version are definitely the ones you're going to want to try.
Wonder Swan or Riot.
Okay, or Wonder Swan. I don't know anything about the Wonder Swan version. I'm sure more folks would run it if it had more availability. So,
the GBA
Penguin
version is actually a port of the Wonder Swan version, but Penguin Maga Sisters.
So yes, we are at the Maga Sisters. These are certainly fun. Yang hitting himself, trying to do us a favor so we can share that XP. So once again, we are going to be using Tella in order to cast Meteor. The middle sister, Cindy, cast Wall on herself really early in this fight. So there's not many spells which can be used to kill these the sisters, but Meteor does go through that wall. So doing some inventory maintenance on inventory management with Cecil, through cast times or any down times, best time to do it because you're not using that for anything else. And through that fight really well.
And we also dupe the fire sword there. What we do, what's called a half dupe, which is essentially as long as you take off an item by selecting a slot in your inventory that's not the first slot, and when you go back to re-equip it, you're going to get 2 of them because reasons.
Yeah, the Flame Dog fight is also another place where you can do that dupe. But as long as you do it no later than the Maga Sisters fight, that's the important thing, because you do want to have that sword duplicated for when you get Kane, which is basically now. And to answer the question, is this any % credit warp? No, this is not. This is any % no 64, so it does not utilize the 64 floor glitch. Other than skipping one dungeon later in the run, we will be doing the entirety of the game. Of the main part of the game. We won't be doing, like, the extra bosses or anything.
Yeah,
That's a different category.
I didn't know that. No, Tella, don't cast that thing you've already cast twice in the run.
But 3rd time's the charm. He's done it twice, he'll definitely be fine this time. And yes, there are optional bosses in this game. The super bosses, well, I guess they're the equivalent of super bosses. They weren't really a thing then. Where you can get much better items, and there is an all bosses category of this game that some folks like to run. Not as popular as the main categories, but in that you fight all the bosses.
So unfortunately, we're going to lose our Meteor machine here in Tella, and he's going to be replaced by Kane and Rosa. And this party, Cecil, Kane, Rosa, and Yang, we're going to be using them for quite a while. Sid, unfortunately, this fight right here is his last hurrah, and then he will never be back in the party after this point, despite being put into the Shadow Party. They might have had plans to use him later on, but they never did. But they got the 4 essentially main characters for the most part. So you start to kind of get a feel for how fights play out in terms of the rest of the run. You got Kane usually jumping in the air, doing some cool stuff. You got Cecil either stabbing some people or tanking some damage with the cover ability. That's one thing we haven't actually mentioned yet is Cecil will auto-cover anybody who is low in critical HP. And we use that mechanic a lot in order to soak up a lot of the damage. You'll notice going into this fight, Penguinator will not heal Sid or Yang, and they will start the fight with critical HP, and that's because Cecil will A, be in the back row to cover them, and B, take significantly less damage because he has slightly better equipment, at least. And that will allow to make this fight a lot more manageable. It's not impossible that we'll have to cure up Cecil at some point, but in general, Cecil does tank a lot of damage with the cover mechanic, which is nice.
Yeah, and you hope that if he does need the heal, it's not until a little later in the fight when Rosa, who has an important job early in the fight, is done and can just sit there and throw Cure 2s on Cecil. Also, we know Tella's really gone because he did the double dragon blink. Characters in this game, you don't know for sure that they're gone unless you see that double dragon blink.
So this fight right here at Valvolus is one of the more optimized fights, I feel. There's definitely we have a specific formation, specific turn order, and the same is true for every fight, but nailing all of the inputs in this fight specifically has a significant benefit over making a mistake. You can lose up to 30 seconds to a minute if you do not do this properly. And there's some odd, kind of hesitating before doing things, as you notice Penguin completes his fire sword dupe there. He'll go ahead and throw that strength gear onto Kane. Notice Kane is level 19. That is because we killed off all those party members, Sid and Yang and Pella, Porum, throughout the entirety of the 4 or 5 bosses before this. All of that was to get Kane level 19, where he gets both an agility attack multiplier and a strength attack multiplier with the headband and karate. And he becomes a very strong lad, but unfortunately for Penguin, Cecil taking the week there. This Cure 2 animation is going to waste a little bit of time, but we'll deal with it.
Yeah, you definitely want to make sure when you see Cecil starting to get low, things get a bit scary, and you want to make sure to cure him, because unless he's in critical HP himself, and maybe even then, he will cover and he can just get killed, and we need him both for the damage and to keep everyone else alive. If Cecil drops, you start seeing the rest of the party drop very quickly.
So I believe this current fight strat was actually developed by Fred Coughlin. He had a fight in one of his runs where he got more turns despite doing things a little bit slower. And we noticed that just happened to be because he delayed on one of the inputs. The turns just so happened to line up in such a way that we ended up being able to do more damage and get more turns in, as opposed to going as fast as possible. So it's actually really interesting how it plays out.
It has a great history of accidentally developing strats.
He's good at it.
So Accident, just finishing up the Baigan fight, managed to get all the party members killed off in the fight that he wanted to. So in a good state in order to go to that Kainazo fight, which is coming up next. Yeah, to know, Fred Coughlin has done a lot of things in the speedrunning community, including, but not limited to, creating a Final Fantasy I randomizer. So... Zelda 1, sorry, I'll mix them all up. He can have Final Fantasy 1 too if he likes. No, I'm sure the programmers of that one wouldn't appreciate that. But yeah, he's done a lot and is a good part of our community, so...
So pretty clean Valvolus right there from Penguin. The general idea behind the strategy is always have Kane landing from his jump as soon as Valvolus goes into tornado form. So she doesn't cast Weaken Ray while she's in tornado form past the first instance of her going into that. And as long as we have Kane landing as soon as she switches forms, then we can generally just limit her to melee attacks and everything's hunky-dory. Let's see this lit 3 damage in the middle. 4396. Winner, chicken dinner.
Wow. Love it. All getting really great luck on that Kainazo fight. You never love to see it when you get 32 on that, and you're just like, I think I have to just do another lit 3.
We got Rivers in the Valvolus fight here as well. One interesting thing about Valvolus and the game in general is that evasion in this game for enemies is completely busted. All enemies generally have 0 evasion, with the exception of Valvolus when she changes forms. For whatever reason, that code works, and when she's in her tornado form, she actually does get an insane amount of evasion. And I believe that's the only time in the game, Accident can probably correct me, that evasion actually works. Enemy evasion, that is.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of things in the game that do not work as intended, and that's in many of the Final Fantasy games. It's not limited to this one by any stretch of the imagination. And thankfully, we know what most of those things are, so we can use those to our advantage, or not, or know how to work around them in the speedrunning. Well, that's gone.
Well,
so
that's
we're just throwing a rock down a well, and it explodes a mountain. Pretty cool. So it turns out it was the key in order to get access to the underground, because even though we've lost the 4 crystals for the above ground, we now have to try and save the underground ones. Val is down for Team Mog, and we get our final set of Fs in chat for our poor twins. Yeah, let's be clear. Valvalis is an incredibly difficult fight to do well. And so far, so good with really cleaning that up.
So the middle part of this game is actually pretty intense. We've got Valvalis, which is a pretty difficult fight. Magasitzer is probably like the last coast fight. You're kind of coasting on through with Tella Medio, but once you lose Tella, everything kind of gets a little harder, a little more execution based. And then we've got Valvalis upcoming. We also have the Calbrenna fight, which can be a real hoot. And then immediately following the Calbrenna fight is the Golbez fight, which in order to do well, we have to do some run buffering as well, and to try and skip as much dialogue as possible. So yeah,
when we're talking about the FF4 JP differences, I mean, they just breeze through the dolls because they have some items that actually multi-target cast, whereas we kind of just have jumps and yang kicks.
Oh yeah, some of those items which have been which were removed for this version, are so good. They're really good. So the strategies just changed drastically between versions.
I'm going to drop in a safety save outside of Dwarf Castle, and we'll immediately go on to this fight. This is the point in the run. If we were doing the credit warp run or no credit warp run, we would go up and down these stairs 64 times in order to underflow our floor value, which would allow us to start going through negative worlds, so on and so forth. But this is the no 64 run, which means we will not be doing that. We will be continuing the game on normally. So we just waltz straight into the throne room and say, hey, give us our crystal. And Yang... and they just do it. I don't know.
That's what you do. But yeah, so as Nirm was mentioning, if you're used to seeing the no credits warp run, enjoy seeing the rest of the last third of the game. It's real weird when you're used to seeing no CW. But Penguinator is going to be the first one to come across one of the rudest bosses in this game. The Calcobrenna dolls are really particular, and the reason is there are 3 orange and 3 blue dolls. And if you don't kill them in precisely the correct way, they will join together to make the big Calcobrenna doll. And that doll is something we are hoping to avoid at all costs. The trigger for making them form the big doll is to have only one doll of one color left, either one blue or one orange. So long as you have one of each color left, they will not form that Calcobrenna doll. So, hopefully we can do that, but as Rivers was mentioning, we have to do a careful dance of sending Kane to jump and do the damage to the higher HP valued blue dolls in the back, while we're going to have Cecil using dancing daggers to attack the ones in the front, and Yang kicking to kind of overall cover some damage. And you're going to see Penguin just did something which might seem a little weird to you, which is having Rosa mute the party minus Kane. The reasoning on that is there is actually a status ailment priority chart in Final Fantasy IV, where if you are afflicted by an ailment which is higher on the chart than another one, you will not be affected by one of the lower ones. So in this case, we are casting Mute, which really only affects Rosa in this case, so we can dodge the Paralyze effect in the Golbez fight coming up next. So it is incredibly, incredibly important to get that off. The Golbez fight can be very punishing, but so long as we can still able to do actions during the beginning of that fight, we can help mitigate some of that. And actually do a nice skip.
Tara slipping on Cecil's cure too, I see.
Listen, he's fine. He doesn't need that.
So the blue dolls in the back have 1,000 hit points. Kane, our good buddy Kane, has the ability to do either like 700 damage or like over 1,000 damage. You see a nice 765 there from Penguinator there on the right. So he's in a little bit of a tricky situation here. He's going to need Yang to come through for him, and he did. Nice, solid 212. So was able to kill the dolls close enough together that did not trigger the giant Calburnadal, and he's through.
Yeah. Now the beginning of this next fight is just as important, because we're going to need Kane to go up in a jump. Too early, and he'll come down and get paralyzed. Too late, and he won't jump at all. So getting that queued up, looks like he got it just right. So we know exactly how long and what sort of things Golbez is going to be talking about here. Doing inventory management while the text boxes are up, staying out so they keep moving otherwise, and we'll keep doing that until we says, and now Cecil. No, that's not the exact line. I should know this because that's real important. So, inventory management, still really important in this category. It's incredibly important in the no credits warp run. But here, we just have so many... It's and you, Cecil. So close. We need to make sure to make room at the top for the items we're going to be picking up. We don't have time to sell or discard items, so we need to just shuffle items out of the way that we're not going to need, filling up our inventory. Once we see that NU Cecil, we know it's time to get Cecil attack. Kane comes down. Battle over. Who's Rydia? We've never seen her. Really, really good fight.
So once again, Kane there can do anywhere from, this time it's like 1,500 to 2,400. I believe I might actually be higher than that. Because Golbez, for whatever reason, is weak to fire. And so we're able to skip all the dialogue with Rydia healing the party and coming back and all that stuff. So she's just kind of there after the fight. Didn't need her, but that's fine. So focusing our attention on the left, Team Mog, Rivers, also getting through his doll fight. A little bit of damage trolling from Kane by the looks of it. But
Kane, please.
Our final jump from Kane there. Kane coming down, landing on the doll. Yang punching the front one. We are golden.
Ah, you love to see it. It is every Final Fantasy IV speedrunner's worst nightmare, or actually just my worst nightmare, to see that big doll come up. It's a really hard fight to get down and to learn all the particulars, because you very frequently have to route on the fly. Just kind of like, okay, I hit this one. Do I wait? Do I hit? You go ahead and hit. Oh, also, did you know after that fight you can cast the warp spell with Rydia and go back into that room and get the dark crystal? By doing that, the game actually thinks it associates that room with the sealed cave, which is why the crystal is still there. So you hop in, get the darkness crystal, and it allows you to skip everything but the entrance of the sealed cave, which is delightful.
Also, one thing of note, the Dwarf Castle is probably notoriously the most difficult place to step route in. You'll notice Penguinators walking behind pillars in very specific ways. As mentioned before, all of the singular brown tiles that Penguinator is walking on do increase the step counter, whereas anything walking behind these walls or things like that do not increase the step counter. So you have to know and walk in a very specific way in order to optimize what extra steps you're taking in this dungeon. We're also going to pick up, we picked up the strength ring. We're going to pick up some rune rings. We also picked up the dwarf axe, which is very important, and the elixir. Elixir is going to be for safety in the final fight. But the most important thing picked up there is the dwarf axe. The dwarf axe is a weapon for Cecil and Kane, but Cecil is the important one. It will actually lower agility when equipped. And the way agility works in this game is everything, your other party members that aren't Cecil and enemies, all of that is based off of the base of Cecil's agility. So if Cecil has lower agility and other party members also have higher agility, they're going to get turns more often. That includes enemies as well. And so if the party members have a high enough relative agility to Cecil, they are able to get their turns faster. Will actually allow us to dodge back attacks because our agility is so fast that we have the ability to run from encounters before they actually get any turns off. It's a little complex, but just know that Cecil's agility determines everything in this game, and it's a hoot.
Yeah, it really does. You don't realize how much you have to plan and work around Cecil until you're suddenly doing it, and you're just like, wow. Cecil, they did not ever expect you to not have Cecil in the party. So they just worked everything around him. So that was definitely a challenge which had to be tackled for the randomizer.
Yep. Got some simultaneous crystal grabs. River's picking up his darkness crystal and Exodus picking up his earth crystal. Going to go ahead and get on out of Cave Magnus, having defeated the Dark Elf. And will move his way on to the Tower of Zot. River's also picking up Dwarf Axe, also picking up Strength Ring, also going to pick up this Elixir.
Wow, encounter as soon as you get into the tower. That's just rude. And
I'd go up expected there.
And as asked by T. Murdoch, accident of creating all 256 seed step route fame? Yes, that is the accident who is currently running for Team Choco. He has done so much work for the community, and most, if not all, of the speedrunning guides are hosted on his website. So we'll link that again in chat in case you are interested in learning to speedrun this game.
Got a bit of an important pickup here. We're going to eventually dip down and pick up this cat claw in this chest, and the cat claw is a claw for Yang that will boost his damage significantly, but more importantly, Edge later on can also equip cat claws, and that will allow us to boost Edge's agility higher than it would be normally. So cat claws are the secret to being able to run away from just about everything. And so we're going to, at some point, duplicate those cat claws, give Edge 2 of them, and he's going to run away from everything like the hero that he is.
Was the cat claw always a big part of No 64? Because you've been in this longer than I have, Nirm. When did that start being a real thing for everybody?
Boy. It's been a thing for a long time, but not for the agility reason. We were picking it up just for damage on Luge, but I don't think there was a full understanding of how much agility affected the ability to run away and so on and so forth until later on. It might have been a thing right when I started in 2014, so it's been a long time. You'd have to ask the true old boys on that one.
Was that a twitch.tv/Elmagus find?
Might have been Deucler, actually.
Looks like both
we
Kobahi...
get into the old days.
Yeah, I was going to say both Kobahi and the Roth, both prominent Final Fantasy IV speedrunners, seem to confirm it was around 2014.
Alright, so we are coming up to the fight with Dr. Luge, and he is weak to electricity, and we have a Thunderclaw and a Catclaw, and a Yang who knows how to use them. So our primary damage dealer in this upcoming fight is going to be Mr. Yang. Contrary to his performance throughout the previous part of the run, he suddenly, with the addition of the Strength Ring as well as the Thunderclaw, he gets elemental advantage and a couple more multipliers because Yang's attack damage formula is actually slightly different than other characters. He suddenly starts putting out an insane amount of damage, especially when enemies have elemental weaknesses. But unfortunately, this is also Yang's final hurrah.
I would say fortunately. I'm glad that he's gone when he leaves.
Hey, come on. He's trying his best.
He's working so hard.
I think his cosplay version, Edge, is better, though.
That's referencing the No CW run. Check that out somewhere if you want to get that reference. Anyways, we have our Dr. Luge comes in 2 fights. First off, we're going to be trying to balance the damage between Dr. Luge and Balnab. If you kill either one of them before the other, the one who is left will power up and start doing nasty things, or just flat out explode, doing a lot of damage. So similarly to the dolls, we want to kill them around the same time.
It's interesting that the same mechanic happens 2 fights in a row. It's like the developers found some shiny new toy and like, oh, that's a great idea. Let's start putting it in fights.
Yeah, that's
like,
so much fun.
Wait, maybe we shouldn't put it in every fight.
Ooh, took out Rydia in that one shot. Yeah, fights can be a little dangerous at this point, because as you can see, HP values aren't that high, and so Rydia just got straight out one shot. We have accident onto the Magus Sisters fight.
It's a little unfortunate that Rydia got bopped there. Her Titan summon does a pretty significant amount of damage to both targets, so definitely on the unlucky side there. But tell you what, Luge and Balnab are hanging in there, man.
What go-getters. Yeah, Rosa's not so important for this fight. Ooh, yeah, this is not going so well.
They can't have more than like 100 HP each.
Yeah. Yang is a big proponent here in this fight as well, though. His claws help him do a lot of damage to both Luge and Balnab. Oh, that Titan was perfect. So, but we're going into the second half of the Luge fight. It is not just one fight. Now we're going into Luge proper.
This is actually a fight that's seen a lot of optimization recently. Can definitely kill him much faster than we previously thought possible, especially once we started doing the experience routing for Yang. I say we, I've never actually done this, so I'm a dirty liar. But between Yang's 1000 damage a punch, Kane's jumps, and Rydia's Titans, a lot of damage gets put out. And Luge has 2 attacks. He's got a beam, which is, I believe, HP based. Or no. The beam is character HP based? Or maybe it's just straight damage? I don't remember, to be honest with you. And then his second ability is based on Luge's HP. So you see that 885 is based on Luge's remaining HP. And so he does a ton of damage while he's got a lot of health. But the quicker you put damage into him, the less damage he's able to put out himself. So you want to do a lot of damage very quickly.
Yep. That is Dr. Luge down for Team Tonberry. But Rivers is not far behind with Team Mog. He's on the first half of Luge. And Golbez and Portella are just going down on Accident's side.
Oh. Penguinator gonna save the people from the blooping?
He's my hero.
What a lad.
See, you don't actually have to do that. There are plenty of runners who will walk all the way to the next fight with the poison status on, where you get a bit of the disco, as you saw a little bit when he first stepped, with the screen just going blurry constantly and the awful noise. So, Penguinator and, by proxy, Team Tonberry is the team of the people and has saved us from that.
Oh, I won't do that. Don't worry.
Where's McCown here to hate us? We got you, fam.
The fabled 6 tofu attack.
Ugh.
I'm sorry, did you guys say something about Dr. Luge having a laser attack? I must have missed that one.
Get out of here. Play your game. Excellent. That is Dr. Luge down. That is the time difference between Team Mog and Team Tonberry has gotten shorter. Team Chocobo is working really hard. They can make up some time as well, though, so let's not count them out.
Oh, stream has Rivers audio. You know what that means. I like
we?
how you left for one. just to spite the people.
No, it's because he's going to leave soon. He's not going to be in the party anymore. Then it'll be normal again.
Wow.
So that's what we call in the business an optimization, friends.
I feel like there's gotta be some sort of lag from walking like this. I feel like there's frames being lost or something.
There isn't.
I know. Accident, why do you gotta do this? Get out of here. Go back to your game. We have a lot of fun in the Final Fantasy IV community, as you can probably tell. So, Penguinator has defeated the ever-fearsome Dark Imps, who are not at all challenging. But they are doing some really nasty things in this tower. So Yang, being awesome, is trying to save us, and is going to stay behind as the tower explodes. Okay, Accident gonna do his Val fight. See how this goes. I know personally I really hate fighting Val. It's, again, to have this fight be super optimized is precise.
I think it's a lot of fun just because knowing how poorly it can go and then having it go well is
when it goes
wonderful
right.
feeling.
Oh yeah, it feels so good.
I regret to inform everybody the Poison Walk is now dead.
Ugh.
You have Venom.
Rivers, how could
Come
you
on.
do this to us? Yeah. Do it for the fans.
I like how somber and touching that moment is, but then you get an encounter, and then it's right back to normal music.
Yeah. Gotta say, walking out of places after defeating the bosses is one of my least favorite parts of speedrunning this game. You're just like, okay, I'm ready for the next part, but you've got to walk through like 5 floors.
Egg!
I
Egg!
think the worst part is they give you an exit spell and like, haha, you can use this to escape dungeons really easily. Yeah, but you can't use it here, and you can't use it here, and you can't use it here, and you can't use it here.
Yeah, and most of the places you can't use it, there's a logical reason. Here in this tower, there is a cutscene right at the bottom as you're leaving, so they can't risk you exiting and skipping the cutscene. So usually in the places where you can't use exit, it's like that. I think there might be 1 or 2 places where it's just like, nah. But here, it's so you don't miss a mandatory coded cutscene.
They might all be for that reason. I'm not entirely sure.
I think all of them. If there's one that's not, it might be like 1. Like even in the Cave Magnus, you just have to step out of the crystal room. I think they're trying to help so you don't walk out without the crystal, and so you can exit once you leave.
Sid's back.
Yay, Sid!
Accident on Team Mog through the Valvolus fight. About to enter the other world.
I think the worst part of this run so far has been like the 2.5 minutes I've lost to back attacks.
Yeah, back attacks can be incredibly rude here. We do not have a practical to use in real time back attack manipulation in this game. I believe it exists, but it's not practical.
Practical? No. Possible? Still really no.
Yeah. If you are exactly frame perfect all of the time, you can do it. But I don't know anyone who can yet.
Rock tries.
Yeah,
It's not that hard. It's not that hard before Hobbs because the value doesn't shift at all. After that little bomb blow up cutscene for the fire taking out the ice there, then it starts to shift a little bit, then it's a little bit more random. But like if you watch Roth's runs, you'll see up till that point, I think he gets no back attacks, no GP drops. It's all normal attacks. Like it's all very optimized up to there. But then after that, it falls apart.
Yeah.
And the manipulation for that is actually super interesting. It matters on like what character is out, what direction you're facing. Obviously, the frame counters factored in. There's all kinds of things that are factored in, and it's just absolutely crazy.
And yes, F's in chat for Sid, who just blew himself up. Why would you do that? As chat has pointed out, you could have just thrown the bomb, Sid. But Sid doing good work. I'm sure there was a reason for it, and we miss you already. And your magnificent beard.
Don't worry, I'm sure he will never come back again in any cutscenes.
Nope. He's gone forever.
So Penguinator doing enough of a dance here that Rivers has a legitimate shot of catching up, and they are pretty much simultaneous now.
Oh, that is nice. I didn't realize you could talk to either of those two.
Yeah, they have the exact same steps too. It makes no difference at all. But if you want to start having memes over left engineer versus right engineer, by all means.
I was just gonna mention, because of the step routing, there are a couple of spots where there are different options which take the exact same amount of steps, and there's huge, very, very raucous debates in the community, usually started by me because I'm a problem starter, as to which are the correct ways. So now we just found a new one to fight about. Which Sid is best Sid? No, we can't have that fight, chat. All Sids are good Sids. All Sids are valid. But who's your favorite Sid, chat, to co-opt the question from Twiggy Roots?
5 Sid's pretty good.
5 Sid is pretty. I don't know. I'm partial to 7 Sid, even though he's a jerk. It feels like me if I was in a video game.
So we are flying our hovercraft to the Cave of Eblin. This is essentially the last point in the run where we can get surprise attacked and not be able to run away from it. I'm sorry, Penguin, I cursed you. And yeah, so we're gonna make a little pit stop in the Eblin Cave here. We're gonna buy some weaponry, specifically some ice weaponry. We got a nice little ice sword, the ice brand. We got the blizzard spear. Because we're going to be fighting some angry guy named Ruby, who is obviously one of the fire guys. Very fiery guy, that Ruby.
Mm-hmm.
And interestingly enough, those tiles in Eblin, despite being bluish, the whole cave is bluish. I believe that's just like a palette thing. They still count towards encounter steps. So River's taking some extra steps there.
And
otherwise, yeah. Go ahead.
I was going to say, for right now, Rivers is currently in the lead. Again, there is still so much RNG in this run, from step routes alone, let alone the actual fight. So, who's in the lead can change very rapidly, but...
And also, I'll be resetting at the moon, so that could change things too.
See? Even more changes.
Yo, the reset at the moon minute? I haven't seen that one in a while.
Yeah, Accident made up a new chart and everything. It's really nice.
Wow.
Wow.
You're using the poor guy's strats against him.
That's okay. Accident has some special strats in his back pocket.
If I was Accident, I would have took down the website right before the run.
I definitely joked about that.
Thankfully, Accident is much nicer than most of the rest of us.
Speaking of Accident, he is in the Calbrana fight, so no time to really respond to our jibes as he is focusing very hard. Once again, in the Calbrana fight, you want to make sure that 2 types of dolls are alive at the same point. Otherwise, they turn into a big, angry doll.
Was it Flame? I will show you how.
Oh, and we get it again. 1 second. That's the great thing about having the runners so close.
So far, so good for Exodus. Kane did over 1,000 damage on that first jump. Cecil's been doing work, taking out the dolls. We got our mute going in order to prevent the paralyze. Kane did enough damage to the top one that kick will kill it. And so Cecil has that nice luxury of doing a little bit of extra damage. So Kane's jump is guaranteed to kill the blue doll, and then we'll hopefully be home free.
Yeah, it's one of those things you really got to look out for, Do you want to throw that extra dagger with Cecil on the blue doll, or can you go straight for the orange doll? And you just need to get that wrong once, and you're just like, uh-oh. You very quickly learn the backup strat for the dolls fight. Thankfully, not one of our runners needed it because they are all excellent.
So we'll see Rivers equipping the cat claws onto Edge and also taking the dwarf axe off of Cecil, and that's specifically to give Cecil a specific agility value, I believe, in order to run away from specific encounters in this. If it's a surprise attack, I believe it's the 2 panthers. I don't remember if they're panthers. They're some kind of cats.
So actually, the reason I'm doing that is because at King Queen Evelyn, that will save 10 seconds because dwarf axe makes them slower too.
I see. There you go.
And there are certain seeds where you'll get enough of the 2 encounters that Exodus routing will tell you, hey, leave that on, take it off when you get to King Queen Evelyn. But this one was not one of them, so just get to take it off right in that menu, nice and convenient. Move on with our lives.
And let's see if we get our final Rydia skip here in the Golbez fight. Oh, what a nice HP value from damage value from Kane. Cecil not quite doing as much, but enough to end the fight, and not seeing Rydia. She sent her dragon and waited for us to finish, because she knew we didn't need it. She'll help us later. And now that we've got Edge, back attacks become way less scary. We gave him some cat claws. Should have set up a dupe with Yang earlier in order to duplicate those cat claws and put them both, or put at least one onto Edge, making him fast enough that even running away from back attacks is very possible and quite easy, in fact. So it's really interesting how the differences in some of the strategies for this category. We tend to focus them around specific characters, and all the strategies work around them. One of the earlier strats used Edge, and even that split between 2, being the being the Excalibur sword route, or the Drain spear route. Both of those had to do with getting those items, duplicating them, and throwing them with Edge for a lot of damage. But all of our runners are actually going to be utilizing what's called the Rosa % route, where we're actually going to be focusing our levels and our time onto Rosa. So she might be dead there now, but she's going to be getting a lot of levels later in order to get some very important spells, so she can be the real big damage dealer during the final battle and some of the battles leading up to that.
So historically, there's actually been a lot of routing done in this game in terms of who is the most viable in endgame. At the very, very beginning, it was actually Rosa Rydia. Like, you do a huge grind fight in order to level both of them up, so you would start reflecting spells at the end of the game. And then right about the time I started, was when Edge route became popular in 2014, and then there were a lot of variations on the Edge route between Excalibur, Drain Spear, grabbing the Avenger as well, and then there was another one where you don't grab anything at all. You give Edge some claws and he punches the 4 fiends. They all die. That one was popular right before Rivers came up with the Rosa route. I believe No Cash is the only one who ever did that route. And then Rivers came along, and with the advent of run buffering, we were able to actually come up with a way to fight Zero Miss and not get horribly murdered. Most of the time.
Most of the time.
Yeah, there was a Japanese. It's weird because Japanese runners don't really use glitches, but there was a Japanese glitched run in 2009 that actually had a variation of Rosa Percent. Obviously, a little bit different because in the JP version you have to level up to 55 instead of 48, so a lot safer in theory that way. And I actually just saw that maybe like 2 months ago, and was like, wow, I came up with this on my own, and this has been happening overseas for 10 years.
Yeah, we tend to learn a lot from each other, the North American and the Japanese speedrunning communities, because we'll come up with different strats on our own, and then eventually someone from the other community will see it and go, I wonder if we can use that, either the glitches or the strategies without the glitches. So it's... I can't remember what it was, but I know there's something that the Japanese community took from us somewhat recently that we've been doing for ages, and they're like, oh yeah, we could do that, and I don't know which glitch or which strat it was.
I couldn't tell you.
No idea.
The strat acquisitions have been pretty one-sided.
That would be the saving 12 seconds at Zeramus.
Ah, yes, we'll definitely talk about that when we get there. That's a fun strat. No glitches at all, so that's why they were able to use it. Yeah, a lot of the Japanese speedruns are RTA, which is real-time attack, meaning they don't do any resets. They just go straight through. So if anything requires resets, you're not allowed to do it, and often they're also glitchless as well.
All right, so we've got the Ruby fight. Typically, the way the Ruby mechanic works is when he has his cape up, he absorbs all magic. He's still weak to physical attacks, and so you want to time all of your magic attacks at both Ice 2 with Radia and Flood with Edge in order to hit while the cape is open. When the cape is open, he'll also cast Glare, which is essentially a guaranteed one-shot on any of the characters that are here. But because Cecil and Kane have ice weapons, they do a lot of damage. And yeah, it's not too shabby. As long as things are rolling along, and you have your experience correct, which is very important in this fight.
Nice fight.
Very good fight.
This is one of those fights where you want Cecil to have a specific level in order so he's fast enough to slow Ruby down, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
That fight is... It really depends on who he glares, how bad that fight can go. If he glares Kane, it take a turn for losing you 20 seconds, there's really nothing you can do about it, which is not not ideal, obviously. Cecil or Rosa are probably the best targets, and in this case, got the Cecil, and pretty well executed.
Well, you jinxed your boy Penguinator as his Kane got glared, and unfortunately a little mistiming on some spells here, but should be alright. Ruby is surprisingly, like, if he's fast, he's a problem, but he can only really kill one person at a time, and he does counter melee attacks, and only melee attacks with a party-wide fire too. But other than that, he's not all that dangerous.
Little known Ruby script, if you cast fire on him, he actually will life your entire party up.
I love how one of the runners commentator cursed one of the other runners. That's like team sabotage here.
Listen, I'm overflowing with Team Mog spirit, okay? So don't be a hater.
It's no hate here. Okay, so it's time for Team Choco Accident to fight Luge. See how this fight goes for him.
Can I curse Rivers back?
Yeah, sure.
Please do.
Go for it.
Okay, what are you cursing him with?
Strike first, grind fight.
Oh.
Hey, anything you guys can do to help Choco get back in this is fine with me.
Yeah. So we're taking this rudeness on Team Choco's behalf. Thank you for that, Penguin.
I actually did get a strike first grind fight the other day. It's not that bad.
We'll see if you think the same if you get it here. We'll talk more about the grind fight when we get there, but needless to say, the type of fight you get for the grind fight changes the strategy a bit and the arrangement, so strike first is not ideal.
Alright, so we've got Exodin on the Dr. Luge fight. Pretty much the most interesting thing happening here as Penguinator and Rivers are both heading into the longest set of cutscenes in the run, really. I got double airship cutscenes due to the fact that we're going to skip a dungeon here. And so we'll focus on Exodin's fight here with Dr. Luge. Balnab is in the front row and he's weak to lightning, so Yang punches for a bajillion million damage. And we actually have a mute cast that does nothing there. That's in order to ensure that the turn order stays correct, I believe. And Riddy actually coming through with a lot of damage on that Titan. That might cause things to go a little awry. Hopefully not. There we go. Yang coming through in the clutch.
Again, had we not gotten enough damage on Luge there, he would have gone into a special form and started doing more damage. I think he explodes, or no, I think it's Balnab that explodes. Either way, not ideal. So killing him there before he initiated that script is fabulous.
Oh, Penguin having to stare down with a dwarf in his way. Good patience there to not like walk up and get stuck. So interestingly enough, Dr. Luge's poison ability will poison through no matter what status priority is there. It will just always poison. That's just how it goes. And Yang will continue to punch. Gang will continue to jump. Riddy will continue to tighten. And really it's just a damage race at this point. And some frame issues, but I'm pretty sure Exodin has got this down. So you notice on River's team, Team Mog here on the left, he's walking into the sealed cave, and normally you'd use the Luca key to open the door, walk through all the sealed cave, go down all the ropes and stuff, fight all the really annoying trapdoors. But we're not going to do that here, because after we defeated Calbrena and Golbez, we warped back and acquired the Dark Crystal, and in order to trigger this event at the end of the sealed cave, all you truly need is the Dark Crystal. And so once we have the ability to fly over the lava, thanks to Sid's modifications of the airship, we just head to the sealed cave, we walk to the entrance, the exit event occurs, and we're back. That's it. Sealed cave done.
Yeah, that's one of the oldest and known glitches in this game, actually. I think that one was done even in the very first kind of like 2005 speedruns I found on Archive or whatever. Like even there, that one's apparent.
I used to do that one in the 90s when I was playing this game vanilla when it first came out. It's the only one I knew about. So Accident did get through that Luge fight just fine. So we'll see in a moment once the splits finish updating as to whether he managed to make up some time.
This part of the run is definitely the most downtime you have throughout the run. Unfortunately, it's like that perfect amount of downtime where you can't really do anything if you really want to.
Yeah.
Maybe you can like go grab a drink if you got a fridge nearby, but other than that.
Yeah, one thing I love about it, because we skip the sealed cave in the way we do, it's like we upgrade our airship, we go to the sealed cave, we go back to the thing, we upgrade our our airship. It feels like we just upgraded it and we're upgrading it again, but it's because we skipped an entire dungeon. Accident now fighting those dark imps, which are not a challenge whatsoever. It's supposed to be an easy fight here. Just need to get through it. It's basically just a plot fight. So once again, Sid has been sent back to bed for overwork. So he has been told he's got to rest. And did you know Cecil has exit? Because we make use of that.
I'm just glad he's not muted.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be not so great. Okay, so with our newly equipped drill, we are going to break back out and go to the surface.
Pierce the sky.
Mm-hmm.
And wouldn't you know it, as soon as we get into the town of Mysidia, it's another cutscene.
Woo!
Also,
it's the perfect amount of time to not be able to go to the bathroom if you really need to.
if you have any problems with epilepsy, now is the time to look away while this cutscene plays. After this legend plays, there is a significant amount of flashing lights.
We will let you know both audio and in chat when it's done.
I think, unfortunately, Penguin and Rivers are probably going to hit it just about simultaneously.
Yeah. Egg. Chat asking who's ahead. Currently, Team Mog is in the lead by a small margin.
So Excellent on his way down the tower, actually getting a 6 tofu back attack, but thanks to the dwarf axe, he was able to run away.
Oh, and a strike first egg. I always love it when you get an egg surprise attack or an egg back attack. It's like, how do you get surprised by an egg? Because the egg won't attack until it hatches, and it doesn't hatch until you attack it. So if you do nothing, that egg will never attack you.
So you can't say you're walking through a tower, you see a giant egg. It wouldn't surprise you?
Okay, I'll grant you that. But you're just like, wow. But how does it back attack you? You're walking, and then you turn around, and there's an egg just watching you.
That one, I don't have any for.
Yeah. Okay, so flashing in one is done, but we have the Penguinator coming right behind, so we're not going to say it's safe to look yet. You're not missing anything. Wow, that's a rude attack right there.
Not fast enough to get away from the Raven.
No, just wanted to walk to your newly risen whale, and random encounter gets in the way. Rude. Okay, so to the moon we go. So now we get to do the lovely long walk through the moon in order to recruit a character, and then we're going to walk right back.
So Rivers actually took a reset there and saved and reset in order to hopefully manipulate the grind fight that we need later on. He's going to learn what seed he's on as he walks through the moon here. And then with that knowledge, he will use Exodin's carefully crafted notes and will be able to get himself a grind fight.
Yeah, and that grind fight is one of the really most important things in this category versus other categories, which we don't really grind at all. But this one has a very specific fight we're going to be looking for and manipulating, or we'll know where it is because our runners will be on step route. So whether they're on step route or not, though, all of our runners will have methods in order to find this fight. And then we'll, again, talk a bit more about the specifics of it once we get to it. But
also, flashing lights are done.
Yes. Flashing warning is done. I did let chat know.
So before the advent of cat claws and picking them up and duping them and giving Edge a bunch of agility, this walk on the moon was absolutely brutal. Getting to the moon was often, because there's such a level discrepancy in the party between enemies and your current party level, there was often a lot of back attacks, and things on the moon hit like trucks. So oftentimes, like if you see a red worm, they would just one-shot people in your party. If you get 2 red worms, you get a pretty high chance of dying, so on and so forth. But thankfully, with cat claws, as we see 2 red worms right there, it's not a big deal at all. There it is, the back attack. We called it.
Of course, you did. That was not very nice of you. Speaking of which, welcome to everyone who is just joining us. We are currently running the Final Fantasy Relay, where we are going through all of the main games, excluding the MMOs, and some of the extra games, which are not the main numbered games, that are not always seen. You can find our schedule by typing !schedule into the chat. The games are not in series order, and that is because when you're trying to coordinate something with 50-ish runners, it's just easier to schedule by runner and not by game. So we are currently, this is the first day of the event. This is the 3rd game so far, and currently we have Team Mog in the lead, which is on the left. Team Tonberry is not very far behind on the right, and definitely catching up, and will have lots of chances to prove themselves in the future games, if not this one. We have Team Chocobo.
And for those who are maybe confused as to how this is operating, it is a relay race of predetermined teams. So all the runners submitted to the marathon, and the creators of the relay chose teams based on the runner's capabilities and so on and so forth. So once one runner finishes, the next runner of the next game goes, and it's whichever team finishes first is victorious.
So pick your favorite team and get cheering.
So River's making a pit stop on the moon here. This is the Hummingway Cave. There are a number of Hummingways in this cave, one of which is specifically a shop that sells very good stuff, including elixirs. And so he grabbed a significant amount of elixirs, so he will use those throughout the remainder of the run to heal his characters. And is also going to take some extra steps here in order to ensure that he gets the grind fight as efficiently as possible. And you might think, well, walking back and forth, that's not efficient at all. But trust me, it just is.
It really is, because again, to explain it, because you can't get any encounters in this cave, but it is a location where the encounter table continues moving for every step. For any time you're supposed to have an encounter where the encounter table goes, oh hey, you get an encounter now, but there's no encounters in that room, so it just goes, okay, cool, and keeps moving. So we can skip some really nasty encounters from that. So also, whenever we're taking steps, it's always faster than not taking steps.
Thanks to that elaborate dance Rivers just put on, Team Tonberry is now in the lead.
Another lead change. This is exciting.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that at all. Unfortunately, that was a lot of extra steps, and I'm actually not even sure if I got the grind fight right, but there is a backup on this one, so I'll keep it.
Either way, we are summoning the Giant of Babel, and this is where our grind fight is going to occur, and where our Four Fiends, the Elements fight, is located, which we will be doing after the grind fight. So we get to watch this lovely cutscene. Then we are going to be making our way to the save point within the Giant. At that point, each of our runners will be doing a menu in order to arrange themselves for the upcoming grind fight. But for now, enjoy the near sync of the explosions around the Giant.
So the upcoming grind fight is definitely, I would say, the most execution heavy point of the entire run. There's a lot of things you need to know, a lot of nuances you need to do in order to react to what kind of fight you get. The entirety of like party members' agility and like things like formation, everything matters in order to do this fight as efficiently as possible. If this fight goes awry or you make a mistake, you're down anywhere from, if you have to like reset the fight, you're down like 10 minutes. If you make a mistake or your turn order is just not correct, then you can lose minutes just to extra spell animations or having to take a safety heal, things like that. So the completely optimized fight will see absolutely no attacks outside of the first one from the dragon, and then it'll just be constant party member actions: weak, attack, life, hit, repeat, and hopefully that's what we want to see. We're going to repeat this process. If it goes properly, we'll repeat it 6 times in order to confirm 18, or some runners might be doing more than 18 because this is a marathon in order to get a couple more levels just to be safe. 18 kills, and then that will allow us to get a ton of experience and be able to finish the rest of the game. It's possible, based on step route, that the runners will actually encounter the fight they need before they reach the save point. So the encounter that they need only appears on 2 screens within the Giant of Babel. It is, I believe, I don't remember exactly what they're called. I believe it's the stomach and like the neck. But I don't really know if that's 100% correct. But the enemy they're looking for is a Searcher and 2 Beamers. There are various Searchers encounters throughout the Giant itself. They will spawn. Searchers are an enemy where if they are hit and there are no other enemies present, they will actually spawn a new enemy. Much like the Summoners, there's one right there on Penguinator's screen, the Searcher Machines. And each Searcher will summon a different monster based on the formation. There's actually 2 equal formation fights with Searcher and 2 Beamers. One Searcher will summon a Horseman, and the Searcher we want will summon a D Machine. So if there wasn't a manipulation going on, then it would just be a guessing game as to whether or not the encounter that we're getting is the actual correct encounter. But because the runners have attempted to manipulate their encounters, we should be good to go on actually getting the correct fight.
Yeah, it's always a bit sad when you're not on a step route, so you're actually searching for the fight, and your guide, because again we have guides for finding it, which it says, it'll be the 3rd fight in this room, and you get what looks like the fight and you're like, nope, trust the guide, run away, because if you try and see whether it's the correct fight and it's not, you can just end up losing so much time. So
we see both runners going into the menu here. We are going to do a lot of equipping because Fusoya came with a lot of good stuff, and we're also going to underflow Fusoya's MP pool. Fusoya is a character much like Tella who has access to many spells in the game, and but he also has a very low MP pool. So in order to cast weak as much as we need him to cast weak in the grind fight, we actually have to underflow his MP, and Penguinator jinxed himself. Strike first grind fight.
Penguin, this is why you don't do this to people.
So every type of fight will have a specific setup in order to attempt to get the ATB in a proper order. So that's why you saw Fusoya casting Lit 3 on that 1 Beamer. And now he's going to cast Quake, which will kill the Beamer and hit the Searcher, so that will spawn a D Machine. And hopefully Penguinator will be off to the races after that point. So we'll see how this goes.
And River's got a back attack grind fight.
Alright, so here's the D Machine. This is the enemy we're going to be killing for all the experience that we need. The strat behind killing this guy is we're going to cast Weak, have a character melee attack it because Weak reduces the enemy down to single-digit HP. And then there is a glitch in this game we call it the life glitch, where if you cast life on an enemy with 0 vitality, which every enemy in this game has 0 vitality, then it will revive that enemy with 0 HP, which is essentially another kill. So every life cast you see here is actually another kill of the D Machine. So we are getting, if properly done, we'll get 2 free kills per spawning of D Machine, and it'll be nice and quick. And it's looking like Penguin's got his setup pretty good here. Oftentimes, what things that can go wrong here are the D Machine will cast Flame once before the Weak goes off, and so you'll have to sit there and not only sit through the flame animations, but at some point you'll have to heal because the flames do a lot of damage. And yeah, we seem like we're in okay shape.
It has to be the... No, you go ahead.
I say it looks like Rivers is also faring just about the same. No issues with the back attack. And yeah, we seem like we're in good shape in both accounts here.
Yeah, I believe D-Machines are the choice enemy, both because the ability to use weak on them, and they give the most experience. Is that correct, Nair?
That is correct. They give the most experience out of all of the Searcher summonable enemies. I know that in the Japanese version, they actually take a different Searcher encounter that summons the Mac Giant, because the Mac Giant will only melee attack. And we can use, I believe they use the Moonveil item so that Cecil can cover everybody and not take too much damage. And they will just grind Mac Giants like that. Very similar to this, but D-Machine, for our purposes, way more XP.
Yeah, that's such a good strat. The Moonveil item, which is not available in this version.
Ooh, something went wrong for Penguin there, and he actually took a melee attack from the D-Machine.
Yeah. Now again, as long as you don't hit the... Yeah, I was just going to say, as long as you don't hit the Searcher again, you do have time to recover, but it is a time loss. Yeah, sometimes, and this is a problem I certainly have, and I'm not sure if it's happened here, Rydia likes to skip the queue.
So Penguin actually opting not to resurrect Edge here. He must feel like he's close enough to getting the number that he needs that he'll just keep Edge dead, because we're going to have to kill Edge at the end anyway. And kind of play it out as Accident in the middle, taking down Ruby. Cecil's hugging the ground there, but all in all, Ruby's dead.
Yeah, maintaining that turn order takes a lot of work to set up. So once you've got it, you don't want to risk losing it if you don't have to. So,
for the Ruby fight there, I missed one of the critical run buffers at the start, so the turn order got a little messed up.
But you did it.
So you'll notice Rivers killing off his entire party, party-wide virus, and then he's going to resurrect Rosa, who we want to give all the XP to, and then Fusoya will take himself out. And then having cast Weak on the Searcher, I hope, I'm not sure I actually saw that or not. The Searcher will die, and Rosa will get a whopping 771,000 experience. And we have Penguinator finishing up the grind fight here as well on the right, going to cast Weak on the Searcher, so Rosa has the ability to kill it. He'll start working on killing off his other party members that he does not want the XP on. And he will be through his fight as well without too much... being able to recover a little bit, but no worse for the wear.
Yeah, and they might have to sit through all of these levels, but if they were going to have to get these levels anyways, might as well sit through all of them once and get Rosa to that applicable level.
One thing of note, leveling just Rosa will obviously give Rosa a ton of experience, but it'll also give Kane the same amount of experience. So when Kane rejoins the party momentarily, he will be about the same level Rosa is, if not higher. And here we are. Rivers is on to the Four Fiends fights. This is probably one of the more common places the average player struggles. Definitely a huge difficulty spike in terms of what the game likes to throw at you. You must fight all Four Fiends at once. They transition between Mylon, then Ruby, and then Valvalis Kanazo. No, Kanazo, then Valvalis. And the idea here being something we haven't actually covered yet is if you kill an enemy or hit an enemy with a spell that is reflected off of a wall, it will not activate their battle script for reacting to attacks. And so the way the elements fight is coded is that after you've done a specific amount of damage, the enemy will shift, from Mylon to Ruby. And then actually between Ruby and Keinatsu, there is an HP refill that we're also going to skip, and that's going to be the same concept that's used in the Zero Miss fight later on. So we're actually reflecting everything we have at Mylon here because he takes damage from Cure, and Cure is a much faster animation than Nuke and Fire 3. He's also weak to Fire 3. Historically, sometimes the strat has been to go to Ruby and then cast Ice or other spells. And we want to ensure that we are not only casting spells with quick animations, but also doing as much damage as possible with Rosa. So a lot of Fire 3, a lot of Cure 4. And not switching to Ruby also saves a lot of time because his spell animations are fast and plentiful and eat up a lot of time. So leaving it on Mylon only does melee attacks. He does have the ability to inflict statuses, and he does do a lot of damage, but thankfully that's about all he can do. And good fight from Rivers there.
Yeah, you definitely do not want to see Ruby. Okay, so he is done with the Elements fight. Penguinator is currently in that fight, while Accident is getting an upgrade to his airship.
One thing of note also is, notice most of the party members were dead for that. That is intentional. I do believe we need just a little bit more experience to get Rosa the level she needs. Maybe that's not actually true. I don't know that. But the intention is to get all of the characters a specific amount of experience so that they are the correct levels going into the final fight here. Notice River's only lifing up Rydia. That will be a strat in order for Rydia to at least contribute a little bit on the final boss.
Yeah, that has changed a little bit from previous Rosa percent runs of this you might seen. Previously, we would leave her dead, and so we would just be using Rosa and Kane for the final fight. However, the new strat is to get Rydia some extra experience from this fight, enough to get her up to Virus, and we'll be reflecting at least one of those onto Zeromus to help get us that bit of extra damage, to help make that final fight a little safer, or a little faster.
So this CPU fight is... even though we're casting Meteor, it is relatively non-trivial. If CPU is by itself, it will instantly kill 2 party members, as well as then revive its bits and essentially repeat the process. Its bits will heal it for a significant amount, as well as do percent HP damage to the party. But with the power of Meteor, a reflected Holy, or White as it's called in this version, and a Nuke from Fusoya. Nuke is a spell that has no cast time, so it's very convenient. It's also the strongest black magic spell in the game, I think, aside from Meteor.
Also, we're getting a little bit of panic on Penguinator's side. We got the swap to Ruby, and Fusia's out of MP.
So I take it that went well for me. It sounds like.
So far, so good.
Well, yeah. I mean, there is still the one thing you got to do, but yeah.
There was a question about Cecil getting to agility 28 that as if it's still bad with the new route. The answer is yes, but the good thing is that you always kill Cecil and Edge in the Elements fight now, so, or at least I do, so it's never really an issue anymore.
I would go ahead and say you probably should kill them in that fight.
Okay, it looks like
that was sketchy.
It was, but Penguinator recovered very well, and so has also defeated the 4 fiends.
I was really concerned when that Cure 4 reflected, but I guess we're good. Whew.
Yeah, when these fights go off the rail, they're just so closely scripted and planned. When they go off the rails, it can be terrifying to try and recover them, but really excellent job there.
So Penguin having to do a little bit of extra menuing due to all the things that happen there. He's going to have to underflow the MP of, I guess, both characters. And that'll give him enough MP to do everything he has to do against CPU here. So notice Penguin actually has a little bit of a different strategy here, actually picking up Edge as opposed to Rydia.
edge surviving the spike gives him more damage on his darts, which is a nice thing to do for sure. Might be something that works out better in a pure PB attempt. The reason me and Exit are doing Rydia is because we can reflect spells with her, so that gives us more of a range at the very end of the fight, whereas Penguin is stacking up some more damage early on.
Yeah, so the damage formula for throwing darts is actually pretty interesting. It's literally just what level is edge, how much attack power does the weapon have, and pick a number 0 through 100 to add to it. That's it. That's the formula. You multiply level by weapon power and add a randomish number.
I love it. What a good formula.
And so, yeah, you can beat this game with edge in any number of different ways, using the elixirs with Kane and grinding edge as well. There's Drain Spear, there is, you can dupe the Gungnir Spear, you can dupe the White Spear, which actually saves enough time to almost be worth it. You can dart Defense Sword, you can dart Excal. There's just so many different things, some different ways to play with that busted throw mechanic for edge.
So when are we grabbing White Spear to reflect whites off of Rose's Wall?
When White Spears, whites get good.
Make it happen.
Yes, and the flashing warning's incoming again. So if you have a problem with that, this is the last. Turn it down, turn away. It won't be long, and we'll let you know when it's done shortly.
So we are on the final descent to fight Zemus. We learn from Fusoya and Golbez here that they're all being mind controlled by some evil guy on the moon. So we're gonna go. Fusoya and Golbez leave to go beat him up, and then we have to follow along.
We're like, hey, that was our job to beat them up.
They don't need us. Oh yeah, and Golbez is Cecil's brother. If you missed that.
He what?
What? Yeah, and they're both from the moon.
Natara distributing 29-year-old spoilers here.
That's right. That's what I'm here for. Yeah, they are literally moon bros. And yes, now we're officially done flashing in the game.
Excellent. I am a huge fan of flying the airship to save 2 steps. I love it.
Best part is I only had to do that because I accidentally took 2 extra steps in the dwarf castle.
That's something that Puexel actually theorized would work, and I think it did get into some of the new routes. I'm not sure.
Yeah, the newer routes will make full use of it.
All right, so all the crystals, or I guess they're moon crystals. I don't know if they're the same crystals as the Earth. I guess that's really never explained. Lead you to the lunar subterranean, where we reach our final descent, and we will fight the bad guy. So the lunar subterranean itself, I believe, either has no mechanic for back attacks or surprise attacks or strike first. So I don't really understand quite how that works. But it's once we get down, there are a couple of encounters that can be kind of tricky in this first area, but it's not too big of a deal. But once we get down to the more shiny area, I guess you want to call it, past the final save point, that's when the encounters get really nasty and things can be a little scary.
We could just call it the crystal core.
The red dragons there, if you get an encounter with them, will take off. They'll take 3 attacks, probably deal you like 15 seconds back. So no matter what you do there, if you run into the red dragons, you're kind of hosed. But even like Evil Mask does 2 walls before he runs away, before you run from him. The things at the bottom can scan you. Like everything there has level 97 plus, and that gives them some kind of special property with regards to the agility that makes them own you.
So we're recruiting our last mop, or Fusoya, He looks like a mop when he's dead, which is coined lovingly by the Japanese runners. I believe they call him Uncle Mop. The lovely walk. Hey, we got slime tofu and pudding. That would make an interesting meal / dessert.
You first.
No, that's good. I hear chat volunteering.
So Exodin has picked up his mop. Once he gets in the airship, we'll be on to the Giant of Babel. We'll have to do his Giant fight and his Dangerous Four Fiends and CPU fights. I believe Exodin is doing a slightly safer route where he will get Rydia some XP. Might be about the same thing Rivers is doing. Maybe a little more. I'm actually not sure. So there is a small detour here on the walk down. We're going to walk over and grab this chest, as you see on the left in Team Mog on River's screen. This chest contains the white robe. It is a significant wisdom boost for Rosa, and will boost, not wisdom. And will affects the amount of damage that the white spell does. And so we pick up that robe in order to ensure we have a better chance of killing Zeromus by doing more damage.
Accident also doing a stop at the Hummingway Cave, picking up a stack of elixirs. Definitely good for safety. When you're running the edge percent versions, the Excalibur or the Drain Spear, you need that stack of elixirs. They're actually routed in, but if you do the strats for this Zeromus fight optimally, you should only need, I think it's one or two, if any.
In a PB attempt, I'd grab 3 along the way instead of bothering with the stack, but this gives me a little more safety if elements or Zeromus goes wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's the final save point for Rivers there.
Yeah, and as we've mentioned, dying to the final boss is incredibly punishing, because as Nirm just mentioned, that was the final save point. So if you die there and have to walk all the way back, you have to do the walk down back to all of the cutscenes we're going to watch, and then you have to do the fight again. So it is not very nice at all. You want to get some sort of strategy down for the Zeromus fight.
Also, Rivers, no pressure, but did you actually save?
That sounds like a refusal to comment, which scares me a little.
Why would I save? No, I didn't save. We're good.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't see it either.
So we are going to detour a little bit and pick up a Ninja Star. Ninja Star has more attack power than anything we currently have in our inventory. The best thing we can throw, I believe, would be a duped Gungnir if we could have the time to do it, but we don't have the time to do it. So Ninja Star is the next best thing. After that would be Dancing Dagger to the tune of about 800 damage. That's no good. So Ninja Stars will be a throwing weapon for Edge that do, 22, 2400. Maybe it's 2600.
There's RMD. Watch my man go to work here.
Yeah, so we've got an important question in chat right now, and that is, whose butt will we be kicking tonight? I'm sure the answer will not surprise you.
Depends on what tonight for you means and what your favorite Final Fantasy is.
Yeah, correct.
Wexel.
Wow, I thought I was the only one getting digs in on this commentary. Anyways, that was a fun little reference to the Free Enterprise FF4 randomizer, where the Zeromus sprite is randomized. However, this is not Free Enterprise, this is vanilla, so you will be expecting our garden variety Zeromus sprite.
So Rivers is in the core. A couple more screens here. On the very final screen before the ending cutscene, there's 2 enemies called Breath and Mind. In the more modern releases, there's Zemus's Breath and Zemus's Mind. They only appear on that final screen. Kind of interesting in that regard. We don't really have to worry too much about them unless you have a lot of people dead, and then one of them can start casting a whole bunch of spells, but ultimately shouldn't be too big of a deal. Meanwhile, Team Chocobo in the middle here, Exodin entering the Giant, hopefully going to find his grind fight, and will be motoring right along. And Penguinator on Team Tonberry on the right, approaching the final save here. We'll do his final menu, and we'll save the game, and we'll be on his way to the final boss.
So I think there's an excellent question in chat from Rand Grinder asking, is the plural of Zeromus Zeromi or Zeropods like octopi? These are the hard-hitting questions, which we like to hear.
Excellent. I want you to know that I had a chance to go into this Gobez Fusoya fight and save 1.9 seconds, but I didn't.
You fool.
Why would you not save time?
Alright, so we are in the final cutscene here. The end battle is by no means free, especially using the Rosa routes. It is heavily dependent on how much damage Rosa rolls on her white rolls. If she does 9999, we're in the clear. If she decides to not do 9999 and do like 7k, we are up a creek without a paddle. And there's a lot of manipulation going on as to how many attacks Kane is going to get, how much damage the party is going to do. And we are essentially doing the same thing we did in the Four Fiends fight, where we want to do a specific amount of damage, and then the way the fight would normally work is after doing, was it 15, getting Zeromus down to 15 or 16,000 health? I don't remember the exact value.
16,000.
16,000, thank you. If you hit him and set him below, if you hit him while he's below 16,000, then he will refill his HP and essentially have, so he has 61,000 total HP. So he would refill from 16,000 up to 61,000 again and enter a different phase. But due to the ability to cast the wall ability and then have spells reflect off the wall and do damage, as mentioned earlier, that does not actually trigger any of the enemy scripts when it happens. And so Zeromus does not get that HP refill. However, Zeromus is a very fast guy and he does a very large amount of damage. And so if Rosa rolls poorly, and she is the only one who's able to reflect spells. Generally, we're going to pick up Rydia in this, so she can add a very small amount of supplementary damage to hopefully normalize it a little bit. It can be a little scary.
Yeah, we'll definitely get 2 viruses off. If I get a run buffer right, I can get 3, but that one's kind of sketchy. I'm not really sure if that one's going to work or not. We'll see. I can tell right away if it's going to work, but yeah, that's hoping for 2 would be thrilled with 3.
Yeah, and I can tell you from learning this route myself, because I also do Rosa % when I run this category. This Zeromus fight is scary. It is very tight with the timings and the menuing, and it is very impressive, especially when you're learning to pull off. So definitely looking forward to this, especially with the added virus, which wasn't there when I last ran this.
Yeah, we tried to make it a little safer for the cost of time. So this is, if you do like the regular strat, this is like 20 seconds slower, but it bumps you up from maybe like 70, 60% completion to like 90% completion.
Yeah, it's huge.
All right, meanwhile, for Team Choco, as the final cutscene plays for Rivers here, he is starting his grind fight, has cleared out the beamers, is starting to attack his D-Machine. Everything looks to be in order. He's got 2 lives queued up, so he's going to attack. That's 1 kill, life for another kill, life again for a 3rd kill, and he's on his merry way towards getting all the experience he needs for Rosa.
And to respond from a question in chat saying just spam Medio and win, Medio is actually really terrible against Zeromus. It's slow for one, and it's just not great when we've got options like white at hand. So definitely
Speaking of inadvertent Fred discoveries, I'll let you guys do that while I take this headset off.
Oh gosh.
All right, so we have one other thing Fred Coughlin discovered in this game is
and it was by accident.
By accident. If you're running in this final battle while this cutscene is playing, there's less lag, and you gain a significant amount of time.
Yeah, the reason for that is when you are critical HP, your sprite, it's animated with the sweat drops coming out of your head. And because of the moving animated background, that actually causes lag. So by holding run all throughout this cutscene, you save 12 seconds. Like, not frames, 12 seconds. And found that out by accident when Fred won or got to Zeromus faster in a race where nothing else was different, and it took a bunch of exploring, and it was because he was just running in this section. So that's where we learned, just run in this section, free time save, even casual, anyone can do it, the easiest strat.
Alright, so what's... Yeah, Zemus is down for Penguin.
Mm-hmm.
So this fight is essentially perfectly mapped out. If you make a mistake in your menuing, it can be very hard to recover. You might just have to forego the strat entirely and just play it completely safe. Hopefully that doesn't happen here, as we are off to the races here. So here's what we're going to have to do. Cecil is going to start the fight by using the crystal. Cecil has to use the crystal to actually activate the final boss. And then Rosa queues up a Berserk on Kane, so that will allow Kane to get in a pretty serious number of attacks onto Zeromus. So he's going to be swinging for anywhere from, I believe, 1900 to 2800. Edge, I believe, will be throwing that Ninja Star. And Rydia will get in her... Actually, I think the Rydia parries in the beginning. It's been a while since I've done this fight, yes. So we want to get in a little bit of damage. And Kane's going to be doing the primary amount of our damage out of the gate here. And Rivers is actually going to directly cast White onto Zeromus here. And that's going to do direct damage. And Zeromus does not like holy spells, so Zeromus is actually going to counter with the weak spell. And so he's waiting. You see, he's waiting on Rydia with an elixir ready to elixir whoever is unfortunate enough to get hit by that. And because we don't need Cecil for this fight, he's actually going to just parry out of that turn and let Cecil go down to the Big Bang attack. And here, we're going to throw the Cure 4 with Rosa to get Rosa and Kane back up to a nice healthy status. And that was a pretty significant Big Bang damage there on Kane, 2400. That's a pretty high roll, but obviously we have Cure 4. Cure 4 is now only going onto 2 targets, so it's going to cure for full HP. Next, we're going to throw up a wall. Once the black... No, sorry. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've done this. And also, this is the safety strat as well. So, waiting for this Big Bang, and then going to pick up Rydia so she doesn't take the damage from the Big Bang. And then I'm going to wait for this black hole and then put the wall up. And once the wall is up, we can start reflecting damage. What black hole does is it actually removes all status effects on the party. So anything like a wall or, for example, Kane's Berserk will now be gone. All of positive, negative, any statuses are removed. So there's one reflected virus. We've done enough damage between Kane, Rydia, and Rosa now that if we were to directly attack him, we would trigger his HP refill and have to go through another 61,000 points of damage. So River's getting that supplemental damage with Rydia with the viruses there. 1k, 2k. Not too bad. Looks like he got the run buffers as well. This roll right here is really the big one. How much damage is this White going to do? And 7751 is not a number we want to see, truly.
Nope. That's real low. So it's definitely a good thing he's got Rydia here doing these viruses for the added damage. So goodbye, Rydia. Thank you for the good work.
Yep, she definitely did her job here. And Rivers is going to cast White directly on Zeromus and pray that it does enough damage. White has a pretty significant cast time, so this is going to go off right as Zeromus Big Bangs. And if the Team Mog member would be ready to go, but not actually start until we say go, Team Mog. And that is a 306-18, we'll say, from Rivers McCown. Zero misses down. He's done it.
Really good time.
All right, let me join you guys in the booth for a little bit here.
Sounds great. We just to update, we have Accident currently fighting the 4 fiends, and we have Penguinator just about to start his Zeromus fight. So hopefully it will go just as well.
All right. Maybe I won't play-by-play this one as much.
Well, let's keep an eye on it. See if there's how different the strats are going to be between Penguin and Rivers, because he did not get the virus on Rydia, so she will not be doing that.
Right, so one thing Penguin did right out of the gate there is when he was berserking Kane, he actually switched the Ice Brand onto Kane as opposed to the Gungnir. The Ice Brand is not a throwable weapon, but the Gungnir is. And when you berserk a character and they still have their turn, no amount of weapon swapping will actually be reflected in the character stats. So even though Kane has the Ice Brand animation, he's still using the Gungnir's attack power. And so he's able to throw that Gungnir at the lot and lose really no damage from Kane as well. And so there we go. All the supplementary party members are going to be down. Not going to see Rydia coming back on this one. Kane's going to keep stabbing away for Team Tonberry. And going to get that wall up for Rosa so we can reflect, I believe, this white right here. And there we go. These big bangs are always a little bit scary. We do have a lot of magic defense on Rosa, so she should always be okay, but the rolls can be pretty high.
She has to take every hit of the big bang to die, is what I've gathered, basically.
Just to note, Accident is entering the CPU fight, and he is also going to be trying to get virus on his Rydia.
So we did see a 9999 white roll from Penguinator, so that is definitely a good sign for him. He's going to recast that wall onto Rosa and then reflect another white. And then Kane's dying breath, he will eventually throw an elixir onto Rosa to make sure she survives this next big bang here.
Doing good work, Kane.
Yeah, Penguin's playing this really well. Playing with the skill you'd expect of a top 5 leaderboard runner.
And here we go. Let's look at this damage once again. 8280. That's not great. And he's going to roll the dice.
Cross our fingers here.
Probably needs a 9k roll, at least.
Team Tonberry runner, are you ready? Let's see. There you go. Go Team Tonberry.
Team Tonberry, go, go, go.
Nice job.
Okay, and Accident is... Yeah, and I was just going to say, Accident just finishing up with CPU, so while we're doing some cutscenes, Final Fantasy II commentary team, would you like to introduce yourselves and your game?
I'm Double Drop. I'm joined with Indy and Sungirl, and this is Final Fantasy II 80% for the PSP. First of all, I'd like to say congratulations to the FF4 runners on some very great runs. It was definitely enjoyable to watch. FF2 has a unique leveling system that you don't see in the other Final Fantasy games, where the more you use a specific skill or weapon, it will level up as you use it. So what we've done in the early game is we've equipped everyone with fists, which do a lot of physical damage, and bucklers, which help increase your evasion. And so we're trying to grind those up on random encounters as we progress through the first little bit of the story.
Yeah, so one of the interesting things about fists, actually, is that unlike all the other weapon skills in the game, the actual power of the fist increases as your level increases, whereas with, like, swords and stuff, what happens when you level up swords, you just get more hits with the sword. But the base power of the fist is actually equal to 4 times whatever your current fist level is. So they can be extremely powerful in the early game, like much stronger than any other weapon. They do obviously fall off a bit in the late game, but we'll have other tools to deal with the tougher enemies in the later game. But really right now, they're all just kind of punching every encounter they come across. Part of that is for fist levels. They're also really interested in getting a lot of money in the early game. Money is going to be absolutely critical to the speedrun. In the early part of the game, again, it becomes kind of trivial about 45, 50 minutes into the run. But for now, they're going to be killing a lot of encounters trying to get a lot of money.
This way to kill a lot of enemies in this game is rather than so in FF2 when you buy a spell, you don't buy the spell and just learn it. You buy a tome and you have to use the tome as an item in order to learn the spell. But you can cast the tome as an item in battle and it becomes a consumable. And when you do that, the magic casts at level 8. So there's 16 levels for magic and for your weapon skills in the game. And because once you learn it, it's level 1, you have to use it a bunch of times to level it up. But by casting the tome, you cast the level 8 version of the spell, which is significantly stronger. And so we're going to be abusing that to use the more powerful spell as an item. And we need money to buy a lot of the tomes.
Yeah, and another important thing about the tomes, actually, is in addition to the fact that it's at a higher level, it also doesn't consume MP. So when we start the game, we only have like 10 MP on each character. It's 10 in this version. I think it's 5 in the GBA version. But grinding MP actually takes a really long time. It takes a lot of spell casts, so it wouldn't really be viable for us to get enough MP to really be able to cast a lot of spells without using tomes. And the MP cost of a spell is equal to its level. So, like, casting Teleport level 8 or something would cost 8 MP. So, definitely, that's also a big factor in the use of tomes in this run.
So you'll notice that the runners are taking steps. There is a step manipulation route for this game. Unlike some other FF games that have step manipulation, we cannot manipulate the actual encounters themselves, just the tiles that we'll get them on. It's based on the amount of steps that you actually take. So while we can't predict the formations of enemies that we get, we can at least predict where we get them. And there are a lot of really terrible formations in the game that you don't want to see. So what this allows us to do is pop safety saves in certain dungeons where we have to reset for certain encounters. So by knowing in advance where we're going to get them, we can at least mitigate some of the RNG in the game.
It also lets us force some encounters to be on certain, like, there's certain floors that might have like a much higher chance of having a particularly nasty encounter. Like, for example, like things that we can't run from, things that could kill us. So because of that, we're just going to try to force the encounters to be on more favorable floors. And at the end of the day, we're still kind of just like praying that we're going to get favorable encounters. But it sort of tilts the odds in our favor and on average saves quite a bit of time. But so what we've seen so far on Horseside's stream is he's gone and he's went to try and find Scott. Unfortunately, Scott was dead dying when we found him. We got his ring. We're bringing it back to prove that we should belong to the rebellion, and we're going to be awarded with a canoe.
FF2 uses an intricate system of keywords that allows you to access later parts of the story. So by learning keywords, you're able to speak these keywords to other NPCs and then unlock progression throughout the game. So by showing Hilda the ring we got from Scott, she allows us the ability to learn 2 new keywords that allow us to progress in the game, specifically Mithril. So the rebels, their weapons, they're not very good, and we want some upgrades to them to be able to fight the very well-equipped Imperials. So in order to make better weapons, we need some Mithril, and now our job is to go pick some up from the Mithril mines.
And in addition, we've also gotten Minwoo on our team, who is ridiculously overpowered for this point in the game. He's got like 150 MP. He's got a bunch of like level 8 and 9 spells or something. So he's going to be kind of, well, one, it's our only access to healing at this point in the game, which is going to be not that significant. Our runners did actually take safety saves when they first left the first town, because there is a chance that they can actually die in the first section of the game and they won't have any healing to do anything about it. I think Sari might be doing a slightly different strat, which we'll talk about when he actually starts playing. But having the healing in the early game is huge, and he's also got a lot of HP. Just very nice party member for the time that we have him.
So you see Porsyth dip into the town here. You can walk all the way to your next town. Obviously, that's really slow. So we buy access to the ship. The ship is going to get us to the town we need to go to. And in this town, there's a lovely airship vendor that will take us wherever we want in the world. Well, a large amount of locations in the world. One of them is precisely where we need to go. So rather than walk, we're just going to fly exactly to the place we need to be, which is the Mithril Mines.
There's also, again, like I was saying, that guilds, their money is going to be really important in the early game. That's sort of one of the first somewhat expensive things. They basically sold off all of their gear that they started with. All the starting weapons, all the starting armor, they sold that off in the first town, which is going to be enough for them to be able to afford these airship trips in the early game.
So we're going to be doing some grinding here. We want to get our fists and shields up. Specifically, I believe it's level 5 in this route. There was a route before where we used to get level 7, but it's not needed anymore. We were able to cut some of that out.
Yeah, that number's kind of gone all over the place over the years. I think it was 7 when I first started running the game. I think I've seen some routes where at one point it was like level 7 for the fists and level 5 for the shields, and I think I've seen level 6 too. But I think they settled on 5.
I remember those routes too.
So you might also be wondering, why does shield have a level? Because shields are a little different in this game. They're not actually a defensive item in the traditional sense. Like, they don't contribute to your defense stat. What shields actually do is they give you agility. And that's going to be very, very important for the main thing is for running from encounters. Your odds of running from an encounter is directly tied to your agility. So we want to get as much agility as possible. It also gives you a chance of evading attacks, which isn't as important because of the row system. If someone wants to explain how the rows work in this game.
So, like other Final Fantasies, you have a front row and a back row. But in FF2, being in the back row, as long as there's one party member in the front row, prevents you from being hit by physical attacks. So you see on Porsyth's stream, he has his 3 main characters in the back row and Minwu is up in the front. So any enemy that does physical attacks will only target Minwu, while the other 3 are fine. What ends up happening is if a turn ends and there is no available character in the front row, your 3 characters will be bumped into the front row. And so later on in the run, when we have guest characters and we get into encounters, you will see the runners have to menu to put their characters back into the back row to prevent physical attacks on the first turn.
And I believe we might actually see some variation in which character people put in the front row. But that'll be something interesting to see later in the run.
So goblin encounters are really nice to see. Goblins have a chance to drop a lot of money. So your guild drops aren't static on when you kill enemies in this game. It is RNG as well, so they can give you a range of gil, and goblins have a very high range. They can give you anywhere from, I think, 4 to close to 100. So you're kind of hoping for good rolls on your guild drops from the goblins. They're a very good source of money. Another interesting thing to note is, like, while the games themselves are very similar, there is an exception of a bonus extra dungeon in the PSP version that was not in the GBA. The leveling system has been toned down significantly in the PSP version, so it takes less attacks for you to level up your weapons in the PSP version in comparison to the GBA, and it saves roughly 2 or 3 minutes in this grinding section alone.
It's really interesting, actually, that it makes such a big difference, because if you actually look at the numbers, the difference is very small. So there's sort of a hidden point system that actually calculates how your weapon levels work. Like, you're earning a certain number of points based on how many times you use that action in the background, and the difference between the two is actually only 5 points per level, which amounts to in some cases 5 more attacks. In some cases, it just is a slightly different route. I don't want to get too much into the math behind it. I don't think that would be particularly interesting to talk about. But the idea is basically if you have fist level 3, then you have to do 3 fist attacks to get any points at all. And if you get any points at all, then you get 11 points. The fewest points you can get is 11, and then each additional attack is going to be 1 more point in that stat. But it's actually only 5 more points between PSP and GBA. But it does cause a pretty significant difference in the routing here. And depending on how the runs go, the runners could actually do slightly different grind strats, but I don't know if we'll actually see that.
Take a reset, but I did not see what happened.
Oh, I didn't either. So you'll notice that Nikki actually has Guy in the front row instead of Minwoo.
I think the point of that is to try and get him to take some damage. Like everything else, your HP will level based on the amount of damage you take in a fight, so the more damage that you take, the higher the chance that your HP stat will increase.
Yeah, it increases the odds of getting an HP growth, and it actually also increases the odds of getting evasion levels. So the way that your evasion levels grow in this game is based on how many times you're targeted by a physical attack in a battle. And if you're in the back row, you can't be targeted by a physical attack, you're not going to gain any evasion levels. So if you're walking into the end game stuck at evasion level 1, you're not going to evade anything, and you're going to take the full force of a lot of really nasty attacks. And as we've somewhat hinted at, Minwoo is not going to be with us for very long, so we want to make sure that we have a couple other characters who could do something.
Yeah, so as we mentioned, being in the back row prevents you from being hit by physical attacks. It also prevents you from physically attacking enemies, so that's why you see that his 3 characters are missing their attacks. Even though they miss, they still get the progression points towards their levels. It ends up being very convenient, right? Because there are sometimes where you just want to have an enemy alive so you can get more points towards your level, and the fact that they don't do any damage while still leveling is quite important.
And if you're really worried about it and you have one enemy left you want to be able to attack with your front row character, you can even just put 2 shields on them, and then they won't do anything.
Yeah, in the PSP version you can also defend, so on Forsyth's side, because he has Minwoo in the front row, he can just use the defend command on Minwoo. That does not exist in the GBA version, you'd have to actually menu shield onto Minwoo in order to not do any damage.
Alright, we're coming on to a boss fight for Forsyth. It's the first boss in the game, and you'll see that he is unequipping all of his shields. He's going to punch this guy. This fight's actually kind of nasty casually, because this guy has a lot of defense, and if you don't have either a decent spell or a pretty high level weapon, you're not going to hurt him at all. Nice crit, actually. That was a very nice fight. And he got a mithril helm drop. So this boss can drop a couple of different weapons and different mithril equipment, and we're going to want to sell that for money, and so there's certain drops that would be better or worse. I don't actually remember. Is Mithril Helm one of the good ones?
My good ones.
Alright, if you don't mind, we'll go ahead and see Accident out here.
Alright, good luck, Accident.
Yeah, getting all geared up through all of our cutscenes, and we're getting ready for our final boss. So I think Accident is doing a very similar setup to the other runners, doing the Rosa percent for those who are just joining us. that is going to be, we put most of our levels, if not all of them, into Rosa. She is going to be reflecting spells, specifically the white spell, back at Zeromus, while Kane will be Berserk and will be doing a lot of damage that way. Accident did also, I believe, try and get some extra levels on Rydia, but I am not 100% sure if he got enough to get Virus.
I think he's in good shape.
He's got it.
He got it. Perfect. So we are running during this cutscene because the sweat drop animation for critical HP with the moving background causes lag. So by running, making sure everyone's standing so the sweat drops go away, actually saves 12 seconds.
Yeah, that was a Fred Coughlin discovery. Or my discovery via Fred Coughlin beating my time at one point. That's how we figured that out, and that was kind of so new that Exodin wound up teaching the Japanese runners about it in a 2020 sense. So that's pretty fun. Looks like Exodin has leveled his Rosa a bit higher than normal. If you were watching me and Penguin, you saw we had 2290 something HP. Exodin's got 2400, so he's a little bit safer here. He's got the Rube Ring on, so really shouldn't be in any danger of wiping. It's more just the question of if he's going to be able to take it down or if he's going to have to go to backup strats.
Okay, getting that crystal to start off the battle. You can't do anything without using that, and only Paladin Cecil can use it.
I do believe I saw Exodin dupe Gungnir's as well, which is the weapon Kane returns to the party with. Gungnir's have pretty significantly high attack power, so Edge's dart will be non-trivial for sure.
Yeah, he'll be getting multiple 2Ks out of that, whereas I had to do one Dancing Dagger, and I think Penguin actually leveled Edge to get more damage on that.
He actually went with the Dancing Dagger second, so interesting call.
Probably
we are getting the direct white here, which Zeromus is going to counter with weak. Edge is the one weaked. We don't need him. Goodbye, Edge. You've done your job. Alright, so the first Big Bang will intentionally kill everybody that's not Kane and Rosa, and Rosa will immediately heal it up.
Ooh. Still hurt quite a bit, though.
Only the last 100 that matters, though.
Also, for those of you who are just joining in the relay, the relay this time is not in game series order. So, Final Fantasy IV is the third game, and Final Fantasy II is actually the fourth game in a weird change of fate. So, don't worry, Final Fantasy V has not happened yet. Okay, getting Rydia back up for that virus reflect.
Alright, so once again, bouncing spells off of walls does not trigger the enemy AI counters, and Zeromus refilling his HP is actually a counter to any damage. So by bouncing both the virus spell and the white spell off of this wall, we can bypass that. Getting some supplementary damage out of Rydia here. Maybe not the greatest rolls, but she did a decent amount of damage there.
You can get up to about low 2k damage there. And yeah, not the best stuff, but still probably in range to get this kill.
Ooh, 84. All three of you, man.
FF4 is gonna FF4.
Going for it.
Sometimes you just gotta do.
So, Team Choco player, are you ready?
Because that's GG's.
Go, go, go.
Go.
Bang.
That was beautiful. So thank you very much. Thank you for having us.
Have fun, FF2.
Yeah, good luck, FF2, on your run. We're us from Final Fantasy IV. Thank you all for sticking with us, and we're going to pass it along so you're all in with the proper Final Fantasy II. Thanks and good luck, everybody.
Thanks again for the amazing commentary.
Yeah, GG to all the FF4 runners. So we've got Sari starting off now. You'll notice that his game is in Japanese. Sari is a Japanese runner. In fact, I don't think we've introduced the runners yet, have we?
So, Team Mod, we have Forsyth. On Team Choco, we have Sari. And on Team Tonberry, we have Nikki Knoll.
Yeah, we've got 3 awesome runners representing 3 different continents, so that's pretty cool. And so, Sari does a couple of pretty interesting strats, which we'll try to point out as we go along. He has a couple of minor route variations, but in the meantime, let's see.
Nikki's entering Best Cave. That's where Forsyth was while Accident was fighting Zero Miss. Basically, it's a long scroll through here just to progress the story. We want to pick up the pass, which will allow us to enter the Dreadnought later on in the game. This is an instance where a map has some hidden walls that we can run through. So there are walls with hidden passageways. You can't really see them, but if you know they're there, you can sneak through them.
Yeah, there's actually quite a lot of these in this game. They're not at all obvious, and you can very easily beat this game without finding a single one of them. And I think actually when I first started running this game, there were a couple of hidden passages that runners weren't even using that we just, like, I guess weren't that well known or something.
There's definitely a bunch that I did not know about until seeing another runner do them.
Yeah, I definitely remember when I, like, the very first runs I did, I didn't know about the passages in the ice section of Mysidia Tower.
That was one of them for sure, yeah.
That's like, that saves so much time too. But so we are introduced to the Dark Knight here on Nikki's screen. This is the one version of the game that actually tries to hide who the Dark Knight is. In the GBA version, his face is kind of faded out, but it's really obvious whose face it is if you're paying any attention. But they actually kind of keep it a secret here, which is kind of cool. But you'll notice that just like Forsyth did before, Nikki has Minwu's just dead. He's gonna just be chilling on the ground for pretty much the rest of the time he's with the party. Just after, and so anytime a fight starts, all the people move to the front row, and that actually saves quite a bit of time in a lot of cases, because, as was mentioned before, if all the front row characters die, then everyone from the back row moves forward. But another dimension to that is it also stops the turn, basically, because if they can't attack with physical attacks, there's no more attacks, the turn ends. So even if you get an ambush with everyone's in the back row, the fight just ends. I mean, like, the turn just ends, they don't actually get to attack. So that can save you quite a bit of time and save you from some kind of nasty attacks.
Yeah, there are some encounters later in the game where the enemies will cast magic at you, and those are very unfortunate. If you happen to get just bombarded with spells on the first turn, there's really not much you can do about it. A lot of runners will just reset those encounters.
Yeah. We haven't seen any nasty encounters yet, but rest assured, there are going to be some terrible encounters. The runners are going to be making a lot of safety saves just to avoid a couple of particularly nasty encounters. So you'll see that Sari's, since he just started, he just went to that town, took a couple of steps, and kind of did nothing. That's part of the step route. So the step counter in this game is, we've talked a little bit about it before, but one important aspect of it is that it actually advances pretty much everywhere. Like in towns, it still advances. And so sometimes you just take a little detour into a town, take a couple steps, and then get along your way.
It's important to advance the step counter in the towns when you can, because you don't get encounters there. So by manipulating your steps there, you will be able to reduce encounters while not actually gaining any encounters while you're doing it.
Alright, So we got something very important on Porside's screen, which is the hidden minigame. Much like Final Fantasy I with the 15 puzzle game that is on the ship, there is also a minigame it's only in the remake versions of FF2, it's not in the original. And it's this silly memory match game. And so we're going to be exploiting a little bit about this game. So what Porcelain did is he first did one run where he looked at all the tiles but didn't actually win. And so a kind of interesting quirk about this puzzle is that when you start up the minigame, it actually only generates 32 different puzzles. I assume that was just to save time or something like that. And it just cycles through those 32. Yeah, it cycles through those 32 puzzles over and over again. So we can get 0 missed wins by just entering the puzzle and canceling it out 31 times and then doing the puzzle again. And the rewards for this are very nice. You get, I believe, an elixir, you get a ton of gil, and this is pretty much going to solve our money problems for the rest of the game.
Yeah, we're really just after the gil here, to be honest. The elixirs are nice, but yeah, we just want them.
I'll probably sell them because they actually sell for quite a bit in this game. This isn't one of those games where, this isn't one of those games where elixirs sell for 1 gil. They're actually quite valuable. So yeah, Porcelain now has enough money to make it through pretty much the rest of the run. And that gil will be spent.
So you want to do 3 minigames that will ensure that you have enough money to buy everything you need, teleport tomes, fire tomes. We bought some fire tomes earlier, and that's very, very useful here. So we're going to be using fire tomes as our main way of killing random encounters. This is really the first dungeon that you run into where you can run into packs of enemies that have an unrunnable flag on them. Very similar to FF1, there are a bunch of enemy formations that the game flags as unrunnable. You have to stop and fight them. The difference between FF1 and FF2 is that the flags are really janky in FF2. So there are certain formations that are runnable on one floor, but on the next floor in the dungeon they may be runnable. So it requires an extensive amount of memorization to know what you can and cannot run from and where you can and cannot run from them.
Yeah, so the reason behind all the kind of weirdness of it is the way that the encounters are actually generated is it first actually generates an encounter formation and then generates which enemies from that formation will actually appear. So it's possible to get a certain subset of one encounter that looks like a certain subset of a different encounter. One of those encounters is runnable, the other one's not, so we have no way of knowing. We kind of reset the game usually.
Nikki Nola has documented a very large list that is very handy for runners on what is runnable and what is not. But there are still some question marks in there where we're still not sure, and we just reset them anyways.
And there's also a couple of encounters that are technically runnable but very unlikely to run, and it's complicated. It requires a lot of knowledge. The runners really have to be just on their game experts about how all these different encounters work. And we've got Nikki going into the matching game now. So it looks like she's actually solving the first puzzle. And this is kind of just a personal preference for the runners. It depends on how they're actually keeping track of the answers. I assume Porcelain was just writing it down or something, maybe on a piece of paper. And I assume Nikki's just going to take a screenshot or something like that. When I ran the game, I would usually just take a picture on my phone of my computer screen. Just something to keep track of all the answers.
I can't remember who it was, but someone sent me, when I was running the game a while back, a program that screenshots your active window with a hotkey. So you can just take a screen cap of your capture program of OBS and you'll be able to see what the puzzle is.
Yeah, it all depends, like I said, runner preference. Some of them might only have one monitor, something like that. There's tons of ways of doing it. Did Nikki just do 2 puzzles instead of 3?
Yeah, that's something that Nikki is known to do. If she gets enough money in the early game, sometimes she'll roll with 2 puzzles and just kind of sort it out as she goes. It's a lot more risky, but it is definitely doable. I know in PD attempts I only roll with 2 puzzles.
Yeah, I think I always did 2 puzzles as well. Yeah, so it's like Sari just got Minwoo to join his party. Like I said, he's done a couple of slightly different things so far. I know he said he's going to take a couple extra chests and stuff for different things. He actually bought an early Cure Tome in his first shopping trip, which is, I think, a slight route variation, just to avoid the chance of dying before Minwoo joins the party. Alright, and we got another boss for side.
So this is the Adamantoids. The Adamantoids will show up as a regular encounter in later areas of the game. But for right now, you would assume with its blue coloring and the fact that it's in an ice dungeon that it is resistant to ice, but that's actually not the case. It is weak to ice. And so we're using the Blizzard Tomes that we've picked up. We bought 3, and then we picked up 1 extra. We want to cast 4 of them here. Now, Poor Scythe is going to be paying attention to damage rolls here. So Maria Kutan on his screen has a higher magic stat that she starts off the game with. And so if he gets bad damage rolls, he's going to force her to use the last 2 Blizzard Tomes just to ensure that he gets a kill.
Yeah, so I think actually, before the race, Sari said that he's actually going to be killing that boss with teleport. So that'll be something interesting to see when he gets there in a little bit.
So Nikki took a reset on an encounter, and that's one of the side effects of her only doing 2 puzzles, is she's gonna have to reset if she gets bad RNG on unrunnables in this place. Ideally, you don't want to use up all the fire tomes that you have. You're gonna need them for later dungeons. Until we get the chance to buy teleport. You can buy teleport now, but it is a significant detour. So we're just rolling with the fire tomes that were available to us earlier in the run. Once we have the chance to get to a shop with teleport tomes and the money to buy them, we're going to be using them.
Alright, so that was another boss fight. Forsyth. Not as much exciting of a boss. This is Borgin. He's a traitor.
We trapped the dungeon. So a giant boulder is coming to crush you all, but Joseph, the guest character in your party, decides to sacrifice himself so that you guys can escape.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a common theme in this game, is guest party members dying horrible deaths. Happens a lot in this game.
In the remakes of FF2, there is a optional content at the end of the game called Soul of Rebirth, where you get to play as all the characters who sacrifice themselves for you throughout the run. And so you get to play as them in the afterlife. It's very, very interesting. I've never completed it myself, but it's
really cool.
It is really cool, yeah, from what I've seen of it.
It's definitely got can be a little grindy, because depending on because it keeps your character stats from when they died, so some of your characters really suck. And there will be no Soul of Rebirth in this run. Has anyone ever run Soul of Rebirth? I know Nikki was talking about routing it at some point.
I'm not sure if Nikki ever did a run of it, but I know there was routing being done at some point in time.
It'd be really interesting to try to figure out if you send the Blood Sword to Soul of Rebirth or keep it in the base game.
Yeah, that would be very interesting because you need it for Emperor 2.
I think that's the biggest problem about the Soul of Rebirth runs, because you need to find a setup that works with the actual game and with the Soul of Rebirth.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine you would probably want to grind like sword levels on Furion and maybe just pick up the Masamune or something, because I mean the Masamune does crazy damage compared to any other weapon in this game. But we're not going to see the Masamune in this run, because we'll have much more effective ways. So on Sari's screen, you'll notice that Maria's dead, and has been for the entire grind. This is another routing variation that he said he was going to do. and I'm not entirely sure what his reason for it is. I think his plan is later in the game, instead of having the guest party members be the dead character in the front row, it's actually going to be Maria. Yeah, because she dies slightly more easily.
Sense. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. I have not seen Zeri's route, so I'm kind of interested in how this plays out. And we're kind of just guessing, and we're going to learn as we go along, I guess.
Yeah. Was that an Antarctic wind on Nikki's screen?
Yeah, you can pick one up in here. Nikki went out of the way to pick up the Antarctic wind for extra damage.
Okay, wow, that really trivialized that fight. I don't know that I've ever actually seen that before.
Forsyth making a trip back. So after you do the whole stuff with Joseph, you'll see that the Empire has been on a little bit of a rampage, so we're going back to check up on our friends.
And just a kind of interesting side note, Forsyth just took a couple extra steps in the river there. So one kind of weird thing about this game is there's actually no river encounters in this game, which might be a surprise to people who've played a lot of FF1. They decided that while you're in the canoe in this game, there's just no encounters.
Very similar to taking steps in a town. Taking steps on encounters, or on tiles where you cannot get encounters, is definitely smart. So we need to destroy the Empire's Dreadnought. It's a big flying airship with a lot of weapons on it. It's way more powerful than anything we have access to. So we're here in Kashuan Keep. We want to get access to the Sunfire, and the Sunfire is going to let us blow up the engines of the Dreadnought. So Kashuan Keep, like every other dungeon for the rest of the run, has some pretty nasty unrunnable encounters we don't want to see. Well, Forsyth has now enough fire tomes that it doesn't matter. Looks like he went out of his way to buy some for safety.
Alright, so it looks like he taught Warp to Maria and then used it immediately. I think that's a step manipulation. Alright, now we got Gordon on our team. To put it bluntly, Gordon sucks.
Yeah, he's very useless as a character. Even when if you get here casually, your characters are going to be way more powerful than Gordon is when he joins.
Yeah, and so the other thing too is he joins the party twice. So he's already under-leveled the first time he joins the party, then you get him again later after you level up even more, and he sucks even more.
There are a couple characters in the game that will join you, and they're, like Minwoo, vastly overpowered than you are when you get them, but unfortunately Gordon is not one of them.
Yeah, I think Gordon comes with a couple of spear levels. Which I guess, I mean, not a lot of people seem to use spears in this game, so it's good to have a spear user, I guess. But, nah, he's I mean, I guess he is slightly stronger than our team right now, but he doesn't have the shield and fist levels. There's that Adamantoise. Remember he was a boss, like, 10 minutes ago? And I think it's the first time we're seeing a teleport tome. Teleport is instant death.
Adamantoise is one of the unrunnable encounters that you actually do kind of want to see here. So Adamantoise as a rare drop can drop the Diamond Shield, and that will incredibly increase your ability to run away if you happen to get it. It is a very rare drop. You can get it from him as the boss, or you can get it from him as a random encounter. And I've had runs where I've gotten the drop from the boss and from the random encounter, so I'm able to equip two of them on one character. and it makes running away significantly easier. Unfortunately, Forsyth did not pick up the Diamond Shield drop. And it's definitely when you see them, you cross your fingers and hope you get it.
See, I think most drops in this game are like 1 in 8 or 1 in 16, so it's probably one of those two. I don't know the number off the top of my head.
That choice is not an encounter you see here very often either. So
yeah,
Nikki's
so just
done some shopping with the money that we got from the snow minigame. We're gonna buy a bunch of teleport tomes. Just to last us. We're gonna be teleporting most enemies away, unless they are immune to teleport, in which case we'll be using fire to dispatch them.
Or resetting the game.
Or resetting.
So in addition to buying teleport tomes, Nikki's also bought most of the healing items that she's gonna use for like a good chunk of the run. Because we get so much money from doing that silly matching game. You can buy like 99 high potions, you can buy a bunch of Phoenix Downs, which would normally be actually very hard to afford at this point in the game. In a casual playthrough, you would really not have more than a couple of Phoenix Downs that you could afford at most. To answer the question in chat, as far as experience gain goes, we're not going to be leveling up pretty much anything for the rest of the run.
We just leveled the fists, and basically the last time we're going to be using them is here in Keshwan Keep on the Red Soul boss. The Red Souls, they are immune to magic, so we don't really have the ability to just teleport them away or cast spells on them. So this is where the fists come in handy. We're going to have to just punch it to death.
Yeah, pretty much this fight is the reason we grinded fists. Ooh, wait. This is pretty good RNG to only get 1 red soul. Right, you can get more than one of this one, right?
On the boss. Pretty sure it's just 1.
Okay. A lot of the bosses can be a random number of enemies, like you'll get a couple of them, but I don't remember if this one's one of those.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, Red Soul, you just get 1 every time.
Okay.
It's after this that the bosses will come in multiples.
Okay, yeah, I'm a bit of a washed-up runner of this game, I guess, and I don't really remember everything about it, but this fight is not going well.
Not good. Yeah, Guy dying here is not good because he's your main source of damage.
Yeah, this is what you don't want to see.
I was able to drop them with Pyrians.
Got a lucky crit there.
Yeah, Guy has significantly more base attack power, so his fists do more damage. There was a variation of the route where we mentioned earlier, where it was like leveling it to 5, leveling it to 6, leveling it to 7. There was a variation of the route where you leveled everyone to 5, but Guy to 7, just to maximize the amount of damage that Guy did.
Yeah, and I think that's also related to consistency on this fight. At level 5 Fist, you saw like that fight was almost like a party wipe. Like it could have really gone either way. And so if you had gotten like level 7 Fist, then that fight would be more consistent. So that's one of those sort of like consistency versus, less grinding, which would be faster. And so we're also about to see on Forsyth's screen after this cutscene the very first instance of Chocobos in the Final Fantasy series. This is the game that introduced the Chocobo.
A little hidden notch in the woods. You wouldn't really expect it to be there, but it is, and we're able to just take the Chocobo and ride to our next destination. So normally, if you didn't know that was there, what you would do is you would walk all the way back to the starter town and then go north. But doing this allows us to cross the desert safely and come at the Dreadnought from the north instead of from the south, and skip a bunch of really nasty enemy formations.
Oh yeah, the desert's just terrible. You really don't want to be fighting hardly anything in there.
Even coming at the Dreadnought south from Finn, there's a lot of really nasty spellcaster enemies that we don't want to see.
Alright, and Forsyth uses the pass, lets you pass this guard. You can actually fight the guard if you want. He's really strong, but you can. Oh man, speaking of world maps, if you like the world map in this game, if you've ever seen the NES original version, the world map that's built into this game is a masterpiece. It rotates at like 2 seconds per frame. It's really cool.
So Forsyth is going to be wanting to keep an eye on his amount of fire tomes. There are some formations, particularly just the zombie ones, that you can teleport or fire, but teleport is inconsistent. It will not always teleport all 4 enemies on the first try, so fire will consistently kill them. Unfortunately, we only have a limited amount of tomes, and our teleport does not work on every unrunnable formation in the dungeon. So we kind of want to balance out where we use the teleport versus where we use the fire. So the race cannot be teleported.
Just we got the red soul fight for Nikki. And Maria takes death, that's fine. It looks like Nikki has a bit more HP on Guy than Forsyth had, so that's definitely going to help her increase her odds a little bit.
Was having Guy be the one in the front row granted him some extra HP rolls, making this fight a little bit safer.
Yeah, I think that's really smart.
Nikki mentioned before the run that she was making a couple interesting tweaks to the run that I'm kind of just waiting to see what she does.
Yeah, so you'd think with a run as like straightforward as this, where it's like, oh, you're just throwing teleports at everything, everyone's probably just doing the same strats, but all these runners have a couple of things they just do subtly differently, which I think is really interesting to see.
There's some pickups you can get that some runners get and some runners don't, just to make it, help with consistency.
Right, the only tricky thing about that is that those have to be built into their step route in a lot of cases. So even if they wanted to modify their route for the marathon, they might not really be able to, because a lot of things are kind of codified into the step route. It looks like Porthos just took a couple extra steps. I'm sure there's a place he can mitigate that later on, but it might have even been intentional. Movement in this game is really weird looking when people do it correctly.
After we rescue Hilda from the Dreadnought, we need to go down into its bowels and use the Sunfire on it to send its engines into overload.
Yeah, so there's sort of 2 objectives in this dungeon. You have to both save Hilda, and you also have to blow the ship up. The thing is, the game doesn't really tell you where those things are, and I've definitely seen casual playthroughs where people get all the way to the end of the dungeon to blow up the ship and realize they never found Hilda, and they have to do the whole dungeon again.
So Nikki finished in Kashblan's Keep. She has the key items that she needs to go into the Dreadnought. On Sari's stream, we're heading into Salaman for the first time, where she gets Joseph. People are discussing in chat right now about the movement speed in the game. The movement speed between the 2 versions, GBA and PSP, are the same. It looks a little bit different on PSP because the aspect ratio is 16:9 instead of 4:3, but the actual movement speed of your character is the same. Both the GBA and the PSP versions have the auto dash feature built into them. It's a a feature that was built into most of the GBA remakes of the original games, and then when the games were ported to PSP, it was continued there as well. It's a very nice quality of life feature.
Yeah, my favorite is the fast speed on the GBA version of FF5. When you combine it with the Thief Dash, you can go really fast.
Yep, it's definitely a good way to practice step minute, let me tell you. Once you practice step manipulation on the GBA version of FF5 and you go back to SNES, the game feels a lot slower afterwards.
It's like Nikki's having a bit of bad luck with that teleport. Finally got it. But, so, more or less you can think of... So, they actually significantly buffed the hit rate of teleport in the remix of this game. In the original NES version, the base hit rate of teleport was 0%. The only way to get it greater than 0 was to have like certain modifiers based on your various stats. But in this game, it's actually pretty high. The base hit rate is 50%. Then again, you have to take into account like magic evasion and stuff like that. So it's not actually a fixed 50%, but it's significantly higher than it was in any of the original versions of this game.
Well, to answer another question in chat, the reason that we're discussing specifically GBA and PSP is that they are based on the same version of the game. So the NES version is very different from the Soul of Rebirth remaster of Final Fantasy II, and the PSX version is a lot more similar to the NES version than it is to the GBA and PSP versions. The PSP version is basically a port of the GBA with some extra content added to it. So they're very comparable.
You're forgetting the most important version, which is the Wonder Swan Color version.
Oh yes.
Which is the same as the PS1 version. Except, I think there's actually one difference. If I remember correctly, the one difference between the Wonder Swan and PS1 version is there's like an off by 1 error. So it's like, you need 99 instead of 100 points to level up something. But other than that, they're actually mechanically identical.
Cannot forget Wonder Swan. So, Sari going through the Snow Cave right now. Again, want to just keep an eye on Fire Tomes. It's a big factor of RNG in this run is how many Fire Tomes you have to use here, because you want to save as many as you can for the Dreadnought. So you see Nikki plopping saves down in the Dreadnought. The Dreadnought is relatively safe for the most part while you have Fire Tomes, but once you run out of Fire Tomes, then you're in a world of hurt if you get bad encounters. So Nikki, running low on Fire Tomes, is now plopping saves everywhere in case she gets an encounter that she cannot kill with Fire Tomes and has to reset it.
And that's actually also a big difference between the GBA and PSP versions, is that saving in the PSP version is pretty costly. It takes quite a bit of time. Like, in the GBA version, you can open up the menu, you can have a save down within about half a second. In this game, it takes a little bit, and that adds up.
Yeah, it's really the equalizer in the times between the two versions. Since in the PSP version, our grinding section of the game is significantly faster, as we mentioned earlier with the leveling system being nerfed a little bit. But GBA makes all that back up in load times later on in the game. So Forsyth is buying 11 Mithril Shields here. Basically, he just needs enough for his characters. We buy 11 just to save the amount of inputs necessary.
Yeah, at this point we have so much money. Might as well.
So the Mithril Shields are a nice upgrade for our characters from the Bucklers. If he had the Diamond Shield drop from Adamantoise, he would need to buy less.
No, you'd probably still buy 11, but you wouldn't need all of them.
You wouldn't need all of them, yeah.
But yeah, upgrading the shields is going to get us more agility, which means better chance of running, better chance of evading, and that's really all our characters can do at this point.
Moon and Mine is one of the formations where you don't want to cast fire on them, but they are susceptible to teleport, so we're just going to teleport them away. That's basically the gist of Final Fantasy II speedruns, is we just teleport away our problems.
Yeah. Or reset the game if we don't know how to deal with them. But yeah, so plot-wise, Forsyth is being ambushed by pirates. We were sent on a mission to investigate Deist, which is the land of the Dragoons. And this captain, Leela, very nicely offered to take us there. But it turns out she was a pirate, and it was a trap. Who could have seen that coming? And now we've got Leela in the party. A little fun fact about Leela, she's actually the first left-handed character we're going to encounter in the run. There are 2 left-handed characters in this game, which for this run doesn't really make that big of a difference. But for a casual player, it means you really want her weapon in her left hand, otherwise it's not going to do very much damage.
Yeah, so to answer another question in the chat, 8 enemies is the maximum amount for a formation in the game. Interestingly enough, the enemies, just like your characters, have front row and back row formations. So the front 4 enemies are considered to be front row, and the enemies behind them are considered to be back row. So if you have 8 enemies on screen at the time, only the front 4 can physically attack you, and the back 4 cannot do anything except attack you magically or with ranged attacks like bows.
Alright, so I know I just said we were going on a mission to Deist, but this isn't Deist. We are going to the tropical island. So this is a dungeon that you can kind of do at a lot of different points in the story casually. But as a speedrunner, this is everyone's favorite dungeon in the game. Because you can run from everything.
It's a very quick dungeon overall, too. Really, the only thing that you need to be concerned about here is ambushes. They'll slow you down, but otherwise, the formations in here are really nice. So this is tied to to a later part of the story, where you need to get a white and a black mask in order to enter Mysidia Tower.
Yeah,
you can... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, the game doesn't really
tell you.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say too.
Trying to get the same thing out.
Yeah, the game doesn't really tell you where this place actually is. There's like a couple NPC dialogues that hint at it being on an island, and if you look at the map, there's really only one island you haven't been to, so it's not that hard to find. But it's just this random island in the middle of the ocean, and it has an important plot progression item.
Like a lot of other places in the game, it's not locked behind learning the keywords for the masks. So you're able to go here at any point in the game once you have access to the ship. So we just get it out of the way now, save us some time later.
But this is definitely a bit of a reprieve before we go into the awful, awful dungeon that is Deist. Deist was always my least favorite dungeon in the game.
A lot of terrible encounters in there. Most of them are unrunnable, as well as there's a lot of souls, which are just straight resets for you.
Alright, and Sari is doing the matching game right now. Just a little
Forsyth
more
getting up to Bighorn here. As we mentioned earlier, bosses can come in formations of multiple, so Forsyth here getting unlucky, getting 4 Bighorns. They can come in either 1, 2, 3, or 4 of them, and that's a common theme with a lot of bosses from this point in the game onwards.
But gets pretty good luck on the teleport, so yeah, the 4 doesn't really end up mattering that much. 2 teleports for that is pretty good luck. So almost every boss in this game can be just teleported away, instant death, which just seems kind of silly. But that also means that the boss fights are going to end up being kind of random, because we need to hit teleport.
There are only a very small number of boss fights in this game that have the flag that makes them immune to teleport. The final boss, of course, being one of them. A couple bosses later on. Yeah, the wood golem specifically in the Emperor 1 fight. The rest of the enemies in that boss fight are susceptible to teleport. Just the wood golem is immune to it.
Yeah. And if anyone's a little more familiar with this game, they might be wondering, like, okay, if things are immune to teleport, why don't you use one of the, like, 6 other instant death spells in this game? This game has a ton of instant death spells. You've got teleport, warp, death, toad, break, mini, are all instant death spells. But as it turns out, they're actually almost all the same element, which is the matter element. Every single instant death spell, with the exception of death, is a matter elemental spell, which means they're all resisted by the same enemies. Oh yeah, that's a fun little Easter egg that someone mentioned in chat. If one of your characters has the Toad spell at level 16, then the matching game will actually have different arts, and it will be Toad versions of all the characters. And the prize pool will be replaced with a bunch of really powerful late game equipment, like you can get like a Masamune and stuff like that.
Masamune is the most well-known drop from the minigame because it is so powerful.
Yeah, it's actually crazy how strong the Masamune is in this game. Like a lot of people will roll into the last dungeon with like Excalibur, and like, all right, Excalibur, that's got to be a great weapon, and it has like I think 105 power, something thereabouts. But in the last dungeon, you find the Masamune, and it's like 150 or something. It's like 1.5 times as much power as the Excalibur. It's just a ridiculous weapon.
Forsyth using the no encounters in the town to get some extra steps before he teleports out.
Right, so you actually have to take 2 dips into this dungeon. The first one, you just go about like 20 steps in and find a medallion that lets you talk to dragons. And then the dragon asks you to bring an egg to a spring at the bottom of the cavern. It's a bit of an unusual request, but we find out that all the dragoons are dead. They were killed by the Empire. And this is the last dragon's last request because he is dying. Alright, and now we're going to start seeing a lot of saves from all the runners in Diced, because there's a particularly nasty encounter in this dungeon. This is the first time we'll see it, but we'll be seeing this encounter many, many more times in this game, which is the Red Souls, and also Yellow Souls. And if we're really unlucky, we might even see some Green Souls. But this is an encounter that we cannot run from. It's immune to all magic. And every turn that they're alive, they will cast a large AoE spell, which has like a 5-second animation. And they often appear in packs of like 8. So it's just not viable for us to try to kill them. So all the safety saves are so if we see a Red Soul, we reset the game.
Yeah, the unrunnable encounters in this place, what you want to see are the undead packs. Those are weak to fire and you can just fire them away. And teleport is, while it's useful, does not always hit on the first turn, and Hillgigas do tend to resist it a good chunk of the time, so it could take 2 or 3 teleports just to get them away. Thankfully, Forsyth is having some good luck teleporting them away.
But yeah, this dungeon's just nasty. There's so many unrunnables. I hate this place.
Yeah, more often than not, when you get an encounter, you're gonna have to stop and fight it. Forsyth is coming up on the floor where the souls start to spawn.
Hey, souls! Speak of the devil.
that's an instant no from us.
Right, and that's also, again, part of the step route, is that Forsyth knows exactly what tiles the encounters are going to show up on, and so he's saving the tile before the encounter. So it's not too much of a time loss, but it's a time loss. Hey, Yellow Souls again! This is peak FF2 speedrunning. We're going to see a lot of these guys. We're going to see a lot of resets. So for those who are saying like, oh, Sari's coming into this 20-25 minutes behind. If FF2 decides to do its thing, anything can happen.
Change very, very, very quickly.
Alright, and Nikki got the Black Mask from the Tropical Island, so it's really not that far behind.
And Nikki had some good luck on the bighorns. It was four bighorns in the pack as well, but it was also a 2 teleport fight.
Nice.
Yeah, the route has gotten a little bit more consistent over the years in FF2, where the time swings aren't as big as they used to be. I don't think a half an hour difference is really all that realistic, unless something goes disastrously wrong. But 5 to 10 minute swings are very, very common in this game.
Oh yeah, like I would be surprised if there wasn't a 10-minute difference between two of the runners. But yeah, I mean, shoutouts to Series Relay 1, where the two runners were an hour apart.
Thankfully, the route has gotten much more consistent since then.
Yeah.
A lot of that too comes from boss fight strats having changed. Particularly Emperor 1, which was the well-known nasty encounter at the time.
I'll be interested to see what the changes to that are. I know people had started using blink tomes on that when I was running the game. I don't know if anything else has changed. I'll be excited to find out.
A lot of it was using the blood sword, equipping the blood sword to Rickard so he could self-heal on the wood golem while teleports were going off.
Okay. Alright, we've got the Red Soul fight for Sari. Be interesting to see how different his fight is, because he's got Maria dead. I mean, Maria's not the primary damage dealer, so I don't think it matters that much. But... and casting, I think that's a Cure Tome with Gordon? I like that. That's actually a cool strategy.
Yeah.
I've never seen that before.
It's similar to preemptively throwing a high potion on one of your characters and hoping that you get the right character.
Yeah. For those who don't know, the Cure Tome, as mentioned before, when you use a tome in battle, it casts a high-level version of that spell. The exact level varies by spell, but a lot of the basic spells are level 8. And so that will cast a Cure 8 on your entire party, which is much more useful than anything else that Gordon can do in this fight. The only downside to that strat is that it does rely on you taking that extra shopping trip before coming here.
You buy high potions in Salamand anyway, so that's usually what you see runners do there, is just pop a high potion.
Yeah. But they actually don't sell Cure Tomes in Salamand, so you have to go back to Altair, I believe. But that makes that fight very consistent. I really like that strat, actually.
So after putting the Dragon Egg into the pool at the bottom of Dice Cavern, we're heading back to town to see what's going on. The king was not doing very good.
Right, and everyone's commenting that Princess Hilda is acting very strange. I think one of the NPCs even says something like, I saw the princess eating a rat. So something's up.
Just that she wants to see Furion alone, which seems oddly suspicious in the first place.
Yeah, I feel like at this point there's so many red flags. Like, what's going on? But yeah, this is the part of the game where Furion gets seduced by a snake lady.
So turns out that when Princess Hilda was captured by the Empire, they swapped her out with a Lamia Queen. So when we rescued her, we didn't rescue Princess Hilda, we rescued a Lamia Queen. Lamia Queens are very resistant to teleport, so this fight is pretty RNG as to how many it takes. 2 teleport tomes is very lucky on Forsyth's side. It can take a couple rounds if you're unlucky to get Lamia Queen down.
And I believe that that fight has a 1 in 8 chance of dropping a ribbon, which is kind of cool.
1 in 8. The ribbon is a really nice accessory to have at this point in the game.
Yeah, the ribbon grants you resistance to every single element of spell, which means you'll take half damage from all elemental magic attacks. You'll have much greater resistance to any status attacks. Very powerful piece of equipment. And the fact that you have a chance of getting one this early in the game is really cool. But to answer the question in the chat, there is no real difference between English and Japanese for this run. Sari is running in Japanese because they are from Japan and are more comfortable with the Japanese language.
Forsyth is coming up on the Desert Coliseum now. So once we realized that Hilda was swapped out with the Lamia Queen, we decided to go find out where Hilda really is, and it turns out that she's trapped here in the Emperor's Coliseum. So off we go on another rescue attempt.
Yeah, the Emperor actually announces that he's holding a combat tournament, and the prize is Princess Hilda. And we're sure this one's not going to be a trap. You know, everything else in the game so far has been an obvious trap. This one's not going to be a trap.
Definitely no trap here. We're just gonna go in, get out, easy peasy. Oh, no, it's a trap.
Ah, man, we fell for it again. Can't believe it. And so our opponent, who's also trying to win Princess Hilda, is a behemoth. This is the first appearance of the behemoth in the Final Fantasy series.
I teleport. That's the best.
First try, oh my god. I remember my second ever run of this game. It took me 16 teleports to kill the behemoth.
Oh, that's rough.
And because of that, I ran out of teleport tomes in a Finn Castle basement and had to reset. Aw, man.
Welcome to FF2.
Yep.
And so we get thrown in jail after defeating the behemoth because, you know, there is no prize. But Paul the Thief happened to be in the area and he's coming to rescue us.
Yeah, Paul the Thief got quite the redesign for all the remakes of this game. In the original Famicom game, he basically just looks like a ninja. Like, has the whole, like, ninja garb, like the black cowl, everything. And here they made him actually, like, you can see his face. Yeah, you can, in this room here, you can save a bunch of time by going through the hidden passages in the wall. The intended path is to go all the way around the room. But if you know about the secret passages, you don't have to worry about it.
Nikki did something interesting in the menu between encounters where she put her characters into the back row, swap the fire and teleport tomes around. After this dungeon, the odds of you needing the teleport tomes over the fire tomes go up significantly, so it's just to kind of save time. Looks like Nikki swapped them back again. Also a little bit of inventory management.
Yeah, your
Nikki
inventory
tends to be unlucky in Deist. I saw like 4 or 5 yellow souls.
Yeah, your inventory tends to get a little cluttered in this game. You have a ton of key items and just get a lot of like random stuff dropping off of enemies. So making sure that the important items are near the top is pretty important.
Nikki coming up on the Chimera fight at the bottom of Deist. Again.
Oh my god.
1 to 4.
All 4 teleported the first try.
That's the best you can hope for that fight.
Man, our runners are getting really good luck with some of these. I'm jealous.
Rough ambush on Nikki's side. Taking the extra steps for the step route, but getting an ambush is very unfortunate. We expect to get an encounter there in the step route before we teleport out, but having it be an ambush with spellcasters is very unfortunate to happen.
Yeah. That honestly could have been a wipe. So we got some more sailing on port side screen. The encounter rate while sailing is actually much lower than it is on land. And I think that does factor into the step route a little differently.
Yeah, we plop our canoe there in the water too, just for later. We're gonna need it to move around. Or not the canoe, but the ship rather. So by plopping our ship there specifically, we have quicker access to it to get south after Finn Castle.
Yeah, we got Leela back in the party. There we had the short excursion of having Gordon back, but he's gone again.
That's Stalagmite are unrunnable. We need to teleport them. This is like the worst encounter that you can get going up to the next boss.
Yeah. I hope you like those stalagmites, though. We're going to be seeing a lot of them. Alright, this boss is Gatos. Not much to say about him. We're going to teleport him just like everyone else.
He's usually pretty quick to teleport, but Porsyth is having some bad luck here. At least it was in one turn. Godos can cast some really nasty spells if it gets past the first turn. And Nikki's coming up on Lamia Queen.
Alright, Lamia Queen.
Ariane in our middle screen is heading over to our favorite dungeon, Deist. We'll hopefully see Ceres go a little bit better than Nikki's and Forsyth's.
We probably won't, but we can hope.
Nikki's Deist cavern was not very good, so there's definitely a chance for Choco to save some time up here.
Yeah, no, I know. I feel like that dungeon never goes well. Oh yeah, so Green Souls. Fun little encounter here. It is a 1 in 64 on a couple floors of this dungeon, and it's the only encounter that we would have to reset the game for. So we're really hoping that we don't see any Green Souls.
Literally no idea that Green Souls existed until I ran the PSP version of the game, because I had never seen one in GBA. And then once I started running the PSP version, I've seen them like every other run.
That's just really bad luck.
Yeah, it's interesting how that happened, because the encounter rate is the same in both versions. I just never knew that they existed until I ran into one in PSP.
The worst part about the Green Souls too is they just like mock you because they don't actually attack. They just cast cure spells on you. And I think actually Sari was saying that the route they're going to be using is going to have a way of actually killing the Green Souls.
It's going to be interesting to see if it pops up.
Yeah, they mentioned they're going to pick up a wing sword and
that
use that as
would explain how the Green Souls would die. Yes.
And one or two other chests.
So, like any other souls, the souls are immune to magic, so we can't tone them to death. But they also have really high defense, so unless you have a weapon with enough attack power, you're just gonna physical attack them for 0 damage. And it's very rough in a casual playthrough of the game if you haven't leveled enough, where you might just hit that wall with the souls.
Yeah, I mean the wing sword is actually a really good weapon in this game because it's actually like it's particularly effective against magic beasts. I believe that's the wing sword that I'm thinking of, which is like half to 2/3 of the enemies in this game. Just throw holy tomes. Yeah, holy is a non-elemental attack in this game, so you actually could use it.
Forsyth going through here is his goal is to get the other mask. So this is where you're introduced to the masks. So it would be after this that you would be looking for the black mask that we grabbed earlier. Unlike the black mask, the white mask is not guarded by a boss. It's just the dungeon we gotta get through.
Yeah, that was actually a very good Finn castle for Forsyth. But so the reason we're gathering the masks is when the king died, he sent each of the he sent us, Minwoo, and Gordon each on our own missions. And Minwoo was supposed to find the Ultima magic, which had been sealed away in Mysidia, but he hasn't reported back, and so Hilda asked us to go check on him. But in order to access the Mysidia tower where the magic's been sealed away, we need both the black and the white mask.
2 was the first game where the Ultima spell was introduced into the series, but it's very different from the Ultima spell that we know later on in the series. So Ultima is known as the ultimate black magic throughout the FF series, but in FF2 it is considered a white magic.
The other big difference between Ultima and this game and other games is that Ultima sucks in this game.
It does and it doesn't. So Ultima has a weird damage formula where it depends on the levels of every other magic and weapon skill in the game. So in order for Ultima to do an exorbitant amount of damage, you need to really grind your characters. Like, if you pick up Ultima at base level 1 and you haven't leveled any magic in the game, Ultima is really not going to do anything. Your other magic will be more powerful, but if you have taken the time to level up every other spell in the game and level up your character's weapons attributes, Ultima will be the most powerful spell in the game.
Yeah, but it's so much grinding.
It is.
And actually, in the original Famicom game, that aspect of being boosted by the other spells is bugged, and it doesn't do anything. So no matter what you do in the Famicom version of this game, Ultima won't do more than like 100 damage.
Which would, interestingly enough, put it on par with most other offensive white magics, and since Ultima was a white magic in this game, I find that quite fitting.
Well, and the other issue too is that because it's a white magic, it's actually going to be using the spirit stat instead of the mind stat. So if you have like a black mage type build on one of your characters, it might not actually be able to get much use out of it.
So the next trolley dungeon in the run is coming up for Foresight. That's Mysidia Cave. Again, souls show up here. So we'll be taking a lot of safety saves. There's a lot of unrunnables here. Thankfully, most of them are susceptible to teleport, and we can teleport them away pretty quickly. Souls are definitely what we don't want to see on the later floors.
Alright, and Forsight's picking up the black garb. So you'll notice that Furion actually has some gear equipped. He's got the gold hairpin and the black garb. And those are two pieces of equipment that actually raise the character's agility. Most armor in this game carries a pretty substantial agility penalty, which is, you know, not good when you want to maximize your chances of running away from encounters. But that in particular, because it gives us extra agility, gives us a better chance of running away from encounters. And it's just, all in all, get our turns earlier, better chance of running before enemies do things we don't like. That's kind of just a common theme, is get your agility as high as possible.
Agility in the earlier FF games is the stat that affects your run chances, so it's the same concept in Final Fantasy I, where agility directly affects your chances of running away.
Oh, does it really?
Yeah. So in the we're seeing the GBA version in the relay, but in the PSP version of Final Fantasy I with the equipment glitch, the entire route revolves around glitching agility boosting equipment onto your characters so you can flee from everything.
I haven't run PSP FF1 since like 4.5 years ago, so I know the route's changed a lot and I don't really know what people use anymore.
It's the same principle. Agility is the stat that affects your flee chances.
But yeah, the whole armor having agility penalties is something that I think a lot of people find pretty counterintuitive. Oh, what is this room that Sari's in?
The Dee's treasure room.
Yeah, I wonder which. That must be. That's where the wing sword is. I remember
Yes.
that. Okay.
So dipping into there will allow Sari to kill souls if encountered.
Right. Yeah, I think they also said they're going to sell it to be able to buy a couple of extra tomes in Mysidia. I don't know which tomes those will be, but
Yeah, so having that wing sword and the ability to kill souls would be useful on an encounter that Forsyth just got, where it was a bunch of jellies and 2 souls. And now the jellies can be teleported away, but the souls can't, and so you have to reset that encounter. But if you can teleport the jellies away and deal with the souls physically, that saves you from having to reset.
and resets are very costly in this version of the game. Just, I mean, because you have the load times, which are significantly higher than in like the GBA, for example. What I was saying before, though, is the whole difference of armor having agility penalties is pretty unique to this game, and I think it's something that trips up a lot of people casually. Because normally when you play an RPG, you just put on the armor that gives you the biggest defense number. But that's really not going to fly in this game because like heavy armor has crazy high agility and evasion penalties. Like, I think the Genji armor has like negative 79% evasion or something. And you're going to take more damage by equipping heavier armor than you would by like keeping it light. And so that's part of the idea of having like this black garb, gold hairpin, that type of equipment.
It does make sense, though. The heavier armor that you equip, the slower you would be.
Yeah, there's sort of like, I guess, two different approaches that you can have to survivability in this game. You can focus on evasion or you can focus on defense. The problem is the game kind of punishes you later on if you invest heavily in defense and not evasion, because a lot of enemies, particularly undead enemies, have drain attacks. So those will do a fixed percentage of your health based on how many times they hit. So if you don't have high evasion, you're going to take a lot of the hits and you're going to die.
For the most part, this has been a relatively tame Mysidia Cave for Forsyth.
Yeah, it's actually been a really good one. Of course, I always said that we're about to see like 3 souls in a row or something, but...
Rios.
Yeah, so the odds of escaping from encounters are the evasion percentage, and all of our main party members have 99% in that stat, and have had 99% in that stat since very early on in the run, because we power leveled shields, and they're actually dual wielding shields. I don't know if we've mentioned that yet, but having 2 shields equipped means we get double the evasion boost, and have very high odds of running from credible encounters.
We don't need to equip weapons at all since we're using magic to dispatch everything that we need to.
Yeah, and since the character's in the back row, we couldn't even hit with magic if we wanted to.
Getting the rod from Mysidia Cave will allow us to enter Mysidia Tower, and that's where the Ultima spell is kept. So having the crystal rod will allow us to get inside. But unfortunately, as we go to head there, we encounter a slight issue.
Yeah, just a little problem.
Just a little problem.
So speaking of series staples that were introduced in this game, it's Leviathan.
Unfortunately,
swallowed us.
Yeah, we don't get to fight Leviathan, unfortunately. We just get to crawl through his insides. Many runners have made the unfortunate mistake of thinking that this area is particularly safe. Now, there's not a lot that can really harm you all that much. The encounters are all runnable. However, the yellow floor tiles damage you as you walk over them. And if you get into an unlucky ambush and haven't saved, then the ambush itself could kill you rather than just bad encounters. And so you will, even though every encounter is runnable, you will see runners put safety saves here.
Oh yeah, no, the ambushes can actually do a lot of damage if you're not prepared. But now we've got a new party member, the Dragoon Ricard. This is the first Dragoon that we ever see in the series.
Unlike some of the other guest party members like Gordon that join, Ricard is extremely powerful at this point in the run. As you can see by his almost triple HP values that we have.
Yeah. Even if you were playing the game normally, he would still be pretty strong. Not that great. You definitely would have more HP at this point, but I think he has pretty solid weapon levels too. This boss is the roundworm. We're gonna teleport it. Surprise, surprise.
That's 600 to Ricard though.
Yeah. Ricard's not that strong, unfortunately.
Yeah, we're kind of hoping that roundworm doesn't troll here. It's seeming to not be the case for Foresight at the moment.
Yeah, six tries. Not good.
That's a boss
Could
that
be
usually
worse.
goes down in 1 or 2. Nikki's End. Some unfortunate luck with unrunnables on the overworld. You can get good stretches on the overworld where you just get solid runnable encounters, but you do get trolled by bighorns in this area.
Alright, I've got Messia Tower. Which many people have said is their favorite song in this game. This dungeon has a unique theme, and it's really good.
Messia Tower is another instance of a trolley dungeon, which is most of them in this game. There are some really nasty encounters you don't want to see, but they're kind of counterbalanced out by a lot of easy to run from encounters. And so the idea of having a step route is almost solely for this place, to be honest with you. You want to maximize the amount of encounters that you get on the floors with good formations and minimize the ones on the floors with really bad formations. And so a step route in FF2 saves the most time in this dungeon specifically.
Yeah, and again, part of that is just because there's so many different floors with different encounter tables, we can save a lot of time by pushing encounters to different floors, and there's really just a lot that goes into it. It's pretty cool. And so this is the fire section. This dungeon is divided into a couple of tiers, each which is one of the elements. And there's going to be a Gigas boss fight at the end of each, and we're going to teleport all of them.
I do want to note, like, we are talking about how trolly all these dungeons are, and they really are for the most part. You can lose a lot of time in all of them. But that's one of the like quirks about this game that makes it so exciting to run, is that no run is the same from another one. It's not like some games where the RNG is rather static, like the game coming up after this, FF5, where most of it is manipulated. In this game, it is just one big pile of random, and so you never know what you're going to get when you run the game, and it's very exciting, not just to watch but to run as well. So it's like a roller coaster. It comes with the highs and it comes with the lows, but when you get the highs, like it feels really good as a runner to just save 4 minutes because you got really good luck.
Yeah, so I just want to comment, Foresight is on the ice section. You can skip almost the entire ice section by taking secret passages in the wall. It's definitely not something you'd ever find casually, but very nice to know. But yeah, definitely, like, I love this game. I love this game casually. I think this is a really awesome game. And I definitely think a lot of people are unfair in their opinion of this game. It's a really cool game.
The Square went out on a limb and decided to do something different and unique with this game that you don't see in most of the other games in the franchise, and I definitely think it has aged pretty well overall.
Well, I mean, the quality of life in the remakes definitely help with that, but I don't know, I just think it's a game that lets you play it in a kind of different way from most other RPGs, and I really appreciate that.
It also lets you play it a different way every time. Like, every character can do everything, and what you decide to do with each character is entirely up to you. You can have a run where you're just casting magic on everybody. You can have a run where you're, a whole bunch of physical attacker melee characters. It's, the world is your oyster in this game.
But yeah, so we're in Forsyth is the third section of Mystidia Tower. The 3 elements that are represented here are fire, ice, and thunder. The magic system in this game actually has 8 elements, which might be a little different from the ones you might be expecting. There's fire, ice, and thunder. There's poison. There's body, mind, and matter. And there's death. The death element contains 1 spell, which is death. That is the only death element spell in the entire game.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, the other instant KO attacks are matter elemental. That's basically what allows us to teleport all the enemies away, because they are immune to death, but not to matter.
And then there's some enemies, like the souls, who are just immune to every single element.
So Mystidia Tower is a nice boss gauntlet. The floors themselves are rather short. You get to fight the 3 elemental Gigases all back to back to back.
And again, these are nasty fights casually. They hit really hard. They have a couple of pretty nasty AoE attacks.
Yeah, if a runner gets unlucky and teleport does not happen in the first turn, things can go south very fast, and it will likely cause a reset, just because they will AoE you in one shot, and there's not much you can really do about it. Thankfully, the 3 Gigases don't have very much resistance to matter, so the teleport tends to go off for the most part on the first turn.
Alright, let's see. Sari's going to the Behemoth fight. Let's see how many teleports this takes on Sari's end. Hopefully not the 16. First try.
Easy every time.
Unreal. I can't believe the teleport luck I'm seeing, like... Alright, and Forsyth is on mid-move.
First try. Nikki coming up on that final stretch of Mystidia Cave. No encounters in the last stretch. That's Crystal Rod. We get to head out. Part of the step road is to head back in and get 1 encounter before we continue. I'm not sure if Nikki is using the same step road as Forsyth though. Yeah.
Interesting. Why is that? Alright, we got a couple of interesting chest pickups for Sari there. So I don't know what was that. I don't actually know what's in those chests in the Colosseum. I assume that's just stuff that Sari's going to be selling, but... That's an interesting route variation. Like I said, Sari does a couple of interesting things that none of the other runners do.
So we lose Minwu in order to gain access to the ultimate spell, which we will never use, unfortunately.
Yeah. Do runners not pick up the other orbs in that room anymore?
No. Just the one we need.
Okay. So there's a bunch of other orbs in that room that you can pick up, and what they will do is they will boost 1 stat of 1 character by 10 points. So like the agility boost, I believe, goes to Maria. So if you do pick that up, that'd be plus 10 agility for Maria. But I guess since we're so heavily invested in Furian's agility, it might not be that useful.
Yeah, we stack everything on Furian, so having it on Maria doesn't really help us out. So
yeah,
the Emperor is a giant cyclone, and we need to go after him, but we have no way of getting in there. But thankfully that Wyvern that we put in Dee's Cavern earlier has hatched, and he's coming to give us a hand to fly into the cyclone.
And Nikki has recruited Ricard. And coming up on the round where fight. Let's see how that one goes for her. See if she can do better than 6th try.
There's a secret room in Paul's house in town. You either pick it up before coming in here or after. Torsight is picking it up now. And there's some very, very good loot in Paul's house. The biggest mention is the Blood Sword. So the Blood Sword will absorb the amount of damage that you do back into HP. And that is basically what we need to finish the game off.
Yeah, so the Blood Sword is a drain attack, and I kind of mentioned this a little bit before, but the way drain attacks work is every single hit that lands does 1/16 of the opponent's health. So that's really nasty when you're the one getting hit by drain attacks. Because especially at like a high level drain attack can hit you like 6 or 7 times, and that's almost half your health, no matter how high your health is, no matter how high your defense is. And that's why evasion is so important in the end game of this, is there's a lot of really nasty drain attacks that can just be, like, drain half your health. But thankfully we're going to be getting a character later on who already has a pretty high sword level. Ricard actually also has a decently high sword level, and the sword level is going to be what determines how many hits it can possibly get. And because of that, basically the Blood Sword will do almost half of an enemy's health, no matter what their health is, every time you use it. It's really good.
So older versions of the route, we basically used the Blood Sword just for the final boss. We equipped it on our last character and had him attack the final boss to kill it, but there's been a route variation in the last couple of years where we equipped the Blood Sword on Ricard for the upcoming fight, which makes it a lot safer. It also speeds up the fight significantly.
Yeah, the boss at the end of Cyclone, well, it's more of a gauntlet of boss fights. Well, mini bosses and then a boss. It's nasty. It's really trolly. Just a lot of things can go wrong.
You have to fight 3 fights back to back to back without the ability to save in between them. And so if you die to the last one, you have to do all 3 over again.
So I've always kind of wondered, why is there like a dungeon in a Cyclone?
I guess they just magic the Cyclone around it to protect it.
Like, what is the dungeon?
Seems to me like a nice mobile palace for the Emperor. Forsyth is getting very unlucky with the wood golems here. So wood golems are immune to teleport. We have really nothing to deal with them. The fire tomes don't work just because they have an exorbitant amount of HP. So it would take forever to kill them. We can kill them, but it just takes way too long. So resetting is the answer. Unfortunately, he's gotten the same encounter 3 times in a row. One thing that I did when I used to run the game is I would equip the Blood Sword on Ricard early before going into this dungeon. So if I got double wood golems, I would reset it, but a single wood golem I would try to kill Just because you get luck like Porcelain is getting right now, where you get the same encounter over and over and over again.
So, Foresight is doing a bit of menuing before the fight. A lot of people like to try to do things to try to like advance the RNG or something. I don't think it actually works. I think it's more of a bit of a superstition, but jeez, this is awful.
I've definitely noticed running the game that if you save the tile before an encounter and then you get the encounter, it tends to be the same formation unless you take other actions. So I would always try to save like a couple steps before so I can change my step pattern and do a little bit of menuing, and it tended to change the encounter that I got. Didn't always work. Well, I'm not actually sure if it does work at all, but I kind of feel it does.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I always found was that I do believe that opening the menu, like the RNG does advance in the menu. But I think this is just extraordinarily bad luck.
He got out of the
Hey!
cycle.
Oh man, that's a relief. I was worried we were gonna be like here all night. Have to cancel the rest of the relay because Foresight will just be resetting on wood golems for the next 20 hours.
Thankfully, that is not going to happen.
There's wood golem. Oh no! Why did I say it?
So for all you rooting for Team Choco to catch up, here's your chance. Wood golems are coming to wreck Porsight's run. In the instance where Porsight got the single wood golem, having the blood sword equipped on record there would definitely help to get the encounter down without having to reset constantly.
It is slow, and actually a bit risky because wood golems hit pretty hard, and they could actually just like kill Ricard.
Yeah, well, you have everyone else in the back row casting fire at the same time. So if he dies, you just throw a Phoenix down on him to get everyone back up. It's the same strat you would use in the Emperor fight that we're coming up on right now.
Yeah, I think Sari was saying they're actually going to buy some extra blink tobes specifically to use on like difficult encounters, so I think they might be planning on doing that. And using the blink tome to keep Ricard alive to make it even safer.
The Blink Tome is handy on Emperor 2 as well, to keep your last party member alive while he's DPSing with the Blood Sword. So the fight that Porsight is coming up on now is the Gauntlet. There's going to be 2 encounters of Royal Guards, and then an encounter with the Emperor, 2 Royal Guards, and a Wood Golem. So the Royal Guards and the Emperor can be teleported, but the Wood Golem cannot.
I thought this was really ironic.
Yeah, the risky part of this fight is that if the Emperor is allowed to cast spells while you have the Wood Golem alive, things can get really dicey. So you want to teleport the Emperor away as quickly as possible. Once the Wood Golem is the only thing left alive, the fight becomes a lot safer.
Yeah. The Emperor is particularly nasty because he has a lot of spells in his arsenal, and his most common spell is just like a thunder attack that doesn't do very much damage, which is, you know, like no big deal. But he can actually cast, I think it's Wall, I think he casts, or I forget what it is, and what's it called in this version? Shell or something. But he can actually raise his magic defense and make it even harder to teleport him.
Forsyth has equipped the Blood Sword on record, and he popped a physical attack on the Royal Guard while he's waiting for it to teleport to kind of get back some of his HP from the poison.
Yeah, you really want to keep Ricard alive through these early fights.
This is the second fight now again. Just a Royal Guard encounter, we can teleport them away. These fights, as we mentioned, are done back to back to back, so there is no saving between them. So this is what makes the Emperor fight kind of risky, because if you die on the Emperor fight, you have to fight all 3 encounters over again. So we're hoping for some good teleport left on the Emperor. The Royal Guards themselves are not too much of a problem, it's just the Emperor we want to get away right away.
Yeah, so let's hope. Not looking good.
Fire. Alright, so Emperor gone on the teleport.
Alright, fight spree.
So the Wood Golem's physical attacks, they hurt, but they don't hurt too much. And that's why we have the Blood Sword on Rickard here. This was the route change that made this fight a lot safer. Is now that Rickard can just heal back all the damage that he takes. The sleep that gets affected on him, though, is not the greatest, because he can't really do anything about it. He's just gonna take damage.
Yeah, he's dead.
It does buy us an extra turn to get more DPS off on him with fires before we have to start reviving.
Yeah, I always liked to do a blink on first turn with one of my characters, just so that Ricard could evade those early attacks. Because he has pretty low evasion. I don't think he has a high evasion level either.
Thankfully for us, the Wood Golem can just single target physical attack, so we're not really in any danger here. We just have to revive characters every turn.
Yeah, at this point you're not going to lose the fight, but you could lose quite a bit of time. Because the Blood Sword kills it very fast, and the Fire Tomes do not kill it very fast. Alright. And Nikki's about to start the Cyclone right as Horseside's finished. So Horseside's killed the Emperor. The Empire's over. We won, right? GG?
Works, yes.
Something like that?
Something like that. Having a little dance, enjoying the fact that we won the war.
Yeah, alright. My favorite part of this scene is how Leela's just like chilling in the top left corner, like awkwardly standing there.
I didn't notice that.
They didn't have any name.
I will never unsee that ever again.
They didn't have any characters to pair her up with. They're just like, yeah, let's just put her up in the corner. And Guy's not even here. Alright, Nikki's picking up. So I think Nikki picked up the Thief's Glove, which I believe Horsesight didn't. That's just another piece of equipment that raises agility. And she's going to put that on Ricard.
Yeah, that's a pickup that I used to do as well. I'm surprised Horsesight didn't pick it up. So Leon has your friend from the beginning of the game. Turns out he was the Dark Knight, and with the Emperor dead, he has taken over as the new Emperor, and we gotta go put a stop to that.
Leon is also Maria's brother.
Nikki's starting the Cyclone now.
Yeah, let's see how many Wood Golems in a row she gets. Sari's coming from the end of Mystia Cave.
For Forsyth is the Palace at Palamisia. It's pretty consistent in terms of time. There's not a whole lot that can go wrong. There's one or two trolley formations that we have to reset over, but for the most part it's relatively tame. It's a nice sort of pause in between some of the more RNG heavy sections of the game, like the Cyclone and Mysidia Tower. You kind of catch a breather before the end of the game, which is the most trolly part of it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You thought the RNG so far was bad. Have we got the final dungeon for you? Good man, looking at the split times, Forsyth is having a really good run. Definitely doing what he can to keep his team ahead.
Refresh the page to see it, but it seems like he's been on a good pace. Yeah, 202 Emperor is a pretty solid time. Especially in a marathon setting.
Yeah.
Cyclone seems to be going pretty decent so far. This was the spot in the Cyclone that Forsyth was stuck on for a short while.
Like 2 minutes.
2 Royal Guards is definitely better than a Wood Golem here for Nikki.
Yeah. Anything where you don't have to reset the game is a pretty good encounter.
So the Wood Golem's back on Forsyth's side, but for whatever reason, in this place you can run from it, but you could not in Cyclone. So we don't care that we really see him here.
Yeah, there's definitely some kind of like super convoluted internal logic to which encounters are runnable, but from the perspective of runners, it makes no sense. Sari is interesting. Picking up a chest here in the Leviathan. So something kind of interesting there for Sari is you'll notice that Sari had only one character alive, which you'd think, oh, that's really dangerous. Sari should revive. But again, with the step route, knows exactly where the encounters are coming, and can combine a couple of menus, and taught Ricard life. And Sari's just leaving Maria dead. I don't think Maria's been alive in the past, like, 2 hours for Sari.
Relying on everybody else. Maria's main use is to deal extra magic damage on Elementoids. After that, Maria doesn't do all that much.
Yeah, but Sari didn't use Blizzard on Elementoids. Sari used Teleport.
That's correct. So, Maria's use is not all that great.
Alright, let's see how the round word goes for Sari. First try.
Coming up on Emperor.
It's an ambush. That's nasty. You hate to see that.
That's a spot where you could be tempted to just reset and try to not get an ambush on the first one. You'll also notice that Forsyth got 2 Royal Guards both times, and Nikki got 4 on this first encounter.
Yeah. Interestingly, Nikki did not opt to go for the Bloodsword attack with Ricard, which Forsyth was doing. Didn't end up mattering because Ricard didn't get a turn, but... gets an ambush on this fight too.
It's like worst case scenario, getting an ambush on the Emperor fight.
That's horrible. This could... Nikki's in danger of like a party wipe here. If these teleports don't land...
This might
oh, got the Emperor, alright.
Alright, so we're hoping that Royal Guard goes down this turn. It's still going to be a little bit dicey with the Wood Golem. You're going to have two party members left alive. You're going to have to spend a turn to revive.
Oh, okay, alright, Nikki's fine. Everything's fine. Oh, cast a group cast of life.
Not having to use Phoenix Downs to revive lets Nikki DPS a little bit more with Maria.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that she taught life to Varia. Yeah, so life. We mentioned that spells have levels, and you know, higher level spell does more damage. So you'll be wondering, what does a higher level revive spell do? And it affects how much health they actually revive with. Like you'll notice that the characters came back with like 10 health. And that's because it's only life 1, and it's being group cast, so that also lowers the amount that it does. But we really just need Ricard for that.
You see Nikki counting damage on the Wood Golem and choosing not to revive on the last turn, knowing that the Wood Golem was about to die.
Yeah, the number that you really need to keep in mind is how many hits you land with the Bloodsword. You need 16 hits with the Bloodsword, and you usually get around, at that level, probably around 5 per swing. So that's what you're probably going to be keeping track of.
We're coming up on the final dungeon of the game. Whether or not you need to do a shopping menu before going in here is dependent on the amount of teleport tomes that you have left in your inventory. If you had to spend a bunch in the Cyclone, you might be a little bit low and need to go back to Mysidia and pick up some more, which is a time loss. But fortunately, Forsyth seems to have enough that he can just go straight into the final dungeon. So this is Jade Passage. The one thing that we don't want to see here are dragons. Dragons are pretty much an instant reset for them. There are two types of dragons here, the green one and the white one. Both of them we do not want to see. Or there's a blue one as well, I believe.
I think you actually, like, you technically can land the teleport on them, but it's extremely unlikely.
Yeah, it's definitely faster just to reset the encounter due to the odds of landing the teleport. You're likely to die from the dragon killing you before you land the teleport. And speak of the devil, white dragon has shown up.
And Forsyth is going for the teleport. Hope you're ready for a lot of misses.
You managed to get it off. That's nice.
Alright. Well, I sound like an idiot now.
I was also ready for a lot of misses.
We were all expecting a lot of misses. That's what I'm here for. Sound like an idiot. Well, the White Dragon doesn't have ridiculous magic resistance. It's only 5 times 50%.
The one is a little bit worse. So Abyss Worm is the other nasty encounter in here. It's runnable, but if you get ambushed by it, because they have drain spells, you are gonna die really fast. That's generally a reset, is getting an ambush to Abyss Worms.
So I was curious, so I double checked the stats on the dragons, and the white dragon actually has much lower magic defense than the other dragons. So you're probably never going to teleport a green, blue, or red dragon, but white dragon, you have decent odds. I didn't actually
You
realize
don't
they were
get a
different.
first turn, they're just gonna AoE you though.
Yeah. Definitely a risk versus reward calculation that you gotta make during the run.
At this point in the run, any bad encounter is deadly to you, so the runners are just dropping saves everywhere. So even if you did not manage it, you have a safety save. So there's a small shopping menu there, where Porsight is buying haste.
Haste is very good. I don't know if I would say it's as overpowered as it is in Final Fantasy I, but it is very strong.
Yeah, having haste will allow us to do more DPS on the final boss.
Yeah, so haste increases the number of damage rolls that your character gets, and as I mentioned before with the blood sword, the amount of damage it does is strictly based on how many times it hits. So increasing your number of damage rolls means more hits, and it's going to help a ton. And for those who don't know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about hits, like a lot of older RPGs, this game has sort of like like Dungeons and Dragons or something style attack system where you roll a certain number of times for your hits, the enemy rolls a certain number of times for evasion, using your stats, and that determines how much damage you do. And I think Leon has sword level like 9 or something, so he gets 9 damage rolls.
10, I think, when you get him. I could be wrong. It is pretty high when you get him.
I think it's 9 sword, 10 axe, but I could be wrong.
That might be it, yeah. So Sari finishing up with Mysidia Tower. Picking up the ultimate spell, getting ready for the end game of FF2.
In Porsight, this looks like forcing an encounter before moving on to the next floor. Because the encounters just get nastier as you go down.
Yeah, if Sari has a really lucky Cyclone, Choco can save a little bit of time here. Snicky had a bad Emperor fight, and Porsight had a bad dungeon.
Yes, Leon is the other left-handed character in this game. I mentioned earlier that Leela is left-handed. Leon is also left-handed. The only 2 left-handed characters in the game. Funny enough,
Porsight is entering the final dungeon here, Pandemonium. Pandemonium is well known in the FF2 speedrunning to be the place where you pray for the best.
Yeah. I mean, on the plus side, music here is awesome. It's also a really cool looking dungeon. I love the aesthetic of this dungeon. Honestly, one of the coolest final dungeons in the entire series.
Yeah, I really like Pandemonium as a final dungeon. There's a lot of hidden passageways through the walls as well, which we can use to save some time.
And the hidden passage to the Masamune. Unlike Final Fantasy I, the Masamune in this game is hidden behind a fake wall.
You got a bad ambush with the general had to reset.
Oh. Yeah, so Portside's reset that encounter there. Lamia Queens are nasty. Definitely don't like those.
You can teleport the Lamia Queens away just like you can with the boss Lamia Queen, but it could take a lot of your teleport tones to get them down. How much you reset depends on how many teleport tones you have and how long you're willing to spend trying to teleport them.
Yeah, the other issue is the Lamy Queen can cast Teleport. I mean, Charm. Sorry, not Teleport. He can cast Charm, which is just a nasty status effect, and really don't want to deal with that. And if you get ambushed by it, you can't do anything about it.
So to answer the question in chat, the back row setup needs to be manually reset every time we do not finish an encounter in the first round. So if we manage to finish the encounter before the end of the first turn, our characters will stay in the back row, but at the end of the first turn, our characters will return to the front row. So in an ambush or a fight that takes a lot of teleport tomes and survives past the first round, at the end of the encounter, we'll have to put them back into the back row for the next encounter.
Forsyth reset there after missing a couple teleports in the Lamia Queen. Alright, so Beast Demons, that encounter that Forsyth just fled from, is one of those encounters that's runnable on some floors and not on others. Alright, preemptive strike on the Lamia Queen. I have faith that this one's going to go down. We're not going to have to reset here.
Yeah, a lot of the decision making here has to be made on the fly. Like if you run across a single Lamia Queen, you might try and kill it, but if you come across a giant pack of them, you might want to reset it. And so it takes a lot of mental fortitude for you to really know when to stop and fight something and when to just cut your losses and reset.
And Mithril Golems, so that's another weird encounter. 2 Mithril Golems you can always run from. 1 Mithril Golem you can sometimes run from on certain floors. And the runners have to have all this kind of stuff going on in their head. They have to instantly recognize what to do. And alright, so here, Sari is using the Blink Tome on the Wood Golems. This is what I was talking about.
This is an interesting strat that I've never seen done before. But rather than reset the encounter, Sari's just going to attack them with the Blood Sword.
Yeah, so Blink is also really strong in this game. Depending on how many times it hits, it gives you several extra evasion rolls. And our characters will pass every single evasion roll. They have 99% evasion. So this just, like, the Wood Golem only gets 6 hit rolls, and giving ourselves, like, I think, up to 5 extra evasion rolls, I think it's Blink 5 the Tome casts, just pretty much makes us immune to damage.
Forsyth is about halfway through the final dungeon now. He's getting close to the final boss fight.
Will we see any Iron Golems, or Iron Giants this round? That's what I want to see.
Nikki just entering Jade Passage now.
It's a Protect Ring.
Unlike Forsyth, who tried to teleport away the White Dragon, Nikki just chose to reset the encounter right away.
Yeah. Definitely a valid decision. You need pretty good luck with your teleports hitting, and you need the White Dragon to get bad luck with magic defense rolls.
There's a lot of split-second decision-making, especially in the last 30 minutes of this run, that can really make a difference in your times overall. And sometimes it's like, you don't even know if you're making the right decision until you make it, and see what happens.
And there's a reset.
Barry's getting kind of unlucky with the encounters in the Cyclone.
It's getting bad teleport luck too.
Yeah, it's not a lot of resettable encounters, but a lot of encounters you have to teleport, which does slow you down. Again, Sari opting for the safer strat of just taking down the wood golem manually.
I really like that strat.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a risk reward. In a marathon setting, I definitely understand this strat being ideal, because you could be stuck in a situation like Forsyth was earlier, where you're just resetting the same encounter for 2 minutes.
Yeah, it was like 2 or 3 minutes. It was a ton of time loss. Whereas,
but if you get lucky and you don't get the wood golem on the next encounter, you're gonna save the time that you're spending fighting it. So it's very risk reward. So to answer a question in chat, the relay will be uploading all the runs to YouTube later in the format that you see right now. The runners themselves aren't streaming to their own channels, so they don't have individual VODs of their particular runs. But the YouTube channel will have the entire relay afterwards.
it's kind of a nasty ambush for Forsyth here. Lots of really long animations and a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's just a straight up wipe.
Just a wipe. Okay.
Yeah.
I always found it really surprising that you could run from that Fire Gigas encounter. Since most of the time, enemies that were bosses before end up being unrunnable later in the game. So I was always really surprised that you could run from that one.
You could run from them in the City Tower, if I'm not mistaken.
The Fire Gigas?
All 3 of them, I believe. Sari is getting very, very bad luck with encounters in Cyclone with a lot of wood
so many wood golems.
And the fact that Sari is having to stop and fight them all rather than reset is eating up a lot of time on Choco's side.
Yeah, sometimes it's not what you can do.
And the game might decide to be nice and give Sari a good pandemonium to compensate for it.
Might. Good pandemoniums.
They've been known to happen from time to time.
Every once in a blue moon. But yeah, so the Death Rider enemy that you just saw on Nikki's screen is just a casual killer. They are one of those enemies that does drain damage, and if you don't have really high evasion, you are going to just get clobbered by them. In a speedrun, that's the encounter we like to see.
Floors left for Forsyth, and then we're on the final boss.
Yeah, coming up on the final boss.
Alright, so this was the exception with the golem. The Thunder Gigas was not runnable. I believe the other 2 were.
Okay. That's really weird.
Yeah, the Ice one and the Fire one are runnable. It's just the Thunder Gigas that you can't.
But yeah, we have just a couple minutes left. Definitely get ready on which team is that? Team Mog?
Yeah, Mog will be starting first. Unless Emperor 2 goes disastrously terrible.
Really bad.
So Sari's on the Emperor fight now. Casting
right,
Blink for safety.
Yeah. I really like the blink here.
Yeah, it's a nice, consistent, safe marathon strat. I definitely have no complaints on it.
And it looks like Sari's not trying to teleport the Emperor at all. And it's just gonna Bloodsword it.
Interesting. It's nothing I had considered before.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Foresight is
now
coming up
going
on the
for teleport.
final.
Okay.
Yeah. Foresight is coming up on the final boss now.
Yeah.
In this fight,
preempt.
all of your characters are expendable after the first couple turns, except for Leon. So Leon is your main source of DPS here with the Blood Sword. You want to cast Haste to increase the amount of damage that Leon outputs.
Right, there's 7 hits. We need 16 of those. Slow is what you want to see if it's not on Leon. That's 14 hits.
Alright, Team Mog Runner, get ready. And go. Team Mog.
Wow,
GG
that was
for
a
Foresight.
really good Emperor too.
That is the best Emperor 2 that could possibly happen on Forsyth's side. GG to Forsyth.
Yeah, GG. What was the final time on that run?
Go Curtis!
Looks like it was 2:31:30.
All right, 2:31. Very solid run for a marathon. And Nikki should be. Hold on, we'll see how Pandemonium goes. And Sari's at the dance.
While Nikki makes her way through Pandemonium and series and cutscenes, I'll take the time to let the FF5 commentary team introduce itself.
My name's Kaze, and with me we have.
Hello, good morning, and emphasis on morning, especially for those of us in the North American hemisphere. I am Toju.
Morning, Toju. Again, I'm Double Drop. I've been with you for FF2. I will be continuing with you for FF5 as well.
So FF5 opens up with a pretty lengthy cutscene. So there's not a whole lot to talk about. I don't know how close Nikki is to finishing. I don't know if we want to let her finish, or do we have some time to explain some of the stuff for Final Fantasy V?
You got a couple minutes during the final dungeon to explain some stuff.
Okay. I mean, right now there's like a 4-minute cutscene.
Yeah.
So our runners will be playing Final Fantasy V any percent, the Super Nintendo version, and using the English translation patch. There's a couple of versions for Final Fantasy V. This one's probably the most popular in terms of speedrunning. It's probably, I would say, of the Super Nintendo Final Fantasies, it's probably the most intimidating to get into. But newer routes that have been made for it are a lot more forgiving than some of the older routes.
Yeah, this game is sort of like the almost forgotten stepchild of the SNES Final Fantasy trilogy, and not a lot of people actually played it for the longest time because it has a strange release history, to say the least. Basically, as most people know, what we thought was Final Fantasy II actually was not, in fact, Final Fantasy II, because they skipped over the Japanese releases of Final Fantasy II and III. So what we got in the West as Final Fantasy II was actually 4. And then, similarly, what we got as Final Fantasy III was actually Final Fantasy VI. So for whatever reason, they decided not to release the third of the 3 Final Fantasy games, or the second of the 3 Final Fantasy games in the West. And yeah, this game didn't actually get a proper release in English until the GBA version much later. So what you're seeing is, well, sorry, go ahead.
Technically, it got the PlayStation release, but
oh yes,
it wasn't a proper release. We'll say that it's not a very well loved version of the game.
Yeah. So in addition to the strange release history, not only that, there's also a variety of translations available, and the one that Takaze is referring to is not the most well received. So what you see, in fact, from the runners is actually just the Japanese game with the patch applied, so there's nothing else special about it.
The patch history kind of has some there's kind of some history to do with that too, mostly just because it was I believe the first game that was fully fan translated. That the translators actually did a very, very good job, and to their credit, did a much better job than the first official release, the PlayStation release for Final Fantasy V. And I think I saw Miria hanging around in chat earlier. Miria is one of the ROM hackers who had worked on the fan translation for Final Fantasy V back in the day, and it's the same version that we're using today, the RPGE 1.1 version of the English translation.
Yeah, the in general, it's seen to be the more faithful translation, and most aptly seen right now, which is the default name for the main character, which if you played most of the other versions, you would probably see him as Bartz, which is what I'm personally going to be calling him. But the more accurate translation is actually what they show in this, which is Butts, which I will not be calling him that, but feel free if you two would like to call him that instead.
Just gonna call him B since that's what we rename him?
Sure. So one interesting thing, despite this being the Japanese version in theory, the actual Japanese version does not give Bartz a default name at all. It just starts blank. So in those runs, the runners will elect to just input a single character and we run with that. But instead, because of the version that we're using, they're going to delete the last 3 characters of Butt's name. And this is because text scrolls 1 character at a time in this game. So anytime that his name is said, we're going to be saving 3 frames each time because we have 3 less letters.
Nikki's coming up towards the final boss in FF2. He's got some pretty horrible encounter luck, especially with the beast demons.
Oh yeah, this pandemonium's been horrible. I've seen a lot of resets here.
Yeah, it can go either way for runners. It can go really smoothly, or it can be a bunch of resets.
I'm still not convinced it can go smoothly, but I have been told that it's possible, so...
I've personally had an 8-minute pandemonium, which is extremely fast.
Oh, wow.
And I had 1 reset in the entire dungeon. But of course it was like not on good pace. Because that's when you get these kind of pandemoniums.
Yeah, no.
And Ceri's working through Castle Palamisia, so we'll be coming up on the final dungeon very shortly.
Yeah.
As you can see on from what's happened to the other 2 runners, with a good pandemonium, Team Choco has the potential to catch up a lot of time.
Yeah, Ceri's actually made up about a minute and a half to 2 minutes so far on Team Tonberry. So already in the run, and given how unlucky this pandemonium has been for Nikki, definitely has the potential to make up even more time.
Only a couple more screens left for Nikki to get through before the Emperor. Hopefully we see a repeat of the Emperor 2 fight from Forsyth, which was just absolutely incredible.
Yeah. We didn't really mention it, but you could die in that fight very easily.
Yeah, it's not uncommon to have to fight him 2 or 3 times to finish your run. As soon as Leon goes down, everything goes south. Because he is your main source of DPS. And because you cast haste on him at the start of the fight, if he goes down, he loses haste, you have to reapply it.
Yeah, he's literally the only character in your party who can deal damage to the final boss. Like, other than the Blood Sword, we have nothing in our toolbox that can deal damage to the Emperor.
On to the last floor now for Nikki.
I really like the look of this last floor too. It's really cool.
I'm ready. Put me in, coach.
Alright, get ready for Team Tonberry. It's gonna be hopefully gonna be very soon. Alright, so we got double haste tome. Starfall.
We're gonna see the damage rolls here. This has the potential to kill off everyone else. Leon should survive, but it'll be tight. We're hoping to recoup the damage.
You really don't like to see that. Oh, that's death.
Yeah.
Alright, we're gonna try again.
Fall first, followed by a physical attack is terrible because you have no one left to revive Leon when it goes south. I mean, if Leon dies, it's already gonna go south, but you have a chance to recover it. With the physical attack, it just ends the fight instantly. We're kind of okay with Leon taking AoE damage, just because he can recoup it with the Blood Sword.
He does have a pretty substantial health pool, but... Alright, physical on fear, and that's what we like to see.
Like 4 hits on that first one, so got a ways to go.
Yeah, bit of bad luck there, but... Flare 16, that's good.
So Flare 16 is a single target magic, or he casts it single target. So having it cast not on Leon is what you want to see.
Time.
Alright, Team Tonberry. GG.
GG, Nikki.
What? What a game. Thanks a lot. All I can say. Like.
Alright, I'm going.
But yeah. Kratzpus eyes.
Good shit, Nikki.
Haven't seen that RNG in a long time. Glad I still put through.
Alright.
So Sari's now just getting into the final dungeon.
I'm gonna hop on over to the other channel.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
So, since we have a little bit of time, we can do a little bit of story recap here. We've just gone through most of this early stuff on Curtis's feed, but if you want to watch back on Zwanzig's, you're just getting started. Basically, what's going on at the beginning of this game is that the King of Tycoon notices that the wind is just being strange, so he departs for like the Wind Shrine, and then he tells his daughter Lena that she's got to kind of watch over the kingdom. But when he gets to the Wind Shrine, the crystal that's there shatters, which halts all the wind in the entire world. So his daughter notices that he doesn't come back, so she sort of makes her way there as well. And then we also see allusions to a pirate ship that is out at sea and notices that the wind stopped as well. So they're obviously curious about that as well. In the beginning, if you were listening, the loudest sound in the entire universe is in this video game. And that is when the meteor crashes right at the beginning. And so Bart's with his chocobo, Boko. They kind of go investigate what happened there. And then the old man that they find at the shrine is named Galuf. He doesn't have any memory other than his name, but he knows that wants to go to the shrine as well with Lena. So that's kind of where we're at. Bart's originally doesn't want to go, but his chocobo convinces him that he should. And now, if you're looking on Curtis's feed, the pirate ship that I mentioned is the one that they're on right now. So eventually, they've decided that they're all going to go there. The only other non-spoiler piece of information is that there's sort of sway to visit them, as you'll see. If you can read fast, you'll see Ferris, who is the purple-haired character, notices that she has a pendant just like the pink-haired character Lena, and that's sort of something that we can talk about later. But yeah, that's pretty much the recap of where we're at, and Curtis is going to be headed to the first dungeon game in just a few minutes here. In general, this game's sort of seen as having a more, maybe not as refined story as the one that came after it, which is FF6, but in general, the characters are pretty quirky. Something else that is a big difference from both the one that came before and after is that, unlike those two games, FF5 starts out as a set seed every time you turn the game on, which is actually really important because one of the most daunting things that stops people from learning this game is that it heavily relies on a step count. And all three runners are going to be trying to do that today. They are all running the same step count, so we can hopefully try our best to keep track of it. But it pretty much starts right away. You'll notice on Zwanzig's feed in just a second here, he will take a bunch of seemingly unnecessary steps right at the beginning. And that's to sort of set him up straight away.
So unlike FF2, which we've just been watching, and I mentioned this earlier during the FF2 run, so in FF2, the step manipulation that we do only determines which tile we get encounters on, but in FF5 we can also manipulate the encounters themselves, which formations we get and which enemies we fight. And so the manipulation in FF5 is a lot more intricate and detailed.
To give like a brief overview of kind of how the step route works, is when you boot up a new game, the same seed is always generated. It's always seed 0, which is nice because you don't have to do any fancy stuff to get to a particular seed. You just start up a new game and you're always on the same seed. And the seed and a predetermined lookup table is going to determine when you're going to get into encounters and what those formations are going to be. So there we saw
Zwanzig.
Yes, Zwanzig, but the just taking unnecessary steps, or what appeared to be unnecessary steps, just to move forward in the step route. So later on, we'll get into an encounter at specific points, or more often than not, we're actually going to be skipping over encounters by doing certain things. Sometimes we're going to be pausing on the overworld map. Sometimes we're going to be entering in or doing screen transitions during dungeons from one room to the next to skip over encounters.
Yeah, in general, although one exception is exactly right at the beginning of the game, in general, steps are only counted for or against on screens where you can get encounters. Although with the Chocobo, you can't actually get encounters in that instance, but you can still progress towards the step count. On Curtis' screen, this is the first boss. This is the boss of the Wind Shrine, and it's Wing Raptor. It's pretty straightforward. All that you really need to do to beat him is just spam attacks. The two things, though, that you have to look out for is you want to get Lena's attack off before his first turn. Otherwise, you may not do enough damage in time, and he'll go into like a shield kind of state. And the other thing is, you'll notice that he took a little detour for a chest. That was for a broadsword. And this game, much like its other SNES counterparts, you can equip items in battle. So he equips that onto Galuf so he does more damage as well. But other than that, he's pretty much just hitting them physical attack straight on.
So as we get to the end of the Wind Shrine, we see in person the Wind Crystal has shattered, and we get this nice little cutscene showing us all the rest of the crystals. And after this cutscene, we'll pick up our first set of jobs. And Final Fantasy V is one of the Final Fantasy games that invokes a job system. So throughout the game, our runners are going to be unlocking certain jobs. And a big part of routing Final Fantasy V is switching between jobs to learn new abilities at certain times, and switching jobs to have those jobs available for to use certain strategies in certain fights. So you'll see a lot of switching between jobs, and that's just one of the what I find cooler parts about the run.
Yeah, what's interesting about the job system in this particular game is that not only can you swap on the fly with essentially no penalty, the reward that you get for sticking with a job for an extended period of time is that you essentially unlock better and better skills, but not for the job that you're on, but it's from the job that you're on, and you can take it to when you have a different job equipped. So, for example, one of the things that we wind up using later is the chemist job, and it has mixability. If you level that one up enough, it allows you to take that mixability when you're not actually a chemist. So not only is finding the right combinations of jobs for for whatever fight you're coming up next to is important, it's also important to sort of figure out the AP route in such a way that you can get all the abilities that you need, even if you don't necessarily have the job in your party. And that's going to be really important, especially near the end of the game. But for now, the first set of jobs we're going to get, it's a pretty good starter set, actually. We're going to get Knight, Monk, Thief, Black Mage, White Mage, and Blue Mage. We actually make pretty heavy usage of all of them, except for Monk being the only exception. And yeah, pretty much all of them are going to get heavy use in battle, other than White Mage. But White Mage, obviously, like every other game in the series, has a lot of utility value for its heals, and potentially, hopefully not, its resurrection. But Curtis has been... Oh, sorry, go ahead. Yeah, you go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, yeah, we see Curtis here putting on Thief and three Blue Mages. The Thief, you see Curtis moving around a lot faster, just has an inherent passive, which lets you dash around if you hold down the B button. The Blue Mages we're going to see get used in a second here. If you're unfamiliar with Blue Mages, they learn monster abilities. Nice, yeah. That was a very generous Goblin fight. You get hit by certain monster abilities, they learn the ability, and then they can use it later on in fights. So this is really the only ability that we'll be learning for the Blue Mages is Goblin Punch. That fight can be a little random at times because they have to actually hit one of the Blue Mages with that Goblin Punch, and sometimes they can be a little rude and just waste your time. But good luck for Curtis there to get it on the very first turn.
Yeah, not only do you have to wait for them to use Goblin Punch, you have to hope that they don't do the, in theory, improbable thing and not hit our one non-Blue Mage, which happens far more likely than you would mathematically expect. But fortunately for him, it happened pretty much straight away. And Goblin Punch is going to be a really useful spell to us because it does a lot of damage early on, so we're going to be relying fairly heavily on it for the first little bit. But Curtis here taking a small detour in the town to the beginner's house. This is actually where we used to get Goblin Punch in past routes. So instead of walking out the shrine the long way back around, like we did here, a teleporter actually opens up after you get the jobs from the crystal, and on the second floor of the beginner's house is actually a chest that will contain a goblin, so you can elect to get it there too. But Kurt's not doing that today. He's simply taking use of all the really useful chests that you get in there. A lot of like early gil, restorative items, and stuff like that, so really useful for a marathon as well.
Really the only thing we need to get is the spells that you saw Curtis pick up in the magic shop. So Fire, Thunder, and Cure. Everything else in Tool is pretty optional, but yeah, definitely for a marathon run, just a whole bunch of safety. This game, at least early on, has a pretty tight money route. So if things don't go super great, you can definitely find yourself in some hot water because you're trying to buy something and you just don't have the money for it later on.
So when we finished out in the Wind Shrine, basically what happened there was the king showed up and named our protagonists here the Warriors of Light, and he sort of warned them that there's an evil trying to destroy the other crystals in the world, and naturally the task to stop that falls on us. So we make a stop here in this town because we need to get through the canal nearby, but it's locked, so the guy that they're visiting has the key, and they need to sort of convince him to let us go through.
We saw a little bit of Bartz's backstory. Had a little bit of a flashback from when he was a child. Something about his father also mentioning the crystals. So there's some sort of tie-in between Bartz's father, and these crystals that were something's happening to the crystals, and we're trying to do something about it.
something crystal, something save the world. FFIV, basically.
Pretty much.
Yeah, we're joking around about it, but in general, people tend to like this game because of the job system and stuff. But it does have quirky characters, and although the story isn't exactly complex, I think it definitely has its charm nonetheless.
FF2, an interesting strat Sari's doing here is using an axe to try and kill the encounters rather than just teleporting it. Trying to get some extra damage on it. It's got the poison axe.
Yeah, Sari's also done the blink strats on a lot of unrunnables, like the mithril golems, which is really interesting. And it's saving a lot less too.
Yeah, it's definitely coming in handy with... If you get like an exuberant amount of encounters, you can save some reset time.
We're just... Curtis is just about kind of done with the intro to Final Fantasy V. A partially frustrating part of the Final Fantasy V speedrun is just the intro is pretty lengthy. We're almost at 30 minutes here, and not a whole lot has happened, but once we get past the next boss, things start to pick up pretty quickly, and there's not a huge amount of cutscenes after this section here.
Yeah, compared to other speedruns that you will have seen and will see in this marathon, the FF5 speedrun isn't particularly long. However, like Takaze mentioned, especially at the beginning, it's very cutscene dense. So even though it is only 30 minutes, it's still a very high percentage of what we've been doing has been watching cutscenes at the beginning. But yeah, it definitely does start to die off a little bit in the next coming minutes on Curtis's stream, at least. So basically in that little cutscene, Lena's explaining to the party that so the reason why we have to deal with the something crystals is that if this unknown evil force destroys all the crystals in the world, it makes all the natural forces in the world just stop, which basically means that their world is uninhabitable and they can't really survive there. So stakes are high, and fortunately we got the key and we're making our way through the canal to the next boss, actually.
It's finally at the final boss in FF2. So
Yeah.
Team Choco Runner, get ready.
Let's hope for another good fight here.
So again, we're gonna cast haste on the party just to get Leon some extra attacks. Looks like Blink is being cast as well. That's a backup strat, or a safety strat that has been in the road for a long time.
It actually paid off big time there as the Emperor immediately goes for the physical attack on Leon. That would have killed without the blink.
Yeah, that Blink just saved a reset for sure.
And getting really good damage rolls. It's gotten 7 hits without the haste.
Yeah, it's one more attack should be enough.
That is phenomenal fight. Time.
That's time. GG Sari.
Yeah, GG to Sari, GG to all the FF2 runners.
GG.
I'm gonna hop off, leave it to y'all on FF5.
Yes.
GG.
Same.
And
Good job, runners.
good luck to the runners the rest of the relay. Thank you for having me. GG again to all the runners. Make sure you drop a follow for all the runners. And good luck.
So this is Carlobos. This is the second major boss of the game. He's pretty much just a giant crab that jumped on your boat. And as everyone knows, crabs are weak to lightning. So we've made our party all black mages, and we are spamming bolt. And it only takes a few rounds here, and we're pretty much going to take him out just like that.
The only thing that really can happen in this fight is if his first two moves happen to be both paralyzed, it takes a little bit longer. But that's really about it, and that's a pretty low chance. I think each paralyze is a 1 in 3. But Curtis finishing a Carl boss before 30 minutes, that's kind of like the like a good benchmark. Now that you're out of the intro, cleared Carl boss before 30 minutes, that's a good start.
So despite being the boss, our team has sort of been sucked into a whirlpool, and we've sustained a casualty along the way with Varys's dragon friend, or I'm not exactly sure what she is, but Sildra sort of got sucked away, and we are sort of adrift on the sea right now. And I don't believe we heard it, but the sound that it makes is very sad.
Soldier's cry is very sad. You'll hear Soldier cry maybe later.
Whoa. Spoilers.
Well, no, we have 2 other runners.
Oh shoot.
I don't know whose audio we're listening in on. It looks like we're on Mitsu's.
So Mitsu's, yeah. So, Curtis coming up to the Ghost Shipyard. This is probably one of the first areas where you could conceivably mess up steps fairly easily. But before that, he's going to do a little bit of a menu. Like any big section, we always have to put one of our characters on Thief because we want that dash ability, and as of right now, we aren't able to equip it outside of just having a Thief. But other than that, like we mentioned, the Goblin Punch ability that we learned back in the Wind Shrine is really good early on, so the rest of our characters are going to be made blue mages for the upcoming boss fight.
So something mentioned particularly about Goblin Punch and kind of why it's really good early on. The way it does its damage is it uses a user's weapon power as well as that's really about it, but it also uses the user's level, and if their level happens to match their target's level, it does a whopping 8 times extra damage. As a nice benefit, it also ignores row, so you don't have to worry about being in the front row despite you punching something. So we made put an extra effort earlier on. We wanted to make sure that we have people at level 2. At least our blue mages need to be level 2. The next boss happens to be at level 2. In a normal playthrough, you'd be much higher level than level 2 by this point, but we only killed those black goblins earlier on, partially to get Goblin Punch. The other reason is because it just so happens that will put everybody at level 2, or everybody but Ferris, rather. Here we have we learn that Paris has been hiding her gender. She's a pirate captain, has her reasons. Party now learns that she's a girl. She's still a very it's a good phrase for it. She's still a pirate, and in the in the PlayStation version, they really play up the pirate talk, and it's a bit much in my opinion.
One of many reasons people prefer this version, I suppose.
So you notice? Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying, like, despite this being a dungeon, there's encounters. There's supposed to be encounters. You notice that Curtis really hasn't gotten into encounters. So you notice that Curtis is taking extra steps here and there, and sometimes making sure to take a certain route through a particular room. Every time there's a screen transition, and we can talk a bit more about this later when we're not coming up on a boss fight, but every time there's a screen transition, danger rate gets refreshed. Danger rate is going to determine when you're actually going to get into an encounter. So when it drops to 0, hey, you're going to get into an encounter. But if you change rooms, it's going to refresh back up to some value. So all of these extra steps that Curtis is taking, and our other 2 runners will be taking, are specifically so that they know exactly when they're going to get into an encounter, and they're going to step into another room to avoid that encounter, skip over it. Or you'll see later on in the world map they can do something else. They can pause to achieve the same effect. Sometimes there's going to be encounters that you can't dodge, or sometimes there's going to be encounters that they actually want to fight for certain reasons. But if they happen to get off of step route, you're going to all of a sudden notice that they're getting to a lot more encounters. So hopefully everybody can keep on step route, but if someone does happen to get off, just notice the number of encounters that they get versus the other runners if the other runners happen to keep their step route.
So, like we mentioned, Goblin Punch is very good, and this fight is going to be sort of no exception to that strategy. Basically, the only thing that we're going to be doing is spamming Goblin Punch. Her moves that she does actually matter to some extent. We do want some people here getting AP, so you're going to see Curtis wait on Ferris's second turn here to see what Siren's going to do, and then, if necessary, he's going to Phoenix down, which looks like that's what he's going to have to do. But fortunately, it only requires a set amount of Goblin Punches, so it actually doesn't matter whether or not someone gets killed here. Just an inconvenience to have to res them in battle. But other than that, no problems at all.
Phoenix down 2, right?
Yes, he had to, yeah.
The kind of gimmick with the Siren fight is Siren actually has 2 forms. Has a human form, which we saw there, but then if you let Siren linger on for a bit, Siren's going to turn into like an undead form. Has different stats, has a whole bunch of defense. And actually, interestingly enough, each of them has a different drop, and it's actually really important for the money route to kill Siren while she's in human form.
So another complexity, I suppose, of the step route of this game is that there's some different tech that you can do on the world map in comparison to sort of just regular dungeon screens. And you can kind of see Curtis doing that as well. You'll notice sometimes it's almost very hard to sort of distinguish just watching, but the game allows you to buffer a menu input as you're moving between one tile and the next on the overworld. And that's what's referred to as a half step, and it's a little bit more complex now, but essentially most of the time it'll just eat a step and you get a step for free. So sometimes if you misstep your step count, you can actually save it due to this tech, and you can sort of gain back the steps that you took. Obviously, it sort of just depends on whether or not that's going to be possible at all, but there are some places where misstepping isn't as immediately disastrous as it can be elsewhere.
Interesting thing to note too is that in other versions of FF5, particularly the Game Boy Advance version which other people run, half steps don't work in those versions. The SNES version, the half steps work, but in GBA you cannot half step, so you can't fix any step row that you do in GBA by doing half step.
Yeah, the half step is you're pausing on the same frame that you step onto a new tile. But as Toju mentioned, you can buffer that. So as the character is moving from one tile to the next, you can just hold the pause button, and you'll pop into the menu on the very first frame. We're taking Curtis is taking a little bit of XP here because we want to be level 3 for the next, not the next boss fight, but the next relevant boss fight. We're going to be using Goblin Punch again. And that boss is going to be level 3, so we just need a little bit of experience to get there.
Yeah, and this is also, I don't recall who mentioned it specifically, but this is also an instance of caring what the formation is for an encounter on Step Route. So we actually get a very nice encounter to get this experience with the 2 Rock Garters. Outside Step Count, you can kill other things, but they either, have an extra enemy, so it's going to take us a little bit longer, it's not needed experience, or, or you have to fight multiple encounters, potentially. So we actually get exactly the one that we want here, and it's very useful for us. In previous routes, it actually, keeping track of experience mattered because they used to use level 5 death, and there's a period right where you're potentially going to use it where your party could be level 15 if you've killed a little bit extra. So fortunately that's not something we need to worry about anymore, as that's been routed out of the speedrun.
We can probably talk about some other routes and kind of how the route has evolved when there's a little bit of free time. But Curtis picked up an ice route in the town of Carwin, and does a lot of damage.
Yeah, this speedrun kind of goes in phases in terms of the strategies that we're going to use. So Goblin Punch is sort of the first phase. Breaking Rods is kind of the next phase. So we're going to be using this for a little bit on upcoming bosses as well, but it does a lot more damage than our party can naturally output at this sort of stage in the game, and we're going to make full advantage of that. So story-wise, they had heard that there was a Windrake at the top of this mountain, and this is actually Lena's Drake, and this is also their way out of here. The reason why she could have collapsed is she was walking through the poison plants to give the dragon grass to the Drake to heal her, and then fortunately she just gets healed right back, so no problem at all. But now we're going to be flying out of here to the nearby castle, and yeah. So this is another instance actually where, because you can't get encounters while flying around on a dragon or a chocobo or an airship, this isn't going to be counting towards our step count, with the exception of when we land there. So yeah, he can pretty much take any route he wants to get there, and it's not really going to affect anything. So here, this is where we first hear about the amplification of crystals. So it turns out that the shrines are being amplified by some sort of device to enhance their power, and it's sort of meant to protect the cities and brings them sort of additional prosperity. And Lena's confronting the king here to tell him to stop, and they're arguing about it, but We're being so rudely interrupted by another very loud meteor that's about to crash here. And it sort of dissuades our plans for now. So we're heading into the Waltz Tower. This is another point where step count is going to be useful. You'll see in just a few steps here, Curtis is going to be getting into an encounter with ice soldiers, and he's going to change some of his characters to thieves, and we're going to be trying to steal the Mithril Sword, which is a common steal, fortunately, but it's something that could be helpful on the next boss. But you got it right away, so that's very nice. Oh, and he's going for the second one as well. So he's got 2 Mithril Swords now for a super chat strat on the upcoming fight. Oh, something else you may have noticed is Curtis's screen has been flashing every time he takes a step. That's because we're still poisoned all the way from back at the at North Mountain. And that's actually really important for this next upcoming fight, where we're going to be making Ferris a knight, and she's going to be guarding almost all the damage that goes out in this fight. And for that to happen, our characters need to be in critical HP, which, as you can see, they are. And if they're in critical HP, she will be able to sort of take the hit for them, or in this case, not take the hit, which you'll see is very useful for this upcoming fight.
Knights have the passive ability to cover, similar to Cecil's cover ability in Final Fantasy IV. So Ferris is going to be guarding anybody at critical HP. Keeping the poison on lets us guarantee we're in critical HP. And it's a common theme you'll be seeing in certain fights. The guard ability on Knight, which you'll see Ferris use, makes physical damage reduced to 0. So Gorilla here just really does nothing other than toss out physical attacks. And even worse, once it drops below 800 HP, it's going to counterattack everything with more physical attacks. So Ferris is on tanking duty here. And yeah, 2 Mithril Swords makes really, really quick work of Gorilla here.
Yeah, you may be wondering why our characters are not dying when they're poisoned and at 1 HP, and it's just simply because we do far too much damage and it never has time to roll over to that next poison tick. Masuto's stream, he had a pretty standard Wing Raptor, no problems, didn't get a defend, and on Zwanzig's stream, we're going to see him heading into the Siren fight as well, so hopefully we can get some good RNG for him as well. Siren can kind of do a number of things. She can kill one of your party members, she can cast slow, she can cast haste, so she can definitely give you some different patterns. And there's haste, so this means she's going to get an extra turn, which does give her an extra opportunity to kill someone, unfortunately. But no matter what she does, the fight is completely safe, so
yeah, the worst that can happen is if she does haste turn 1, ice turn 2 kills someone, and then thunder turn 3, and then kills someone.
2 for 3 so far.
Did I jinx?
Oh my god! It's the caster's curse, man. Every time.
Well,
I think you should maybe
not
apologize.
Do that. Yeah.
Apologize to Swansig.
Hey, it's not Team Choco. I don't care. I'll keep cursing the other 2 teams.
So here's where it is. We've got commentator runner collusion. Someone from another team has infiltrated the commentary simply to send one of the other teams awry. I see how it's going.
Just letting Team Choco catch back up.
Ah, fair. It's for the good of the marathon.
Sildra saves the day on Curtis's stream, and if you weren't heartbroken by the one Sildra cry, you get to hear it again.
Yep. So because Zwanzig got caster cursed, he had to make a stop in the inn to revive his party member. I'm not sure who died second, but he did Phoenix down the first. One of the problems with FF5 in the early game is that Phoenix Downs are incredibly expensive early on, and there just simply isn't any way to get more of them. We do pick up one in the first town, which is technically optional, but other than that, there's really not any great ways to have more additional protection. So Zwanzig, not wanting to be sort of down on safety items, elects to just take a quick stop in the inn and revive his characters that way. So something I don't think we mentioned, if you look on Zwanzig's stream, this is the first encounter that we kill for experience, but something else that he's going to do is change around his items to put things in more convenient locations. This is sort of a not technically necessary aspect of the FFI speedrun, but it's one of those optimizations that you can do at the higher level to make things a little bit faster to access, and especially when you're using something like a black mage spell or anything that has a long animation, it grants you that time and you're able to do inventory management essentially for free.
Yeah, at certain points in the run, placement of items in the inventory will become very, very important. But at other points in the run, it's just going to help kind of sort things so things are in the right spot. And coming up in Curtis's stream, we're actually going to see a bit of item sell-off. So having things kind of slightly organized, I guess doesn't particularly help too much in this particular item sell-off, because Curtis is going to almost be dropping his full inventory. But in other times, it's nice to have everything you want to sell right at the top.
So on Curtis's stream, he's getting arrested. But you may have heard the little sound effect when he cursored over the ice rod. They're having a sale in this shop right now. And ice rods are an item that we want. So despite the fact that it kicked us out, we actually did get the item for the reduced price. Because when we go back again, it's going to be full price.
Yeah, interestingly enough, also if you access the item shop, like they have I think 25% or 75% off, so it's kind of telling you please buy something and it kicks you over to the cutscene. But if you leave the item shop without buying anything, the cutscene also triggers, so you lose your chance out on buying a very, very discounted ice rod.
So what's sort of going on here story-wise, after the water crystal, we found this like warp zone in the meteorite crash, and it warped us to nearby Karnak here. And we just got arrested because, yes, this is actually what's happening. There's a werewolf at loose, essentially, and they suspect that we're in cahoots with said werewolf. This guy that we just met and the other jail cell is Sid, and he's the guy that invented the amplification machine that we mentioned earlier, the one that amplifies the crystal's power. and he was arrested because he's trying to shut down this device because he sort of realized that while it does have some nice, nice effects in amplifying the power, it also has some very evident drawbacks to it, which we're going to see right now because we're about to be released because they need Sid to shut it down because there's apparent damage to the crystal, and that's sort of our next destination when we get out of here.
I don't think we mentioned the water crystal jobs yet. They're not really as important as the wind crystal jobs. So you get Time Mage, Summoner, which we're not going to see in this run. Mystic Knight, another one we're not going to see. Berserker, unfortunately, we're not going to see. And Red Mage does get some use. The nice thing, like Time Mage kind of gets used in a similar manner that Black Mage gets used. And Red Mage happens to be a mage that's just a bit faster. Later on, you're going to see us equipping abilities that we've learned, particularly Time Mage and the Dimension Magic, Black Magic and the Dimension Magic of Time Mage, and it actually boosts stats a bit. So Black Mage more often is used not to learn Black Magic and be able to cast Fire and Thunder, but actually just to be able to boost our stats for other classes.
Yes, that's right. The Black Magic command, I don't know the exact amount, but it does boost your magic ability.
29, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty significant. The game doesn't really tell you about this either, as far as I'm aware. So you just have to stumble across yourself.
A lot of classes have something like that. I mean, Black Mages inherently have a high magic stat, but yeah, they don't really tell you that. Okay, if you go into a knight and your sub command is Black Magic, well, you're now a knight with a bunch of magic. It's going to be apparent later on why we're going to do that and why that might be useful. But it's very, very nice to have. I took a look over at Zwanzig, and it looks like Zwanzig did get a Mithril Sword from the Ice Soldiers. That's good to see. There is a backup strat for Garula if you don't happen to get any Mithril Swords. Of course, it's slower, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, getting the Mithril Swords is actually a somewhat new addition to the route when it's changed. This route has changed a lot over the years, but the backup strat is essentially just what we used to do before. But as it stands now at the current route, there is a strat for both no Mithril Sword, 1 Mithril Sword, or 2 Mithril Swords. Those are sort of the 3 options that you go into that fight with. Obviously, you can tell what will be the fastest of the 3. So yeah, we do still have the poison attached to our party on Curtis's stream. That is going to be going away pretty shortly, but in some past routes they elected to get an S and a spell back in the very first town, and you would get rid of it with the White Mage. But instead, we're going to have the opportunity to do a full heal after the next boss, and that'll sort of not only full heal our party, but it'll get rid of status ailments as well. So this room is kind of complicated, actually, with the step route. There's a lot of things when you're going through, which are sort of known as event or void tiles, and basically all that means is that it's a tile on the map that will not consume a step, which is potentially bad and potentially good, depending on how, depending on what you want. But it's very easy to accidentally, not get 1 step or get an additional step. So just as an example, tiles around the levers do not consume steps because you can interact with the levers. So you have to be very precise. Curtis, I believe, did everything correctly as far as I could tell, and he got the encounter that he was expecting, so he's still in step count, which is great. And he's going to be heading into our next boss, which does have a little bit of RNG to it that we're going to have to watch out for.
Liquid Flame has kind of three forms. It's going to start out as human form. There's nothing. It's always going to start as human form, but every time you hit it, it's going to change forms. Kind of just rotate between one of its three forms. So we'll see what we get here. We're looking for Tornado.
So he's going to be breaking an ice rod, like we mentioned. This is very strong at this stage in the game because it's doing, almost 2,000 damage, and we did get the tornado. So this is the best pattern because it basically what it means is that he can just simply use a second ice rod, and that's it. The fight's done. The other option is that he changes to human form, and we cannot just break an ice rod in that case. We actually have to force him to change forms again by using a physical attack, which is quite a bit slower. And he also will kill someone in this pattern as well. So potentially, not only do you need to attack him and wait for him to change forms again, you might have to revive someone as well, depending on who he kills.
Even worse, of the forms, the tornado form has the best drop. It's the flame bow, which sells for a pretty penny, and the human form, which you would get, or you potentially could get if you got the hand form, is just a flame scroll and doesn't really sell for a whole lot. So there's just a couple of things that make getting the hand form just a time loss, and you're using up a Phoenix down to revive someone, and you get less money because you don't get you have the potential to not get a better selling drop.
So what we saw before the boss, the female character was actually the queen, and she was possessed by some sort of unknown entity, and that's something that's going to come back up again throughout the story. But now that we're through, we find the werewolf that we're supposedly in cahoots with, and while the shrine is exploding, he's going to heroically sacrifice himself to save us. And he wants us, of course, to protect the Earth Crystal, which, as we'll quickly see, probably aren't going to be able to do.
Final Fantasy V has a habit of killing off a lot of side characters. So I think this guy's name is Fang.
I honestly don't even know. Yeah.
But yeah, he tries. But he's not a main character, so sorry, guy.
Sorry if you're a fan of Fang. So the fire crystal exploded. The next area that Curtis is going to be going into is actually one of the more important areas to still have step count on. It's what we call the Karnak Escape. The reason why it's so important is we have to pick up a couple chests before we can get out of the area. So we have to do a little bit of extra walking as opposed to just going straight out. But in addition to that, any encounters that you get, you cannot flee from. So there are some encounters that are slightly problematic if you were to get them outside of step count. There is always backups, but it is definitely less than ideal either way.
We don't yet have the escape ability from Thief, and technically the encounters that you could get are technically runnable, but the chance of you actually successfully running is so low that you're gonna die before you ever actually get to run. So the backup strategy is to just kill the enemies in that fight, and it takes a bunch of time and it kind of messes up with the XP a little bit. We can mention like when that would be apparent, but Curtis was able to keep the step route through the first hour or so of the run. So no encounters until we get to the quote-unquote boss of the Karnak Castle escape. It's good to see.
Yep, this is sort of the first benchmark place, I would say, that newer runners aim for. I want to keep step count up until, X. This is sort of the first one. I want to keep step count up until the end of Karnak escape, sort of for the reasons that we mentioned. And he's been able to do that, which is really great to see. So Masudo on Siren as well. Looks like he just finished up. And no issues on his end either.
Good.
So we're getting the fire crystal jobs here on Curtis's stream. We're going to get 3 of them for now. Get the rest later, but the 3 that we get now are Geomancer, which does not get any use in the speedrun. And then 2 others which do get quite a bit of use. We're going to get the Ninja Job, which is sort of one of the phases that I mentioned. We're in the Fire and Thunder Rod and Ice Rod phase right now, breaking the rods, but after that we are going to be heavily using ninjas for a while. And then the final of the 3 jobs we just got was the Mediator, as it's called in this translation, or a Beastmaster if you prefer. And that's going to be pretty useful for a few things as well along the way, which we'll talk about when we get there. So Curtis is doing some shopping, and our next sort of destination is going to be the Ancient Library to try to figure out what's going on. Sid has kind of blamed himself for, the situation of the crystal exploding, and he has holed himself up in the pub, as you do. But we're going to leave him be for now. This sand that Curtis is walking over is actually kind of scary. If you walk on those tiles outside of Step Route, you can get, I forget though, is it Chimera that is the bad encounter? I don't remember the name of what it is.
Something Chimera, Dormant Chimera.
Yeah, it's something like that, but in any case, they can, they could do an AoE attack that can potentially just insta-wipe your party, so.
It does Aqua Breath, if I remember right.
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
So yeah, really, really important to, you can mostly dodge the desert tiles, but I think there's like 1 or 2 tiles that if you're off of Step Route that you would be forced to walk over. But Curtis still has Step Route, doesn't have to worry too much about it. In the Ancient Library, there's going to be 2 bosses, Ifrit, both of which you make easy work of, as long as you have the appropriate number of rods. So Ifrit being, some Lord of Fire or something like that. Ice rods happen to be really good. Ifrit can be a little rude and kill someone off. But it looks like he was nice, and instead of using Fire 2, he just used Flame.
Yeah, it's actually quite nice when he doesn't kill someone off, because what that means is that your 3rd turn, instead of breaking the 2nd Ice Rod, gets to just do some in-battle menuing to sort of rearrange the order of your items. And as Takaze sort of alluded to not too long ago, the arrangement of our inventory at the end of this section is extremely important, which we will talk about when we get there. But you do get 2 chances. If you don't get the opportunity to do in-battle menuing on Ifrit, you do get, if he's nice again, you do potentially have an opportunity on the 2nd boss of the Ancient Library as well.
coming up towards the end of the steamship on Zwanzig, and it looks like he got the encounter at the right spot, which just lets us know that he's still on step route. He did the lever room successfully. It can be a little tricky at first to do quickly, as Tojo was talking about before. There's a lot of those void tiles or event tiles. Over on Curtis's stream, we're going to see the boss number 2 of Ancient Library, which is Byblos. Byblos is a book, or comes from a book, or something. He's weak to fire.
He's also, as far as the speedrun is concerned, essentially the exact same boss as Ifrit, other than we're going to be breaking fire rods this time instead of ice rods. Both bosses take 2 rods, and pretty much as you do. It seemed like this boss was nice to him as well. So as you can see, he's doing his very lengthy JRPG death animation, and this is sort of the second opportunity you have to change stuff around.
Yeah, whenever you have these long death animations, or rather, Byblos feels like talking for a while before he disappears into the book. It just gives you plenty of time to adjust your inventory, and that's going to be very relevant right about now, as Tojo is talking about. So we're going to be setting up for a glitch. We're going to be duping some items. What item are we duping today, Tojo?
Today, we are duping an ether. And not because we want to use a lot of spells. Ethers actually sell for a lot. So what we're about to do right here actually will fund pretty much everything that we're going to be doing for the next little bit. Because Curtis is still on step count, he's just sort of setting up his party. Ferris is a ninja, the rest are thieves for better stealing, and here he's going to get an encounter with the page 128.
So that's what we want to see, just because that's what stealing, we get an ether. So you saw Curtis do something a little unusual. So he equipped the mithril knife on Ferris, and then with Ferris he threw the empty slot that used to hold the mithril knife. That slot still had some of the properties that the mithril knife contained. One of the properties being, hey, you can throw this slot. So okay, you have an empty slot. That empty slot has a numerical value of 0. There's nothing there. Okay, you throw it. That value gets reduced by 1, so it goes from 0 to -1. As with a lot of older games, negative values don't exist, so it goes to it underflows to the max possible value of 255. So there's still nothing in that slot, though. It's 255 of nothing. When you steal an item, it's going to just try to go to the first empty slot available. Because we had the inventory sorted in a particular way, the first slot available was that empty slot that the mithril knife used to be in. So we get 255 of, actually I think, yeah, it's 255 of that item. But for whatever reason, and I forget the exact reason, we have to actually consume one of the ethers. Oh yeah, because when we steal it, it goes from 255 to 0 because it gets added to 1. So you have 0 ethers, but it still has an item slot. So you use 1, and then it drops it back down to 255.
Yeah, it's actually pretty funny because, like Takaze said, you threw nothing, which makes it go from nothing of nothing to -1 of nothing, which in old school JRPG terms is 255 of nothing. So when you steal the ether and put it in that glitched spot, it gives you +1 of what you had of what you stole, which basically means you have 0 ethers of the ether you just stole. So you'll notice right at the end he actually used the ether. If you don't use the ether that you stole, you just won't have anything.
Yeah,
but when you use it, exactly. So when you use it, it underflows back to max. So we have 255 ethers in our inventory right now.
You'll actually see it. It looks like if he goes into the item menu, and you might see this if you pay attention, it looks like he might only have 55, but it's actually 255. They just don't have that slot available. Zwanzig making his way through the Karnak escape. I expect to see no encounters from him.
Yep. Fortunately, it seems like both of our 2 out of 3 of our runners so far have had step count all the way up to the end of our first sort of target to keep it, which is Karnak escape, and very well done by both runners. Meanwhile, some other stuff has sort of happened on Curtis's stream.
What? I'm not too sure what happened with Mitsuda.
Oh, yes, it looks like Masudo reset. Did not see what happened.
Ooh.
We'll have to wait for an update on... Oh, he died.
Oh, no.
Oh, that is very unfortunate.
Well...
That just goes to show, I suppose, that FF5 is a cruel mistress.
Died to Garula. Garula can be pretty tricky, and especially when you're first learning to run, it's using all the information that you've learned about the run and putting it all to use. So we missed what exactly happened, but yeah, things can go wrong there. Like something that potentially could go wrong is Garula can actually, some of his abilities have a sap property attached to it. So even though Ferris can block physical attacks, she can still get sapped. And in some situations that can end pretty poorly. Also, the fight is actually pretty tight. So if you're not taking your turns quickly enough, like if you don't get that guard off quickly enough on Ferris, there's a potential that I think Ferris would have to get crit first. Like the first attack from Gorilla could be a crit, and then the second attack could be a sap. That's probably my guess of what happened. But it's unfortunate. Final Fantasy V is a pretty consistent game. In terms of, like, compared to a lot of other RPGs, it's relatively consistent. But there are certain fights that are going to be sometimes just you have to play the randomness in it.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing about it is that it's one of those games that is very consistent if you do exactly what you're supposed to do. There's not a lot of things that can kill you beyond your control, but it can go awry almost immediately if you deviate from the specified route. We're just being told that Masudo is actually going to load a save and continue from where he left on, so we'll be allowing Team Choco to continue onward, fortunately. So nice for that. So he will be back with us very momentarily. In the meantime, on Curtis's stream, a lot of story stuff's happening. At the end of the Ancient Library, they met Mid, who unsurprisingly is related to Sid. And so they sort of rush back to talk some sense into Sid, who's sort of still blaming himself for what happened at the crystal. And meanwhile, during all this, Galuf's memory has returned a bit, and he tells us that he's actually from another world, and 30 years ago, he and 3 others defeated an evil named X-Death, which, as we will eventually realize, is the one that's wreaking havoc in our world as well. But they defeated him 30 years ago and sealed him away using the power of the crystals. And now X-Death is trying to escape said seal by shattering all the crystals, which is sort of what's been going on in the first, hour and some change of this run. So
we saw the second attempt from Mitsuto for Garula worked out you saw how low the HP of Ferris got, just due to getting hit, getting sapped. So if you're some things can just go wrong there, and you take a little bit more damage than you might want. I didn't actually see if maybe something that also happened and was, I don't know if Mitsuto, the first attempt, had Mithril Swords. I would assume so, because I think I saw damage from him the second attempt would have indicated Mithril Swords.
Yeah, Mithril Swords do make it a little bit safer because, as everyone probably noticed, we are still poisoned at this point of the fight, or point of the run, and whether the fight goes right or wrong, that essentially puts us on a pretty fixed timer to beat him, because eventually the poison is going to tick, and because we're all at 1 HP, we are going to just die immediately, other than Ferris, of course, who is the knight.
So catching the Chocobo on Curtis's stream is actually a bit tricky, and there's some actual tech to it. The Chocobo likes moving around a lot, and sometimes can feel like it's a little random, but if you take certain actions, it can be pretty consistently always gotten close to the top. I did see Curtis do a good job catching him. I don't know how much you like doing it, but we're required to do the hua every time.
I think we missed our timing for it, but we can get it on the next one.
I think it might be a little bit behind you in terms of the stream.
Oh, that's
You call it out next time.
Okay, even if we're not in sync, they could just get it twice. How about that?
Okay, sure.
So for sync purposes, they're landing right now? Question mark? They just entered the town?
Okay. I don't think I'm too behind you.
We'll get it twice. It's fine. Yeah. So this is Lix. We're going to be buying a lot of stuff here. A lot of really important things, actually. A lot of ninja stuff, specifically.
How much
going to be selling? Go ahead.
How much money did they just make from selling those 255 ethers?
You mean those -1 ethers?
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, about 180,000.
Yeah, no big deal.
And we just saw Zwanzig do the dupe successfully there, so he's gonna have 180,000 gil waiting for him.
Yeah. In addition to some gear, the most important thing. Oh, hold on, one moment. Okay.
I'm ahead of you.
You're welcome, and I also apologize. whichever your reaction to that is. Anyhow, we are the most important thing that we bought there is we bought 41 Thunder Scrolls, as well as a Water Scroll. But we are thoroughly in the next phase of the speedrun, which is we're going to be spamming scrolls with ninjas. So you're going to see Curtis make basically everyone a ninja, and I believe, fortunately, he is still on step count. So we've reached the next target of where you would want to get to, which is the Mini Dragons grind. Mini Dragons are a uncommon encounter, and we've lined up the step count such that you're going to get 3 in a row, which is basically inconceivable to happen without step count. And they give an extreme amount of experience for this point of the game, and they just give monumentally more than anything else. So we're going to very rapidly sort of advance in some levels, and fortunately we can use the Thunder Scrolls that we just bought to two-shot them every time. So you're going to see him get 2 more in a row and then continue on his way.
It should be noted that they're actually a really scary encounter. So if you delay a little bit, if you're thinking around and not throwing your thunder scrolls, it can probably kill you. But we do have so we're doing a lot of damage here. We kind of alluded to it earlier that equipping sub commands on classes that don't normally have them can sometimes be a stat bonus. So all the ninjas here have Bartz and Gloof have black magic equipped to them. Even though they're a ninja, why would they use black magic? It's because it gives them a whole bunch of magic, the stat. Scrolls have the same damage formula that all spells have, so it's heavily based on your magic stat.
Yeah, that section can be particularly trolly without the step count. Very regularly. There's not really a whole lot you can do, unfortunately. The thing that most people sort of elect to do is force an encounter. If it's not mini dragons, you save and reload, which sort of forces a new seed, and you just kind of hope for the best. Really, what it ends up happening is you hope that you'll get it, immediately after a reset. You'll encounter Ramu a lot, most likely, which is not what you want. So it can take a lot of time. So to keep step count to this point saves a lot of time potentially.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if you've managed to keep your step route, so we're about an hour and a half in, that's the biggest win. We might as well keep it going though. There's going to be a couple times where we're going to want certain encounters, but if you're a newer runner into the game, and maybe step routes are a little scary, because they can be. Keeping it the first hour and a half is the biggest win you can get. If you happen to drop it later off, it's still going to be a time loss, but it's not going to be a huge time loss.
Yeah, I think... I mean, it really depends on the luck you get outside of step count, but I would say, on average, Mini Dragons is probably the single biggest time save of any individual spot of step count versus no step count. There is, some other rare encounter stuff near the end, but keeping it this far is for sure the biggest accomplishment you can have, especially for a relay format. So this is Sandworm. We used to just throw scrolls, but we're actually going to use shurikens. There is a little bit of RNG in this because, as you can see, he has to select Sandworm manually. So technically the best RNG is to have him be in the hole closest possible to the party, because then you can just, instantly throw it. But you got to split the difference in terms of RNG. And 3 shurikens, no problem at all.
It has 3,000 HP. If you happen to hit the hole, it counters attacks with a demi. It takes a while. Boulder strats used to use scrolls. And if you're doing a 4-jab fiesta, which is a pretty common way to play the game, it's kind of it can be a little trolly sometimes, because not all jobs are super well equipped to deal with Sandworm. Curtis is taking one fight here, gonna elect to take one fight here. Just get a little bit more experience, and that experience is gonna need it to be to get to level 14 before I believe Archaeovate. Yeah. Just to kind of state how much experience that Curtis got from those Mithril Dragons. I believe he started Mithril Dragons at 6. Put him all the way up to 13 from 3 fights.
Yeah, it can't be overstated just how much more experience Mini Dragons give compared to every other encounter in World 1, pretty much.
They're kind of like, they're closer to World 3 experience, in terms of just how much they give. But they're also particularly scary. They're probably in terms of like how scary they are. They're probably pretty par up there with a lot of the stuff that you find in World 2.
When you think about it, that forest in general is actually pretty scary. You either one tile you get Ramu, the next tile you get 5 mini dragons that just kill you outright. Definitely an area to avoid if you don't know what you're doing.
So we didn't get to talk about it too much when Curtis was doing it, but here we're going to see Zwanzig go through the ocean, and it's a pretty wide open ocean. So, and there's going to be certain times Zwanzig is going to pause specifically for the step route, and it can be pretty tricky because there's there's not a whole lot of great visual cues. They're kind of lining up with the shore, so taking a path that keeps relatively close to the shore when they're going to need to do a pause, and then just getting to certain spots. They're actually taking a bunch of extra steps here. There's a part of the ocean that's kind of linked to the start of the game where it doesn't actually generate any danger. They're actually avoiding that. They're literally riding alongside of it. So that's another thing that they're using certain visual cues to make sure they get up to it, but they don't want to step too far. So that the pauses looked good. So I would have to assume Zwanzig is still on step route, and we'll see. There'll be a confirmation of that once he gets up to Mithril Dragons.
So Masuto's on the Liquid Flame fight. We're going to see what he gets here. Again, we want to see Tornado when he transforms here, which we did. Wow, that's at least 2 for 3. I didn't see what Zwanzig got, but that's quite nice. So again, yeah, no problem. And like we mentioned earlier, not only do we get the fast pattern, we get the better drop as well.
Oh, Zwanzig taking a little bit longer to get the Chocobo there. Sometimes, so like yeah, I can't really describe how it moves. It's not entirely random, but it's pretty tricky to catch.
Yeah, in general, what you kind of want to do is just run straight up and then try to like cut into him. But you know, he has a mind of his own, so it's not going to be the same from run to run. And awkwardly, you want to be dashing and moving around as well as spamming your A button to confirm onto him that you've caught him. So it can be a little bit finicky. So, story-wise, on Curtis' stream, what we saw, they're in the ruins of this city, and they see who they think is King Tycoon, and so they're sort of chasing him around. Of note, what we learn here is that Ferris calls out to the king as father, and that's when Ferris and Lena realize that they're actually sisters, which is a pretty big plot point. Afterwards, they almost die from an explosion, but they escape via another warp point, and now we're sort of on this ancient airship which we've just discovered, and Sid and Mid are going to do what they do best and fix it for us so we have sort of more free reign of the world.
Yeah, just like the Hiryu we had earlier, the airship isn't going to generate any danger, any threat. I forget what people typically call it for Final Fantasy V, but you can't get into encounters when you're flying around. But as Toju mentioned earlier, when you're landing, that can count as a step. There are things you can do to avoid that. You can do a half step when you're landing by buffering a pause, just like you would with any other half step. So sometimes they're going to elect to do that, sometimes they're not. There's a boss coming up on Curtis's stream, I think.
We've seen him before. He's a little bit discolored now.
It must be
half joking.
It's exactly the same fight. Look how fast he dies. It must be Carl Boss.
And yep, that's pretty much it.
Great Claw is, even in a casual playthrough, Great Claw is like a super pushover. Doesn't have much HP. He's super weak to lightning. And at this point in the run, if you're in a casual playthrough, you have a lot of good sources of dealing lightning damage. And then the only thing of note is that he's particularly fast, so if you had anything other than ninjas, Crayclaw could get some turns in, but his attacks aren't super scary.
Yeah, one of the things we bought back in Lix was actually the stealth robe, and that's particularly useful for the agility that it gives, so we've kind of set up our characters so that we can always get fast turns, pretty much regardless of the enemy. But if you're watching... Oh, go ahead. Good.
I was just going to add to that. We also got the Green Berets, which, again, are small agility boosting.
So on Zwadzing's screen, if you were watching, he did, in fact, get 3 mini dragons in a row, so confirming what we thought, which is that he is still on step count. And Masudo just got through the Karnak escape with no problem, so he too is still on step count. So all 3 runners really doing a good job here. So Curtis is kind of in like a fetch quest sort of section right now for a little bit. He kind of flies off to the side and sees this like ancient runes fly up into the sky. Our airship cannot yet go up that high, so... Or well, it can go up. I believe actually it can go up that high, but it's dangerous because it's not like armored enough. It might be that's what it was, so... we need to find some adamantite to reinforce our ship so that it can sort of take on the runes that we just saw rise up into the air. So that's sort of his next task after this little cutscene here.
Lore-wise, I think we forgot there was a cutscene that Gloof basically regained his memories, or at least a good chunk of them. Doesn't have full access to his memories, but he remembers that he's from another world. He was kind of came over in that meteorite. Curtis taking a swim for a second there. Probably just a misclick. I'm curious if that might potentially adjust his step.
So that's actually this is a good display actually, because so what he just did there is technically fixable, because if it consumes a step from landing, which ordinarily it does, he can just simply do an extra half step, and this is a very world map heavy section. However, a lot of as Takaze said, a lot of the ocean is actually like a no encounter zone, so it doesn't do anything. So he's pretty much just has to know whether or not that area he landed in has encounters. I believe it does. I could be incorrect, but he kind of just has to know whether or not it does offhand, because there's no way to know. There's no way to know during a run unless you just know offhand.
Yeah, like there's a couple points he might be able to tell. Well, we have a boss fight coming up, so that's probably more pressing, and we have Adamantimi here, or just affectionately called Timmy. For being a tortoise, he's actually really fast, and he's pretty scary. So I mentioned red mages have some pretty good agility, and it's actually really important to switch Ferris to a red mage here. The ninjas all go fast, they all take their turns, but you really need the ice rod from a mage to finish Timmy off there. Even if you just delay for a second there, Timmy's going to take a turn in, and I think he likes using ice too, and he's probably going to kill somebody, and if he kills a red mage, you're going to have a bet. But we're talking a little bit about the kind of step route and a potential mistake from Curtis, but potentially fixable. So we're gonna see. We're gonna just have to keep an eye on the next encounters he gets into. It's hard for us to tell if he potentially could have taken a half step when he was landing the airship in front of the meteorite. I think normally I think in that case. In a normal step route, I think you're normally taking a half step there. Turn around.
I can check. He does not normally take his half step there, which is in this case good because, if you were already taking a half step there, you can't take a half step to fix it when you're only landing on one tile. So potentially he could fix it. We're going to find out pretty soon whether or not he is still on step count once we actually get into the runes. which is upcoming. First, we have to get through the security, which is sort of our next boss fight and next section of fights, but we'll be able to find out fairly soon.
And in a little bit, we're going to see dupe number 3 on our center stream, Mitsuto. Looks like he's set up for it. His inventory looks good. And we're going to have 255 more ethers.
Or -1, whichever, whatever suits your fancy. Curtis, before the boss, you have to sort of kill these 4 guns of the ruins. It's not particularly interesting. He's just going to be throwing scrolls. The only thing to note is you want to be getting some speed tonics here, which are dropped by the flame guns. So it can either be flame guns or rockets. In the step count, you will always get, I believe, 2 apiece of each, which is enough. But outside of step count, you can be a little bit annoying technically.
Yeah, I'm not too sure exactly how it quite works, but you notice he's going from right to left. I don't know exactly what that does, but I think it helps in terms of getting the flame guns that we see on this last one here. So as long as you at least get 1 encounter of the flame guns, you're okay, because as Toju mentioned, you want some speed tonics later on. Ideally, you want 2 of them. But worst case that happens, if you're off step count and you get poor luck, you can always pick some up if you just remember it in a shop later on.
Yeah, there's a shop you have to go to that just happens to sell them anyway, so you can correct that error right there. But this is the main defense, a lot bigger than the guns we were just fighting. Not that much less of a pushover, however. Simply more of a HP sponge, if you will. It's going to take... It's pretty much the same strat, except instead of 2 Thunder Scrolls, this guy's going to take usually 9, I believe.
I think 8 if you get some poor damage rolls. 7 if you're lucky.
So right now we are at... This is 6. I know it's for sure 3 rounds. So yeah, everyone except Ferris is throwing scrolls, so let's see what kind of luck he gets here. 7, 8 maybe? Yeah, looks like 8.
Okay.
Yep. So if you look on Misuto's stream, we're using the Beastmaster or Mediator to pick up a capture here. And that's something we're going to be able to use on Curtis' stream pretty soon here. But basically how that class works is that you can capture monsters and release them, and they'll do sort of different effects depending on what you got. So it looks like Curtis... So ordinarily, you touch both walls in the step count, but he elected not to touch the right wall. So I believe he's trying to fix his step count. So he took 2 less steps than... Actually, it's... I believe he landed once accidentally before the one we were talking about. So I believe what he did was he might have landed in the ocean on purpose to consume a second step, and there he just took 2 less. So we're gonna see. That's the right encounter. I believe it's the right spot too. So I think that he overstepped, but actually managed to fix it. So really nice to see.
Yeah. So yeah, what Toju was saying, and it looks like he did. Is he recognized he took an extra step. So he only was 1 step ahead. So he landed an extra time to put himself 2 steps ahead. And then while he was burning some steps, he just made sure that he burnt 2 less steps than he normally would.
Really great to see.
Yeah. And that can be really tricky to do in the middle of a run, because sometimes you're trying to think of, okay, did I make a mistake? Okay, I made a mistake. What did that do? How do I need to fix it? And you're trying to think about that while still playing the game and not making other mistakes.
So we're going to be fighting just a couple encounters here. You saw he fought the encounter with the double knights and the demon, as well as Alamia, and that sort of gets us back to the level 14 target that we are looking for, that Takaze mentioned earlier. And I don't know, do you think it's better to talk about this fight before or after? This is a pretty lengthy one for sure.
Let's do after, just because we will have plenty of time.
Sure.
Just to set it up, we're going to be doing some amount of damage. I think I forget if that's I'm just going to assume he's fine. I think that going into that room is intentional.
You entered the room. Yeah, I think that is intentional.
I think it's just part of the route, yeah. So just to set up, he's going to be doing some amount of damage with his ninjas. He's going to be paying attention to how much damage he's doing. He's going to release the beast that he captured with the mediator. And then he's going to be doing this kind of weird waiting around strategy. And we'll explain what happens.
Hopefully you've tried to fight this boss in a casual or maybe your 4-job fiesta and probably have had some degree of difficulty with it. So if that's the case, you may be a little bit surprised as to what you're about to see here. So there you go.
Really,
that's it.
Really fast there.
So what happened?
How many phases does Archaeoavis have?
So yeah, this fight is strange because it probably looked like nothing happened, but it's actually, in my opinion, the most technical fight in the entire run, believe it or not, and it's kind of for what goes on under the hood. And if you've played this yourself, like I mentioned, that's probably not how your fight went. And that's because, like Takaze's alluding to, there are actually 5, I believe, hidden Archaeoavises in that fight, and we only saw one of them. What's supposed to happen is every time you kill one of them, it sort of cycles to the next. But we didn't get that at all. We only dealt with 1 out of 5. And the reason why that happened is because instead of killing him directly, we killed him indirectly. And what that means is instead of doing sort of a very direct attack or a spell or an item, we killed him with the monster that we released, which had sap. And sap is you kind of think it's I think it's the status itself is called like HP leak, but you can kind of think of it as like a poison, if you will. It sort of just gradually lowers his HP. And so we killed the first of 5 Archaeoavises with that indirect means of damage. And because it was an indirect means, the fight just ends there instead of going a lot longer, which is what you would normally expect when you're doing it.
Yeah, there's a couple of things in this game that can kind of interrupt the enemy's AI. So how that fight works, Toju was explaining that it has many different phases. So you bring phase 1 down to 0 HP, and he just comes back at full HP because it's just built into his AI script. Like when this happens, when he drops to 0 HP, do this thing. But because, as Tojo was mentioning, it died indirectly due to sap, for whatever reason, that part of the AI script just never triggers. So it gets to 0 HP, it doesn't trigger the, okay, roll over to the next phase, get back up to full HP. So you have a monster with 0 HP, okay, the fight's over. And the fight's over.
The other sort of, so that's one half of why it's technical. The second half, which is what Takaze alluded to, if maybe you want to talk about that, is sort of strange defending that you saw him. Actually, I don't think we did see it from Curtis.
We might have good numbers
yes.
from him. So yeah, the way SAP works, Tojo was talking about, okay, HP leak is like kind of the official stat name. It just reduces HP, but it's not like a poison in a lot of Final Fantasy games where every time you take a turn, you take some damage. It's a constant stream of HP going down. And so we'll pay attention when Zwanzig and Mituto get up there. They might have to kind of do something to get a little bit more out of SAP. If Curtis had some maybe less good damage rolls, and all he did was toss out the release and then just did nothing, Sap would do roughly about 70 damage. And depending on your damage rolls, that might not be enough to kill. But there are things you can do to kind of extend. You can get more out of a single Sap. And you can get the Sap, that HP, that constant stream of HP dropping, you can get it to go faster. So we'll pay attention to Zwanzig and Mitsuto. Maybe they're not going to have good damage rolls, and they're going to have to kind of get more out of the Sap. And if they don't do that, we'll just kind of explain what's happening.
Yeah, the thing that you're kind of watching for as you're looking at this the second time is the strategy basically is to use 2 items and then let Sap sort of do the rest. Sap, I can't remember the order it's used, but basically the form itself has 1600 HP, and we do sort of around 1500, give or take, with the 2 items. More or less, if you do really less, you can do a spell to sort of adjust. More, which is what Curtis got, and the fight sort of just ended immediately. So when Zwanzig gets there, just keep an eye on, how much damage is he doing with the first 2 items, and then if it's lower than Curtis, which we're hoping for commentary purposes at least, we can kind of see how he's able to get more out of his Sap, because Curtis basically had his Sap kill almost immediately after using 2 items because he just got really good damage rolls.
And it can be a little hard to understand too without really seeing the Sap, because you use Sap and you don't see any HP changing. You don't see numbers dropping. You just see, okay, Sap used, wait a second, oh, it's dead, what happened? There's a lot of really good tools out there for one of which is if you're playing an emulator, which is perfectly allowed, for the speedrunning community. There's some scripts that you can load in that can bring up this HUD, and you can see all these really good stats. And one of the things you can see is okay, what's the enemy HP at right now? So it's kind of if you have that loaded in on that fight, it's really cool to see. You can just see the HP dropping, and you can kind of get a sense of how Sap works in that case, because you can see in some cases it goes really fast, and in some cases it's doing it takes 10 seconds to do 20 damage or something like that. There's not a whole lot going on Curtis's stream. I think it's about 7.5 minutes of cutscenes. We're going to see Zwanzig here in a couple minutes. He's still on step route. He got the fight at the right spot. It's good to see. In a little bit, he'll be...
Oh, no, go ahead.
I was just going to say, a couple minutes, he'll be at Arceovavis.
Yeah, and similarly, right as we confirmed, Zwanzig is in fact still on step count. So is Masudo, so he's doing the mini dragon grind himself, and he's getting them exactly as he should. So something we kind of glossed over. We can do a little bit of a story recap maybe after Zwanzig defeats Arceovavis, but you'll notice that when he goes into the boss room, we're going to encounter King Tycoon and in the crystal room, and he's the one that is actually ordering us to defeat the boss. And then not only that, after we defeat the boss, he attacks us because he too is possessed by a sort of unknown force, which is actually known now from Galuf's memory returning as to be X-Death. But more on that when we finish up, because Zwanzig is just ducking into this little side room, and he's going to be making his way to the boss. So again, just as a reminder, what we're looking for is how much damage are his items going to be doing, and then if his don't do as much as Curtis's, you might see him doing something a little strange with his defense, and so just in general what he's doing with his party. So we'll watch that here.
We'll see a shuriken. We'll see some sort of scroll. That's pretty low damage on the shuriken.
Okay, that's pretty low damage.
Pretty mediocre. Yeah. He's probably going to have to use a fire here to kind of compensate, but it's probably also going to let us see that thing that we were talking about. So Gloof's going to take a turn. He's going to wait a second and then defend. Wait a second, then defend. And it's just going to be a couple turns of this. And what that's actually doing is it's extending the sap a bit. Not only is it extending, but for whatever reason, and we haven't actually talked about how the differences between active and wait battle and what the battle speed actually does. We'll get to that in a second. But when a character in this fight, when you're using sap, when you get to a point where your character is deciding a turn, for whatever reason, sap really kicks in. It accelerates the damage it's doing, and so that's why Zwanzig is waiting for a second there. He wants the sap to speed up before he goes to the next person's turn, because he's extending the amount of damage that sap is actually doing. If you get poor damage like we saw Zwanzig get there, and he did nothing other than just do the damage and then toss out the sap and maybe toss out that fire, sap might not be enough to kill, and it also takes a long time for sap to really get its full damage on. So not only are you speeding up how fast sap is killing him, you're also guaranteeing that the sap is actually going to kill. Because again, if Archaeavis doesn't die to sap and dies to any other damage, it's going to transition to phase 2, and we're just not equipped to do anything else to Archaeavis. We have to kill in this manner.
Yeah, this fight for Zwanzig was actually pretty much a perfect example, because I believe, if memory serves correctly, the two items he used did roughly 1450 damage, and then he sort of topped it off a bit with a fire. So he's sitting at low 1500. Takaze sort of mentioned it the first time we went through, but sap on its own is only really going to do about 70 damage. So, you do the math there. That is not enough to kill for the 1600 HP boss. So had he not done that, the run's pretty much over at that point. You can load a safety save. You can load a safety save if you got one, but there's just simply no way to defeat the boss if you you actually load another phase of it without ending the fight.
Before sap was really well understood, I think it was actually a common strat was to bring in Geomancers, because using their terrain ability there would often do air slash, which does quite a bit of damage, but it was still a pretty lengthy fight just because you're having to go through the forums, and it's just a huge HP sponge you're just going through.
So, story recap for what Curtis is up to right now. So we have the possessed king. After we defeat Archaeavis, he kind of tries to attack us. And after that, another meteorite arrives, and then a girl named Kara sort of bursts into the room, and she uses a spell to break the possession of the king. And that sort of... actually, before we do that, I want to pause for a moment. On Curtis' stream right now, you're going to see Chimera Brain. This looks really easy because he's just doing, 2 gill tosses.
A lot of damage.
Which does a lot of damage. So this is sort of the next phase. We're moving on from Skrulls, and now we're moving on to Samurais using gill toss, which, as it alludes to, we're just chucking money at enemies and doing a lot of damage. That fight was very easy, 2 gill tosses, nothing special, but that actually used to be probably the single most scary fight in the route, and older versions of this route, because we used to dupe there. You can dupe a steel to, it's pretty much the same way that we did the ether dupe at the end of Ancient Library. We used to do it there. The problem is, much like the one that we said you can run into on the way to the library in the sort of desert area that can do an AoE spell to wipe you, he can also do an AoE spell to wipe you, and if that goes off, it's if you don't have a safety save, the run is over. So the way to get around that is we used to use the tame ability from the mediator, and you had to do a very very execution heavy and very precise tame lock, as it was called, sort of render him not able to do any ability. So very scary stuff. Fortunately, that is no longer in the realm.
I actually really liked it. It was really
very
cool
cool.
to see.
Yeah. Very execution heavy. Like it was not like there was any random aspect to it, but the stakes were extremely high, and also, the dupe could take an indefinite amount of time because you need to wait till you get the steal, and you're not guaranteed to get it first try. So you have to be really on point with your inputs. That fight there, we just fought Titan. Fight's a little bit interesting because as he dies, he uses Earthshaker. So what you saw Curtis do was drink a giant drink, and that sort of increases Bart's HP, and he is the only one able to survive that sort of death attack.
The only thing to kind of pay attention to, and I've definitely had a run or two die to this, is giant potion doubles your HP, both your current HP and max HP.
Yes.
But if in the Chimera fight you get hit or Aqua Breath, well, Bart's not going to be at full HP, and you know what? Double HP of like 50 just isn't enough to live Earthshaker. So you really have to make sure that Bart's is at full HP before going into Titan there. So that the giant potion actually does its job. But World 1 done for Curtis. He's on to World 2. That's roughly the halfway point in the run. He's about 2 hours in. Run is usually in the 4-hour time range, so this is our halfway point.
So just sort of continue the. I honestly forgot how close together those bosses were, but I'll just sort of get us finish up World 1 story-wise where we're at. So Kara sort of arrives on the scene, and she breaks the spell of King Tycoon in the crystal area, and really nice happy reunion. Ferris and Lena, they're sisters. They're reunited with their father. But the crystal itself shatters, and X-Death is on the scene now because that was the last one sort of keeping him sealed away. After that, he uses the shards to sort of attack the party, and King Tycoon unfortunately has to sacrifice himself to save everyone else, and he is no longer with us. After that, they flee the area, and Gluff tells them the full story of who he is exactly, that he and 3 other companions were known as the Dawn Warriors in his world, and then he fought X-Death, I believe 30 years ago, and they're the ones who sealed him away. So now Kara and Gluff returned to his world because they need to go fight him, and they told the rest of us to stay, but as you can see, as we're getting kidnapped right now, we didn't do that. So Curtis is going to lose this fight on purpose and get kidnapped away by one of X-Death's minions. After that, we sort of before we got here, we consulted with Sid and Mid of what to do. And the reason why he was going around to all the meteorite sites is they needed to collect a bunch more adamite so they could activate the warp point to this world. And that's sort of what brings us here. And as you can see, we've been kidnapped and locked away in the dungeon of X-Death's castle. So not exactly the most expedient start to World 2.
So, since we didn't get a chance to talk about the first of the 3 boss fights on Curtis's stream, the first one is I forget the boss.
Burrows, I think.
Yeah, that sounds right. It's just a bunch of bombs, and we kind of said that Giltas is kind of good. So Giltas's damage is based really only on 2 things. It's based on the user's level, and it's based on the enemy's defense. And when used, it spreads its damage evenly across all, so it doesn't split damage based on 6 targets. We're going to see a lot of damage come out here. It does cost money, as Toji mentioned earlier. But at this point in the run, we're not even that high level. It's doing over 2,000. clearly not intended to be used a whole lot. But you know what? Money isn't too bad for us because of that duping we did earlier, so we're free to spend a bit. We still have to be conscious of money because we're going to run out if that's all we do. So we can't just rely on that. We're going to be doing some other things. So you might see some ninjas throwing some more scrolls, but not too often. And there's going to be some amount of picking up stuff for money purposes too, to make sure that we can still have stuff to throw.
So on Curtis's stream, Galuf and Kara, having arrived before the rest of the party, they were sort of with their army and preparing to launch an assault on Xdeath's castle, but Xdeath used us as sort of bait, holding us hostage to lure him back. So Galuf borrowed Kara's Windrake, and now he's sort of mounting a solo rescue. And in this next room, we're going to be encountering one of the more iconic characters in the game. We won't hear the music just yet, but this is... he's got to make himself a samurai, because as we said, Giltoss is really strong at this point. But this is Gilgamesh, one of Xdeath's top generals, and he's in an epic 1v1 with Galuf, and he's dead. No, he lost.
Right.
Top general, by the way. He's going to let us... Lucky for us, he's going to let us go.
He's a nice guy.
Yeah, he's really showing us mercy when we need it most. But we won, so now we get to save our friends. Well, we didn't win. We were allowed access to our friends. So great.
We don't get AP for that fight.
No, why would you? Because he won. So
right,
you don't get AP for lost fights.
Yeah. And just in terms of step count, Curtis still is on step count.
Yep.
The last encounter he got was at the right spot. Zwanzig hasn't gotten to an encounter since he was in Ranka Ruins, but the last encounter he got was good. And Mitsuto is going to be going into Ranka Ruins pretty soon here. I haven't seen any missteps from him, so I imagine to see that he is still on step route. And this is a good song.
And more importantly, we have arrived. If you're not posting a sour please in chat, you are doing it wrong.
Alright, while we're listening to this great music, you're seeing Curtis being pretty particular about the steps he's taking. That's because there's a lot of event tiles on the bridge, and certain tiles have forced encounters, just like that first one that we saw. So he's making sure to take certain steps to avoid a lot of those. Setting up for the Gilgamesh fight here. So this is actually more of a real fight, and it can actually be a little scary.
Yep.
The main thing that Curtis is going to be doing here is going to be tossing out 2 guild tosses, or 3. Using a potion to make sure that Galuf isn't going to die. But he's actually going to wait a bit because he wants to make sure that got to make sure everybody's at full HP. He wants to make sure that when he gets Gilgamesh to a low enough HP, he's going to go power up. And he actually is really scary at this point. He's going to do a lot of damage on his attacks. He just buffed himself a bunch. So if you don't kill him quickly here, he could kill some people off.
Yeah, he just sort of continually picks people off one by one if you allow him to. The reason why Curtis high potion there is because he can do a max of 343 damage, which is exactly how much damage he did. So yeah, he's a tough cookie for sure. Unlike the first time we fought him. That little wonky movement that he did there actually just skipped an encounter. I personally don't know the specifics of it, maybe you do, but it just sort of skips the spawning of the encounter if you do that weird little snake movement.
Yeah, there's just certain tiles that you're looking to avoid. So yeah, you have to do the weird little snake movement to make sure you're not getting any of the tiles that have the encounter. There's a couple more, not quite as complicated in the first half of the bridge. It just takes a little bit to get used to. Curtis doing a good job remembering everything there. It's okay to just take a second to, okay, let's going to take step by step. because taking a second just to make sure your steps are good is much more important than trying to go really quickly and then taking a misstep and getting into an encounter, kind of throwing things off. Mitsuto is good on step route. That is the right encounter in terms of the first one for Ranka Ruins. So almost 2 hours in for everybody, and everybody's still on step route.
Speaking of step route, this section that Curtis is in is kind of one of the more annoying parts for step route, even historically, because he's got to have he has a really long stretch of world map movement. So world map step route in general tends to have less obvious ways to sort of track where you are. You know, a lot of the way that we tend to sort of route out not the number of steps, but how we take the steps on dungeon tiles is usually sort of centered around like running into walls, doing it in sort of ways that it's really difficult to mess up. But on the world map, you don't tend to have those kind of landmarks. And in addition to that, you have to be doing, you have half steps in the mix as well. So it can be pretty easy to make a mistake. But I believe he still did everything right so far.
He actually, I think he's actually like +1, but he has adjusted his pausing to make up for that. So he's adjusting where he has to pause. At least I believe that's entirely intentional, because all of his pauses there were one step ahead than "quote unquote" what is normal. So that's a very conscious decision that he's making, most likely. And that can be hard to keep track of, just because you're always used to pausing on the same tiles, and when you have to adjust by one, it can be hard to remember to do that. And you can certainly tell that he's like making sure to do it, because you really want to keep that step route going for as long as possible.
The strange thing, actually, on that note about the world map, and a lot of the times, and again, this is not a hard rule either, because it honestly, everything has an asterisk when it comes to step count. A lot of the times it doesn't actually matter where you do it. So we have sort of like the spots that we go out to do, but a lot of the time, if you do like the half step, even 2, even sometimes 3 tiles away, it actually doesn't matter. Because kind of what you see if you're looking at like the scripts, you'll see there's a number that sort of tracks down, okay, well, 4 more steps, I'm going to get an encounter. But when you're doing a half step or you pause, it's going to sort of refresh it. You're like, oh, well, now I need 15. Strangely enough, there's a lot of places on the world map that, even if you do it, okay, I've got 2 steps left, I half step, now 16 steps. Even if you're 3 steps away, sometimes if you do it early, it doesn't matter, because it still adds the same amount of additional steps you would need to get the encounter. So it's very odd. Like everything, especially with the world map, there's a lot of really strange stuff. I'm not sure what Curtis's intentions are right now, because obviously we don't know what he's saying. But yeah, it's very interesting stuff. It's hard to keep track of for a runner, let alone someone watching.
I don't think that's a normal chest to grab. He's probably grabbing it for money purposes, just entirely for marathon safety. I don't know if he has to adjust his steps at all to make up for that, or if it just. I think you normally do burn 2 steps there anyway, so he's just electing to burn 2 steps, get a free chest. Just because having extra money doesn't particularly hurt. We have this big skeleton dinosaur-looking thing. Oh yeah, this is a Final Fantasy game.
Yeah, well, no elixir shenanigans for us, unfortunately. It can be kind of troll, because the Phoenix Down is not guaranteed to hit. It's possible I'm incorrect on this, but I believe an elixir is, but we simply don't have one. And for a lot of the glitchless routes, this fight is actually kind of scary because often you might only have 2 Phoenix Downs going into it, and I believe it's something maybe like 80% chance. I don't know the exact specifics, but it's likely to hit, but missing is not uncommon. You could easily miss twice, and then what do? You can't. There's no other way to kill him. So it's very scary stuff. Had we not done the ether dupe and allowed us to buy a bunch of additional Phoenix Downs, I believe they must have switched the stream audio. So listening to Battle of the Big Bridge too.
Yeah, thank you for whoever's managing audio. We get to hear that a number of times. On Curtis's stream, you're gonna see he's gonna play it dangerous. You're kind of expected that you have to take the safe route and not go through the desert because that's a big no-no. There's a bunch of really scary, unrunnable encounters that you can get there. But if you're on step route, which we've seen he has been, and you take a very set path and you're doing your pauses correctly, you get to save a bit of time. It's baked into the step route, so you kind of have to do it anyway. But it can be pretty tricky to learn exactly where you need to take your steps there, because unlike a lot of other world map areas where you can kind of just, get point A to point B, and it doesn't really matter how you get there, just as long as you're pausing at the right spots. And in that place, through the desert there, you have to make sure to follow the exact steps.
The interesting thing about that particular map is, other than strange little corner tiles, all the grass tiles don't actually increase your step count. So when you're on steps, we actually walk across the sand in very specific ways, like Takaze said, because we want to only increase our steps by a certain amount. But the nice thing is, if you are running the game and you don't have steps by this point, you don't want to walk on the sand because of those scary encounters, but you can get 95% of the way if you go the long way around, just by walking on the grass, and you won't get any encounters, which is kind of nice. So you may be wondering why Curtis is in this sort of desolate area. Basically what happened at the end of the big bridge is Xdeath activates one of his barrier towers, and it sort of hurls us to this distant continent. We're trying to find our way back now, and that Moogle that we helped with the boss that we threw the Phoenix down on, he leads us to this Moogle village, and their inhabitants contact Kara's Moogle to let us know what's happening, and now she's riding her unfortunately injured Windrake to come pick us up and bring us back to the castle. This is also one of the very few conveniently timed breaks in this game in terms of speedrunning. It's we're only a little bit over halfway, but this is a nice, I think, minute and some change break. So if you need to run, grab a drink of water or something like that, this is a really good place to do it. Once you clear a few text boxes here with Kara after you land, there's a long flight sequence that sort of affords you a little bit of extra time. Something I don't think we talked about directly, but obviously we've been using it along the way. That Earth Crystal, the last shrine that we went to, the jobs that we got from that one were Dragoon, which unfortunately has no use in this speedrun. Dancer, which technically doesn't really have a use, but we will use it later on simply for the stats. We've sort of mentioned it before indirectly, but every job has its own base stats, so sometimes if you don't need specific abilities, there can be something to be said about just equipping a job for the stats that it brings. And then, more importantly, to bring us into the next couple phases of the next and also final phase, really, of the speedrun strat-wise, is we got Samurai, which we've been using a lot, and we will be still using for a while longer due to Guild Toss. And also Chemist, which is extremely important for the end game, especially. But we also got to see a little bit of its power on Titan when we used the giant drink, to survive Titan's attack. So yeah, those two jobs very important at this stage of the game. Pretty much the two most important jobs for end game. So we're going to be leveling it up on pretty much everyone. Samurai and Chemist on a few people. So yeah, very important jobs.
something that's kind of gone undersaid, just because there kind of is a lot to talk about with this game, but something that you see constantly happening is menuing to change your jobs around. So leveling up your jobs is very important because in certain fights, we need to have certain abilities. So you're going to see Bartz is going to be stuck on Chemist for a while because we really need to learn that combine or mix ability. While that's happening, we need to have some way to do damage, and we do want to naturally learn Guild Toss. So we have a couple people on Samurai, and we still need to have someone on Thief because we need to dash around. We need to other abilities that I don't think we mentioned that Thief also gives us is one of their passives is Caution, which prevents back attacks. So that's really important. And then having someone, if you level up your Thief enough, eventually they'll learn Escape, which just lets you run away from battles quickly.
Yeah, the annoying thing is that obviously for the speedrun we want dash at all times. Like pretty much as soon as we get Thief, we can't afford to ever not have a Thief while we're walking around, other than the exception of the world map where you can't dash. But dash is actually the third ability you learn from Thief, so you really have to sort of invest some time to getting the required AP. And in addition to that, sometimes it's just not realistic to equip the dash ability, because like for example, as Takaze said, we're trying to learn combine. Some fights we might need combine, so we can't really afford to equip dash. So yeah, there's a lot of things going on under the hood in this game. It's I guess it's important to say big shout outs to a runner named Zinfogel. He has been incredibly important to the routing of this game over the years. Probably the single most important for the Western community. Also shout outs to Chrono Kirby, who did a lot of routing himself in the early days. But yeah, there's a lot of guides and resources out there available due to those two, and it's not easy. There's a lot of things going on. There's a lot of things to keep track when it comes to routing a game like this, and if we can't even find the time, even with all these cutscenes, to mention everything, you can imagine the amount of work and dedication it takes to go into routing a game like this. So definitely hats off to both of those two.
The route that all three runners are using today is created by Zinfogel. He calls it the Ashura route because he mostly based it on a Japanese runner named Ashura, who's a very good runner. And in terms of, like, if you want to pick up this game, this is probably a good route to use. Older routes, we kind of alluded to it a little bit. Older routes, I was really scared to learn older routes. A lot of, so at this point in the run, we're doing a lot of prepping for using Chemist Combine, and we have a lot of money, so we're using Guild Toss. Older routes, a lot of times they used what we call Death by Math. So using more blue magic abilities and using stuff like level 5 Death, Old, and certain other abilities that you can get from Blue Mage just to kill things off. And it made the fights very precise. So if you wanna pick up this run, definitely I would go with this route. You don't necessarily have to start out learning the step route. Probably should try to get to the point where you can get through Karnak Castle for the reasons we mentioned earlier. And Zinfogel has put out a lot of really good information. So not only did he come up with this route, which is a very, very good route, he has put a lot of effort into not only just making a guide to walk you through a text guide, he's also put out a full video guide, like 20 or 30 videos that break the game down into each segment, and he does a very good job at not only explaining, okay, here's what you do, but he's also explaining like why you're doing it in the first place, and also backup strats for if you're not on step route, do this, or if you get this fight, here's how you accomplish it. So Toju mentioned it, like hats off to Zinfogel for the current route. Chrono Kirby has put a lot of information in the past. I don't know when the last time he's run Final Fantasy V, but certainly if you're familiar with older runs, you might be familiar with Chrono Kirby.
So Bartz is using a secret technique that his dad taught him to defeat this guy, which is running into him really fast. And yeah, we won.
Beating up an old man, jeez.
An old wolf, even. So what's sort of going on here now? When they arrive back at the castle, they discover Galuf is a king. He's pretty embarrassed by it, and Bartz honestly doesn't believe he's a king anyway. He thinks it's weird, but that is the case in this world. Hara sort of tells them that the drake that she used to rescue them is now dying due to the long flight. And Lena suggests that she gets some dragon grass to cure him, which is, if you remember, all the way back when we fought Vigisa, that's what she used there as well back in World 1. So we're on our way to Dragon Valley. But before we can get there, there's actually a town called Kelb that is in between where we were and where we're going. And here we meet, I don't actually recall his name, this wolf. Oh, Kelgar, there we go. Yeah. Fortunately, the text is slow enough for me to read that. Meet Kelgar, and after we defeat him in battle with our secret technique that Bart's father taught him, now in this cutscene here, we're sort of learning that he actually was a Dawn warrior along with Galuf. And what we're learning now, not only those two, but Galuf's father as well was one of these 4 Dawn warriors. And we also learned that Galuf's father was the only one who sort of protested the idea of leaving the sealed away Axe Death on the other world, which is where Bartz and his friends are from. So he actually stayed there to safeguard the seal, and that's sort of that connection that Bartz has between the two worlds, because his dad is actually not from the world he was born on.
So, previously, like, Bartz and friends went to Gloof's world, mostly just to kind of help out, like, okay, well, you know, Gloof's our friend, like, gotta help him out. But now there's, like, that a little more investment from Bartz that, like, has more of that, like, his father helped defeat Axe Death. He has a connection that he wants to do it too. We mentioned earlier we need another way to cure poison off a Hiryu or a Windrake. So we have to climb up what in the other world is pretty similar to North Mountain. In this world it's Dragon Valley, and this is a pretty precise part of the run, at least from a step routing perspective. There's a lot of rooms to go into. You can get into a lot of encounters here if you happen to be off of step route. And there's going to be a couple of encounters that we're actually going to go out of our way to kill. And we'll see that here. And that's going to be a kind of a twofold reason. We're going to kill them for a little bit more XP. We're also going to kill some zombie dragons coming up because they happen to drop a dragon fang. Bone mail, pick it up there. That's very important. We'll get to it's very good, very necessary for certain fights. It's an interesting item. Do you want to explain what Bone mail does for us?
Bone mail, we won't give it away until we get there, I suppose, but in terms of specifics. But to explain what it does for us, just more generally speaking, it's an item that has extremely high defense, but the sort of drawback to it is you can't use restorative items. And not only can you not use restorative items actually deal damage to you. So that's something to keep in mind, because it has sort of multiple use purposes for us, as Takaze mentioned, and we'll definitely see that when we get there.
Yeah, so these zombie dragons, just like the Tyrannosaurus, we toss a Phoenix down at them. You're getting pretty okay luck. on Curtis's side, and as soon as I say that, maybe okay, only second try is fine. It is about 80 to 85% rate that the Phoenix Downs hit, but sometimes you just get unlucky, and you're constantly tossing Phoenix Downs at these things trying to kill them. Alright, so we're coming up on the boss of Dragon Valley, this Hear You plant. We're still in the phase where just throwing money at our problems is gonna be fine for us. Bart's being on Chemist is important because he needs a lot of AP. Meanwhile, Ferris and Lena are just going to Guild Toss a bunch. Hear You plant, its main gimmick is just you have to kill the plants and it revives them again, but luckily Guild Toss not only kills the ads that Hear You plant kind of spawns, it also just kills Hear You plant itself.
Yeah, there's a lot of points in the run where Guild Toss not only being strong, but Guild Toss being AoE is really, really useful. We haven't even hit the arguably most important one for having AoE damage yet, but you can see even on this fight here, it really, really does work well for fights like this where we have to hit multiple enemies. So we're making use of Time Mage for the first time, I believe, there. Just a little bit of utility purpose. We're not using it in battle, but we're using it for the exit spell, which takes us right to the beginning of the dungeon, so we don't have to walk all the way back around, which is really nice.
That's a pretty dungeon. And yeah, interestingly enough, that's the only time we actually see a time magic spell itself. But we did see Lena spending some time a bit on Time Mage.
Spending some time.
Oh,
did you? Was that?
No,
really,
it wasn't.
Really gonna,
wasn't.
Really gonna go there?
It's unintentional. I'm sorry. So Lena had, we had seen Lena. I'm trying to not use the word time now.
It's I believe in you. Just think about it.
I can't even say what I'm going to say now. But yeah, Lena spent a while being a time mage for the purposes of learning dimension magic.
There you go.
And dimension magic, just like black magic, we kind of talked about this earlier, purely for giving a stat boost on another class. And we use that mostly on ninja. I think we're going to see that. We still see some ninja use later on. No, I think we're actually done with ninjas for the most part.
Yeah, for the most part. I think we do some equipping near the end of World 2, but you know, by and large, we very much have moved on from you know, the elemental scroll phase of dealing damage to the Guild Toss phase, and we're sort of
more dancing going on.
Oh, they must have switched it over again. They must have got audio working.
Thank you. We did not deserve the people working on tech. If you didn't think that it was done in terms of Battle at the Big Bridge music playing, we're going to be coming up pretty soon on the big boat. We might hear some more music coming up soon on Curtis's stream. But lore happening. You want to give a quick lore update?
Sure. So the odd thing is that monster that we fought at the top of Dragon Valley actually was the dragon grass we were looking for that just itself turned into a monster. And so after we defeated, we got the dragon grass, which is for the purposes of feeding it to this drake. But the Drake doesn't want to eat it. So Lena, being the quick thinker that she is, eats some of it to show that it's cool to do. Except it's not totally cool for her to do it because it's toxic to humans, even though it's not toxic to Drake. So she kind of passes out for a bit there, but no issue really after after she gets saved. In addition to, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, there's kind of a running theme that we see Lena do a lot. Is I guess you could say she's a pretty selfless person, but she always gets herself into trouble. She's kind of like puts others before herself. So we saw her getting the plant in World 1 and stepping through a bunch of poison and getting in trouble because of that. She gets herself hurt a lot. I forget the number of times throughout the game, but she just gets herself hurt a lot.
So the other thing that happened is not only was the Drake sort of in distress, so is Kara. So Kara was sort of been bedridden here for a while, and it turns out that her sickness is actually not a normal sickness, but it's caused by a psychic call from a sage named Guido. So the party realizes that they need to go visit him. So now that the Drake is healed, they're taking him all the way up here to this island. But unfortunately, it's going to be a short-lived visit because as soon as we get here, well, let's just watch Curtis's stream here real quick, see what happens. We are at Guido's dwelling, however... Oh no, what a coincidence, there's an earthquake. And, yeah, don't you just hate it when you go to visit your friend and then their entire island just, submerges into the ocean? Really unlucky.
Yeah, so this is actually X-Death kind of knowing what we're doing. We kind of saw earlier that he had some like magic mirror type thing that he could use to kind of see where we are. He's keeping tabs on us, is what he's doing. And also, he might know what Guido is and might know that's where we're going to go. I don't think it's explicitly said, but he's trying to stop us from stopping him.
So we have sort of a next plan of attack. We can't visit Guido right now because he is now living underwater. Unlucky. So instead, we find a fleet of ships, and this is Zizat, however you'd like to pronounce it. And they're planning to attack one of the barrier towers. In addition to that, not only are they planning to attack one of the barrier towers, the leader of the ship is actually the fourth and final Dawn Warrior that we've yet to meet of the group with Galuf and Bart's father.
So to progress the story here, you just need to catch a few Z's, and I hope chat is ready to wake up
for round 4. I believe we're at now. What a thing to wake up to as well.
I would wake up to this music.
I don't think you have a choice but to wake up if this music starts blaring while you're sleeping.
As you might guess, the music's playing. We might run into Gilgamesh again. So this is going to be Gilgamesh v3. Would you... Yeah, because number 1 is the first time you fight him with Galuf, so yeah, this would be the third time you're encountering.
Yeah, I believe that's right.
So it's intended, if you're familiar with this game, normally what happens here is you fight Gilgamesh, and he summons his loyal companion Enkidu, and you're kind of fighting both of them together. But that's slow. We're going to do something to end the fight a little bit more quickly. And at this point, by the run, it is very important that Bartz just now has learned the ability to combine or mix, depending on which version you're playing. So we picked up some Dragon Fangs. That's not Dragon Fangs. It's trying to remember the mix. So
Dark Matter?
Dark Matter, thank you. So we're going to mix Dark Matter and Phoenix Down, if I remember right.
Yep.
And that is going to produce a lethal concoction. It's just a death potion. It just kills things.
For whatever reason, the developers of this game did not see it necessary to not have the death flag on Gilgamesh, so you can just use insta-kill abilities on him. And we never do see his partner there, and the fight just ends just like that.
Yeah, certain enemies have what's usually referred to as the heavy property, which makes them immune to a lot of certain abilities like instant death type of things. Certain enemies just don't have that for whatever reason. Gilgamesh, despite being a boss, doesn't have that heavy property, so he's susceptible to instant death type abilities. And Death Potion is really fast, and we have the things required to make it. So we just use it to skip a bit of text and Enkidu summoning, and just having to deal with the both of them together.
There was also two other pretty subtle things that happen in that sequence of events. One more of an optimization thing, and one actually very important. The optimization thing is you noticed that at the end of the Gilgamesh battle, we got a gold shield drop, and Curtis elected not to take it. This is because it really doesn't do anything for us, and it can really screw up optimizes. So we just elect not to take it, and just to make our menus cleaner. But the second thing is what Takaze set us up for all the way back in Dragon Valley is we had the bone armor on Galuf, and in the fight with Gilgamesh's minion before we actually fought him, we had him use a potion on himself, and because of what we said earlier, where not only can you not heal when you're wearing that armor, restoratives actually deal damage to you, it actually killed him off. So right now, Galuf is dead, and this is actually extremely important for the boss at the end of this dungeon here, which we'll talk about when we get there. But for right now, basically, after we dealt with all the minions on the boat, we decided to join Ziza's plan to infiltrate the tower, and right now we're doing that. I believe, unfortunately, Curtis is no longer on step count, so he did get through pretty much all the important spots, but there is a couple spots later on that we'll have to keep an eye for that he's no longer on it, but we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, if you were still on step count, so let's watch Zwanzig and Mitsuto when they get through the barrier tower. You can get through this whole place without getting into a single encounter. So Curtis might be trying to think of if there's a way he can adjust. And he might already have, but I think maybe what he missed is when you're during like the big boat sequence after you leave the Dragon Valley. He might have missed taking 2 steps in the overworld before getting into Kelb. That's 2 steps there, and that would be, I think that matches up with he took 2 steps here and got into the encounter. I would have to rewatch the VOD to really see it, but it's almost 3 hours in. He got through most of the run with maintaining step route, and it is very difficult to do.
And I'm not sure actually if we talked about the runners, but just to do a mention of the other two first, Misuto is actually Japanese FF5 world record holder. Zwanzig has been running this game off and on for a number of years, but in Curtis's case, he actually only started learning the game a few months ago, and he really stepped it up to fill in for this game for the relay, and he's done an amazing job so far. So definitely hats off to him. It's not easy to keep step count this long, let alone in a marathon setting.
Yeah, he's making good time, definitely. I don't know what his PB is, but I think he's on pretty good pace, especially for a marathon run. And I know he was talking a little bit about, I don't think he's done marathon runs before, so this is kind of his first setting into that. So if anybody else has done that, nerves set in. It's easy to make mistakes, but he's done a pretty stellar job.
So we said it was very important that we make sure Galuf is dead, and this fight is the reason why. Atomos is kind of strange. He has a ton of agility, and he has haste, and he's constantly checking to see if someone is dead. In our case, someone is dead from the get-go, so we're ready to go. So when someone is dead, he just sort of constantly sucks them towards him, and when they do get to him, they're ejected from the battle. If you don't have someone dead, instead he just spams comment, I believe, until someone dies.
Nice miss on the slow for Varus there. That's good luck.
Yeah, very nice here. And actually, this is the first time we're seeing, I believe, the Dragon Power mix that we just used there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. So that was the Dragon Fangs that we picked up in the Dragon Valley. We used 2 of them there. So Dragon Power is a very powerful mix. So that was our first taste of it, and we're gonna see a bit more of it later on. But what Dragon Power does is it raises your level by 20. And I mentioned when we first started using Giltos that its damage is only based on 2 things: the user's level and the target's defense. 20 levels is a lot. And if you can do the math, 20 levels was 3,000 damage additional added just from using an ability. That's pretty crazy damage numbers. So we're gonna see a lot more of that later on, especially more as we get towards the end of World 2 and going into World 3. But that's kind of our kind of final tier of the kind of final phase of the run. We're using a lot of Dragon Power with Giltos and some other mixes.
Yeah, and you can probably see where that is going, and not only will you see more of it, but we also did it in this fight. You're not limited to using Dragon Power only once. You can use it more than once on the same person. So I'm not sure the exact levels, but I believe that we in the speedrun end the game at less than level 20, and we're using an ability. Yeah, exactly. So we're not even level 20, and we're using an ability that with a one-time use gives plus 20 levels. So the mix itself gives us more levels than we have already, and you can use it more than once. So you can definitely see where this is going. Unfortunately, the sort of caveat to this is Dragon Fangs. Obviously, so the mix itself is a Dragon Fang and a High Potion. Obviously, High Potions are no problem. Dragon Fangs are a bit trickier. Dragon Fangs are not something you can buy, and they're not exactly a easy item to get. So that's something we're going to have to deal with in order to make ourselves equipped for endgame. But for now, we did get 2 back in Dragon Valley, so we used the only 2 that we had for that fight, and if we want to use it again, we're going to have to find another way to get some more.
So the only other time we could have gotten one is when we were in the Chimera fight towards the end of World 1. There used to be a strategy where we would dupe some Dragon Fangs in that fight, but we're not doing that anymore because it's a common steal from the Chimera Brain fight. So we're gonna have to figure out where to get other Dragon Fangs. They're very rare, as Toju was mentioning. I'm trying to think if there's even anything else that drops it, or if it's just the zombie dragons and then stealing from a couple of things.
I want to say that there might be a chest or two that give it. I'm actually going to check. I'm curious now.
So hot on Curtis's heels is Zwanzig through Barrier Tower, and it looks like he's preserved step count, so he's going to be able to catch up some time.
Something else I'm not sure we mentioned, but we did dupe the ethers early on, and it certainly gave us a lot of money. But as the name suggests, using guild toss ain't free, and if we just go straight to the end, we are going to run out of money. And naturally speaking, if you don't have any money, guild toss isn't going to do any damage. So, fortunately for us, on our way up the Barrier Tower, there's a lot of guild chests that we can get. Or not a lot of guild chests, rather, but there's a lot of gil available to be picked up. So we actually pick up a chest that has 9,000 and a chest that has 18,000. So that really, really adds to our stock, because we don't do any more dupes, we don't do any more dupes exclusively for money. I'll put it that way. But we'll talk more about that when we get there.
I still notice that Curtis is adjusting for steps, and I think he's trying to figure out where exactly he is in terms of the step route to see if it's something that he can recover from. And
actually, I'm not sure myself, honestly. Maybe he just wants to practice going through with the step count, potentially.
Potentially, I think it might be. It's really difficult to recover from taking a misstep, especially in the middle of a dungeon. If it's on the overworld, you have half steps available, but in the dungeon, so during Barrier Tower, it can be really tricky. So I'm curious to see if he's able to figure out where he is and if it's something that's adjustable. There are just a lot of encounters in Guido's Cave, so he's not getting into all these encounters purely because he's off of step. It's also there's just encounters that you can't avoid because these rooms are so big.
Yeah, even in the step route, you get, I'm looking here, you get 5 encounters throughout the area, which, as you notice, we got through all of Barrier Tower on Zwanzig's feed here, which is a fairly large area as well, with no encounters. So getting 5 under step route is truly a lot.
So we get to this turtle here. What is this turtle?
Very convenient that the sage that we went to meet, who got his island blown up and sunken underwater, also happens to be a sea creature. So that's also quite convenient. So yeah, this is the sage Guido. He's a big turtle, and he's going to help us out.
Bart's is being a little rude to him.
Yeah, Bart's. If you haven't realized by now, Bart's doesn't have a lot of tact. Running into wolves, telling off turtles, not living up to his dad's illustrious status. In any case, what's sort of going on here? If you notice the cutscene after Atomos, which is basically what we just saw on Zwanzig's stream here, Ziza's part of the plan involved going to the bottom of the tower. We went to the top, and he sort of got trapped in the generator room and died to the explosion. So a fate that he knew was going to happen when the plan started. So Galuf is obviously distraught. Again, they were in the group together that defeated X-Death. But after that, on Curtis' stream, we just finished meeting Guido, and he told us that we need to go to the Forest of Moor. So that's where Curtis is kind of going all the way around. And we're going to the Forest of Moor to keep X-Death from destroying the crystals that are kept there. And the reason why this place is significant is because this is actually where X-Death was created 500 years ago. So very big plot point area for us, and also kind of a tricky area for step count, actually. this area, and there's also a very similar area near the end of the game, and you'll see why pretty fast. You don't have full vision of the area, and it's very easy to sort of lose track of where you are in areas like this.
Yeah, so runners typically just try to... These are big open rooms, so you always kind of want to make sure that you're using the same path every time you go. So typically in this first room, we're probably going to see Curtis like kind of stay more towards the right side and not just venture out into the middle, just because you can kind of ride the wall for a bit. So you're usually looking for certain visual cues to be like, okay, this tree is where I need to be, and I take a turn left here. There are going to be encounters that we're going to get into, and we need a little bit more XP. We actually need two things. We need some XP, and we need some AP. We need to get to level 17 by the end of the Forest of Moor, and we need 12 AP, assuming that we're at the right AP amount, where we need to get 12 throughout the Forest of Moor, specifically because we got some stuff to learn. Ferris really needs to learn Combine. Bartz has learned Combine, so that's why he's now taking up the Thief duty, because he can be a thief and still be useful because he has Combine. And we're gonna need that Combine on Ferris, and we're gonna need Giltos on Galoof here.
So, like we mentioned, Curtis is no longer on step count, but fortunately, we are past the point, for the most part, where not having step count is like really difficult to deal with. Obviously, the speed run is going to fight, a set amount of encounters in this area. They have very specific ones that they'll throw Giltos at, but actually, you have a lot of wiggle room. You can pretty much kill almost any encounter. There is some formations. I forget the enemy specifically, but it won't die to one guild toss.
Yeah, too. But a lot there. The Forest of Moor is pretty forgiving. You can kind of do whatever. It's usually just 3 encounters that you're looking for. But even if you have to do, a 4th encounter, again, you're looking for that level 17 and that 12 AP. So generally that's 3 encounters, maybe sometimes it's 4.
Even outside of step count, you don't even honestly really need to think about the EXP part too much, because really the target you need to look at is the 12 AP, because if you get the 12 AP, I'm not sure it's even possible to not get the experience that you need. So it's pretty easy to work around. So this area is not that problematic outside of step count, because not only can you fight pretty much whatever, you're gonna get the encounters anyway, so it's not like you're gonna have to grind for them.
I think there's going to be only one point really left in the run for Curtis, that he's going to be fishing for a certain encounter, and as part of the step route you get it. Actually, no, there's going to be 2 encounters he's going to look for. As part of the step route you get it pretty quickly, because it's built into the step route. So we're going to kind of have to see how quickly he gets those 2 encounters. If he has to fish for them, it could be quite a bit of time lost. But if he gets lucky, then he currently has the lead of these 3 runners, so he can, for his team, he can still maintain that.
Fortunately for Curtis, only one of these encounters is particularly difficult to find. So it shouldn't be too bad for the first one. The second one is one that could potentially take a little bit of time, but we'll see when we get there. We're not that far off, though. However, we're approaching the end of World 2 here.
Curtis just doing a quick menu check to see that last fight. Yep, got him level 17. So he's going to go into the Sealed Guardians boss fight. Kind of a notorious fight because it can be a little challenging. Like with a lot of other fights, it kind of has a gimmick to it. There's going to be four bosses, each doing their own thing. And at high HP, they do nothing but just toss out attacks at you. Not particularly high-powered attacks, so nothing to worry about. But when they drop below 3,000 HP, 3,000 is the right amount, their AI switches. Instead of just doing fairly low-powered physical attacks, they're going to switch to high-powered magic attacks. So like Fire 3, I think Aqua Ray, Ice 3. They get really, really scary really quickly, and they go pretty quickly. So Curtis is going to be wanting to set up turn orders in a way that you do a little bit of damage to them and then blow through the rest of their HP before they get a turn. So let's see how that goes. There's could be one thing that he has to watch out for, and that's Ferris dying. Pretty unlucky if that does happen. Galoof getting hit at the start there is a good sign that he doesn't have to worry about Ferris dying. He's going to do what he did in the Atamos fight and buff up Ferris a bit, give her some extra levels with Samson's power, which is like Dragon's power, but it's like a poor man's Dragon power. It's only 10 levels and not 20. There you go. Easy peasy. Three Gil tosses, one with a Samson's powered Ferris. Does the trick.
Yeah, we sort of mentioned that there was one fight left that Giltoss specifically being AoE is very helpful for. And this fight almost was made for Giltoss because not only can you pump out, like Takaze was saying, pump out a lot of damage really fast to make sure you don't get them into that sort of enraged state, but you want to kill all of them at the same time as well. And Giltoss evenly spreads out the damage.
So it's very, very important. We were talking about bone mail earlier. Going into the Seal's Guardians fight, it is very, very important, regardless of what route you're doing. Even in a casual playthrough, I would highly recommend using this strat. Equip bone mail on Galoof here. We'll let you know in a second why that's important. So just take our advice.
Yeah, so what's happening here before we get to that point is we've actually been deceived by X-Death into fighting those Seal Guardians there because they're actually the Crystal Guardians. And so now he sort of turned the power of the crystals on us and obviously is doing a pretty good job with it. But fortunately for us, Kara has arrived to save us and sort of interrupt the attack with the crystals that X-Death was doing. But X-Death is a strong guy. He's got a lot of power at his disposal, as we can see, and he's kind of trapped Kara in this little barrier and is chucking her around the room. Galoof doesn't take too kindly to people beating on his granddaughter, however. We see a very... we definitely see why he's part of the group that defeated X-Death the first time here.
So normally in this fight, we see Galoof is very, very upset. He's at 0 HP, but somehow still alive. Bone Mail, he's technically undead, and undead has those weird properties where if you use a curative item, it does damage. If you use a Phoenix Down, it is considered an instant death, and that persists through having 0 HP. So it ends the fight. Normally how that fight is supposed to go is essentially it's a cutscene. Galoof can't die. He gets to 0 HP and he just is constantly getting beat up by X-Death and he will not die. And you just have to deal a certain amount of damage to X-Death there. In a speed run, that takes a long time, and especially if you don't have Galoof as the right job, he's not going to do a whole lot of damage. Galoof unfortunately passes away here. He's wearing the bone mail, so unfortunately we can't cure him. We can't use a Phoenix Down.
Unfortunately, if you think about it, Kara quite possibly literally killed him.
That's going too far.
Unfortunately, be the bearer of bad news. She is using life on someone wearing bone. And
it's
very unfortunate, but
this is a pretty heart-wrenching scene, and all I see chat doing is dancing. we have Battle at the Big Bridge music going on.
Can you please at least insert some Fs in between your dancing emojis to both dance and pay respects to our fallen hero Galuf?
We dance in celebration.
We dance
to Galuf's life.
So as you can see, Curtis kind of just has to wait. You have to wait for Kara to mourn Galuf's death. There's nothing you can really do about it. You just have to it's like 45 seconds or something like that. But, chat, I think we summoned him back. So Galuf actually, immediately after dying, returns, in a manner of speaking. And although he's still dead, he's able to pass on his powers to Kara, and she sort of takes his place as the fourth Warrior of Light. Which is convenient for us because what that entails is that she joins our party in place of Galuf, and basically she's just the new Galuf in terms of stats, in terms of whatever she's got. So very nice for us.
She's actually even better than Galuf. So every character has their own kind of base stats, and if they change jobs, then they get certain stat boosts based on the jobs. Like, if you're a black mage, you get a bunch more magic. But every character has certain base stats kind of tied to them. Galuf's base stats, unfortunately, just aren't very good. He doesn't get any extra agility, and he doesn't get any extra magic. And agility in this game is very powerful. So Galuf was the slowest character of the four. And Kara here is actually going to be our fastest now. So that makes her pretty powerful. She also has some pretty good magic stats too. I think it's 4 extra agility, 3 extra magic, if I'm right. So she's better than her grandfather, unfortunately. And as Tojo was mentioning, gets to inherit all of her grandfather's abilities.
So looking to Zwanzig's stream, I think we kind of glossed over it, but he's really seemed to have made up a lot of time. He's not really that far behind at this point, so we could be in for a really exciting finish here.
Yeah, Zwanzig has a very, very solid time in this, like a low 340, which is very good. We're gonna see, I think, the last bit of RNG.
Yeah, pretty much.
Good first try Phoenix Down, and as we kind of mentioned earlier, whenever you use a Phoenix Down and an undead thing, it's not 100% hit rate. So runners can get trolled a little bit at that part, or you're just constantly throwing Phoenix Downs and Galuf just doesn't want to die.
Can you blame him?
I can't.
So the interesting thing here, from a race perspective, that's going to be when comparing Curtis and Zwanzig is, as far as I'm aware, Zwanzig is still on step count, and the area that Curtis is going into is sort of the last sort of like agenda item that we have to go through in terms of like getting specific encounters. Of course, he will get more encounters, just random ones that he has to flee from for the rest of the game, but we need one very specific encounter, and we need ideally another specific encounter, but technically there are ways to sort of work around what you got, but we'll kind of just see how Curtis plays it out. But Zwanzig's not going to have to worry about that. He's going to get the encounters exactly where he's expecting to get them, so we could see a swing here depending on how lucky or unlucky Curtis is getting, and if you were watching his feed there, you saw he basically got 2 encounters in 3 steps. So it can
should have been in the next. It should have been in the next room. Now, like if he was on step route, those 2 encounters he just got would have been in the next upcoming room, and those probably would have been well, I guess it's a little off because he's gotten to extra encounters, but those 2 encounters should have been in the next room, so you can kind of tell that he's off of step route, but he's really not off by that much. But even just being off a little bit can toss your strats out, just because, well, you're going to be a couple encounters off now. So we'll see what he gets. Well, hopefully he doesn't have to fish too hard.
Yeah, kind of how it works is every time you basically have if you want to think of it as like a lineup of encounters waiting to be gotten. And every time you get one, it sort of takes one out of the queue. And, the more extra encounters you get, you're just you've potentially lost the chance to get the encounter you want in the timing you want. It's not really, the order itself is not really about specific encounters. It's more of like, are you going to get a common encounter? Are you going to get a rare encounter? That kind of thing. So, it really just depends. I mean, he could very well get through this in terms of getting the encounters he needs for, the AP and stuff like that. He could get them right where he needs them, even without step count, or he, might need to force 10 encounters. We just simply don't know. But he's actually coming up to that right now. So very, definitely something to watch for on his stream right now.
Just as that's happening, Mitsuto just finishing up the Atamos fight. Pretty clean fight. And Zwanzig is going to be coming up to Extat's castle pretty shortly here. So in this room, Curtis really wants to find some magic dragons. This is one magic dragon. He's going to elect to run away from it because he really wants to get a different formation of them. He needs to ideally find a pack of 3 magic dragons. So he's probably going to fish for just a certain formation.
So to sort of give you a little bit more insight, what he needs here is, 3 things really. He needs to catch 2 magic dragons on the 2 mediators in his party, and we'll see why that's needed later on. And in addition to that, he needs 6 AP on Ferris because he really needs to finish the combined command on her, so she no longer needs to have the chemist job equipped. So ideally, what you want to do in the step route is you will get an encounter that has 3 magic dragons, a wolf, and I can't recall the name of the other enemy, but there's this one here. Yeah, so this is exactly what he wants because it'll allow him to get the AP he needs on Ferris, who, as you see, is still a chemist, and he can catch 2 out of 3 of the magic dragons. So what he's going to do is catch 2 of them with Kara and Bart, and then he's going to finish off the final one with just another Guild Toss. So that is 1 out of 2 of the things he needs. The next one, unfortunately, is the rare of the encounter, so he's going to need some good luck on his side to get it quickly.
Chat could give him some good luck. I'm sure he would appreciate it. Something else to note, level 17 there just happens to put those magic dragons in the sweet spot of being able to catch them. I think we mentioned it earlier, but to be able to catch something, you have to meet the condition that the enemy is in supercritical HP. It has 1/8 of its HP remaining or less. So Curtis here is going to set up for yet another dupe. He's going to be fishing for a particular encounter, and at this point, turn order is really important. So not only because you need to make sure that people are the right classes, or the right jobs rather, equipment very much is a determining factor in terms of who goes first. We're going to kind of cheese a little bit more with the tank, Night Tank. Everybody's at critical HP because we ran through the lava. Lena is going to be our tank for us, and we're going to fight some dragons, and we're gonna force them to do physical attacks on us. But we first have to find the right encounter first.
So what we're looking for is a blue dragon, and
this is it.
Wow. Okay, so this is how it goes sometimes, man. Like this is a rare encounter, and he gets it on the first try. So not good for Team Tonberry. I believe Zwanzig's on. And he actually got this straight away. So very, very nice to see. So as Takaze mentioned, we want to force these guys to use physical attacks because we have a knight in our party. So in addition to doing the dupe in pretty much the same way that we did it on, not exactly the same way, but we'll talk about the difference, but doing it in a similar way as to how we did all the way back in World 1, the Ancient Library, we're forcing both of the dragons to use physical attacks only with the Kiss of Blessing mix from the combined command. And we're trying to steal a Dragon Fang, which he just got. and that's going to allow us to dupe the Dragon Fang, which, if you recall, is needed for the Dragon Power mix, which is extremely important for endgame.
So something that we saw a little bit different, like when we were duping the ethers, we were talking about we get 255 ethers, because what we're going to do with them, we're just going to sell them. But you can't use 250. You can't use Dragon Fangs like that. So 255 of them actually doesn't work for us. So what we need to do is only get 99 of them. And I don't know the exact reasoning of them, of why this is the case, but we saw Curtis not throw once, but throw twice that empty slot. And throwing it twice and then stealing will make it so that when we do get the Dragon Fang and it goes into the empty slot, it's going to only give us 99 of them and not try to give us 255, which wouldn't be workable.
Yeah, because like we explained back in the Ancient Library, when we underflow the ether to dupe that, we're able to use it to ensure that we get 255 of them and not 0. But because a Dragon Fang is not the same type of item, we can't really do that here. So Zwanzig, as you can see, gets the encounter right as he's supposed to, because he's still on step count. Although, who needs a step count? Curtis is just actually that good, so they're pretty close now. Zwanzig definitely had a chance to catch up if the game wasn't going to cooperate, but we're going to have a real race to the finish, though, for sure. Yeah.
There's still World 3. A lot of encounters that Curtis is gonna have to deal with. But luckily, we're past the point, as Toji mentioned, like, there's no other encounters that we have to get. So at this point, it's just going to be each encounter that Curtis is going to get adds about 5 seconds. So every encounter he's going to get, like, Zwanzig is catching up 5 seconds each time. And that can certainly add up. So I think it will be pretty close. But we have a boss fight coming up.
Yeah, this fight used to be kind of scary because, as we mentioned, the older routes used to rely fairly heavily on blue magic, particularly the level 5 death spell. X-Death is not... His level is not a multiple of 5, so level 5 death does not work on him. However, if you learn both level 5 death and the spell called level 2 old, essentially what that does is it gradually decreases his level. So this fight used to be the first major example of death by math, and the first very important example because you needed to time it such that when you use level 2 old, you time the level 5 death such that it hits him when his level has been decreased to a multiple of 5, but not before and not after. So very precise timing, and the timing was such that if you missed the window for when he was a multiple of 5, that's game over. Like, there's no recovering from that. Fortunately, since we've moved on from those strats in the any percent route, we don't need to worry about that anymore. The fight itself, I think, technically might be a little bit slower. However, there's really no risk here. We just simply use 3 total Dragon Fang mixes, as well as a speed drink, and we just throw a bunch of money, and that's pretty much all we have to do. And it's a lot less stressful than it used to be, for sure.
And again, to put it into some context, like, the damage numbers that we're pulling out are way higher than we should be. Even if we were at the quote-unquote right level, we're still very underleveled. Like, doing 9,000 damage a turn is not intended, really. This is a very difficult fight casually. X-Death has multiple phases. When he kind of gets to lower HP, he starts double casting stuff. He's got some high-powered physical attacks. He's got some. He can zombie people, I think. He has some status ailments. He just does a lot of things. But we kill him before he really starts getting super scary, just because of the amount of damage that we're doing. And throughout World 3, that's gonna for a lot of parts throughout the game, that's kind of been the thing that we're doing. We're killing stuff before it really has a chance to be scary to us.
Yeah, and that's sort of, we've mentioned it before, but that's truly why a lot of the times agility is just absolutely invaluable, because a lot of the time to make this stuff happen, we simply can't afford to give bosses turns. So we need to go before them. We need to make sure that, you know, we have a chance to act first, and we do a lot of things to sort of ensure that that happens. You know, we bought the stealth robes and the green beret, and we're gonna have to buy some even more important items along that line later on. But until then, it's gonna be much of the same strategy-wise for the next ending of the fight, or ending of the game, excuse me. So as we can see, there's not much separating Zwanzig and Curtis right now. They're both in the castle at the same time, so we could definitely see an exciting final dungeon. Story-wise, however, there's been a lot of walking around, but not exactly a lot happening. But just to sort of recap, when we infiltrated the castle, we didn't have access to its true form, so Kelgar actually gave his life to reveal the form. So that's another one of the original warriors of Light gone as well. Galuf, Zeza, and now him. And we don't know where Bart's father is, obviously. So yeah, that's another one gone. But due to that, we're able to reach the top of the castle and defeat X-Death. But despite that, he still shatters the remaining crystals. And now at this point, we kind of just blacked out and woke up near Castle Tycoon, where there's a party being thrown now that the two princesses have returned, Lena and Ferris, or Cerisa, I think is what her original name was, as they tell us. But in the meantime, Bartz and Kara are trying to figure out like what's going on, so they slip out and try to see if they can piece together why they're where they are and what exactly is going on.
So something else to kind of keep in mind is, like one of the other than keeping step route, I think we've talked a lot about step route, and step route is very important. But a lot of time in this run is spent in menus, and if you haven't paid attention to it, I'd like to ask you to pay attention to Mituto when he is doing menus. This game has very clean and crisp menus, and you can execute menus very, very quickly. And just the way the menus work, you can do a lot of pre-inputs in. So like one of the differences between like a good runner and myself is just how good their menus are, how fast they are. So I even though Mitsuto is behind due to Team Choco unfortunately being the third one to start Final Fantasy V, we could see Mitsuto catch up on the two runners that are essentially tied at the moment.
So we've in our sort of quest to figure out what's going on, we met our good friend Boko again, our Chocobo from the very beginning of the game, and he's got a wife and family now. Much props to him. But despite that, he agrees to help us out, and now we're sort of headed to another area to keep investigating. Because again, we just finished an epic fight with the biggest evil being in the world, and we black out, and we're outside the castle and having a party. So what's going on? And that's kind of what they're still trying to figure out.
So after we fight the most evil, powerful being, what's more powerful? What's the next boss?
Gosh,
has to be better than the most powerful being X-Death.
Gosh, I would have to say Antlion is probably the most powerful thing ever. Very unique boss too, only seen in this game.
No other Final Fantasies have had an Antlion.
No, and no other Final Fantasy have had an antlion that looks this intimidating. So this is another fight that we actually used to use Death by Math with level 2 Old and level 5 Death. But much like X-Death, we are substituting that with just simple Dragon Fang and 2 Guild Tosses. The only thing you really need to watch for is if on his second turn he uses Sonic Wave, which halves level. So if you remember what Takaze was explaining, how Dragon Power increases your level by 20, we don't want our level to be halved, so you would need to cast it again in that case. But since we duped Dragon Fangs, it's totally okay for that to happen. This section here, when I learned this route, I thought this seems particularly mean, to be honest, because what's supposed to be happening here is you're supposed to be controlling Bartz. So Bartz would be in slot 1, and you'd see they're basically teasing him for having run away and getting caught, and they're not saving him. But because of the party order that we changed, where we wanted Kara ahead of him, now it just looks like they're teasing a child and not saving her, which is pretty messed up.
First, just be like that.
It really do be like that.
Spoilers, it was Ferris.
I like how there's just nobody there holding the rope. So she's upset because they left her behind and decided to take out her frustrations on Kara, of course. It's supposed to be Bartz.
So we noticed that we, in this section of World 3, we did this first little bit. We didn't have Ferris, we didn't have Lena. Okay, we just got Ferris back into the party. We're going to have to do the next whole dungeon without Lena. There's no boss at the end of the next dungeon, but it is a pretty challenging dungeon. It's pretty easy to get off of steps. And there is the potential to get into encounters that aren't random encounters. And it's a particularly nasty encounter, so we're going to have to watch how Curtis and Zwanzig both deal with getting through the pyramid.
So we meet the Sage Guido again, an all-powerful being who's completely helpless when he falls on his back, because he is indeed still a turtle. What we're learning here, why we sort of woke up in this, why we sort of just blacked out and woke up back at the castle. As it turns out, if you remember, we sort of alluded to the fact that, we're in World 1, and we're in World 2. We kind of refer to this section as World 3, because what happened when we blacked out is that the two worlds were actually combined together. So the world in which Bartz and Ferris and them are from, and the world where Galuf and Kara are from. Unfortunately, Kara has a branch, and as everyone knows, when you have a branch, it can potentially summon an evil being. So that's kind of what just happened there.
Yeah, we kind of at the start of World 3, we saw Kara kind of complain about Niche, and it's like, oh, everything's fine. So that was your foreshadow there. It was actually X-Death hiding away as a tree branch, waiting for his time to strike.
So what kind of happened is, the reason why there's even two worlds in the first place is a long time ago the world was sort of split into two to seal away the power of the Void, which is something we just learned about. It's kind of this destructive power that has its unknown origin and can be used for evil. But because now the two worlds have been combined and are no longer separate, the Void is now sort of an accessible means of destruction for X-Death. And as you can see there, he just used the Void to destroy some of the world, including Castle Tycoon, which had Lena in it. So the reason why we have to do the next dungeon without Lena is because we simply don't know what happened to her.
So it's pretty clear that X-Death is fairly powerful right now. So with the help of Guido, and with the help of the ancient library, which Guido was surprised still exists because it wasn't on World 2 that Guido was on; it was on World 1. Guido is going to use some of the information from there to kind of tell us what we can do to potentially stop X-Death once and for all.
So if you didn't notice it the first time, the fight between X-Death and the turtle is going on Zwanzig's stream right now. So definitely the pinnacle of 90s SNES cutscene capability. And appropriately enough, Zwanzig actually loves this cutscene, so shout outs to that.
Let's look at those menus from Mitsuto. Very
so clean,
so good. It takes a lot of practice. That's one of the reasons I really like Final Fantasy V as a speedrun is the menus are something that you can really drill down and practice. Not only are the menus crisp and clean, but also just the way that you have to do the menus, because you're going into the menu so often. You are adjusting your jobs, you are adjusting your equipment. You're doing that very frequently. Having good menus is something that it's just going to save you a lot of time. If you have to stop and think about, okay, who's doing what do I need to equip on this person, that's you're taking time to think about that. But if you just have it practiced to the point that you're doing all these inputs and you're not thinking about it and it's all built into your muscle memory, you can save a lot of time. So every time you see Mitsuto open up his menu, just take a peek at that middle screen.
One interesting thing to note is I haven't been watching super attentively, so I'm unsure if this happened just now, but Mitsuto did not do the step manipulation at the beginning of X-Death's castle, so it appears that he is not on step count. I don't know if he wasn't doing that because he had already lost it, but it's going to be something to watch because, we saw Curtis had a little bit of trouble getting the first encounter and got very lucky on the rare encounter. But, Mitsuto is probably in a very different spot. When you lose the step count definitely affects, where you're at. So he potentially could have very different luck. So definitely something to watch on Mitsuto's stream pretty much right now, honestly. Before that, though, Curtis is in the pyramid. They're sort of heading here because they want to attain the first seal. And they have to fight these gargoyles who are sort of guarding it. But again, much like other fights that we've been dealing with, this one's actually a bigger pushover. We only need one Dragon Fang, Dragon Power mix, and one Guild Toss. And that's really all we have to do. And we gain access to the pyramid.
It's not apparent in the speedrun just because we kill them both instantly anyway. The gimmick to the fight in a casual run, you have to kill them at the same time, otherwise the one revives the other. So kill them at the same time is the way to go, but they have less than 5,000 HP, so single guild has buffed them a lot. Will do the trick. So the pyramid coming up is something that everybody has to adjust slightly. Because there are certain encounters that you can get into that aren't tied to random encounters, everybody is going to have to adjust the step route based on if they got into encounters or not.
Yeah, so you'll see on Zwanzig's screen shortly, as well as Curtis when he gets out of this encounter, there's these buttons on the wall that you have to pick, and each time you use one, it drops a snake, and it's not guaranteed you're going to get these encounters, but every time you get an encounter, it gives you +1 on your step count. So Zwanzig and Curtis are actually in the same room right now, so this is very, very exciting. Curtis got a second snake encounter, which usually you're gonna probably on average you get 1 or 2. It's technically possible to get 0, so we could see a change of leader. If Zwanzig doesn't get the snake encounter, he might get out of the room first, and he does! So Zwanzig is now taking the lead for Team Tonberry. And he still has step count attack, so very, very exciting stuff.
And on Mitsuto's stream, we did see that I don't think he had to fish for any extra encounters to get the magic dragons. So let's see if he has to fish for encounters to get the dupe for Dragon Fangs ready.
Oh!
And this is the encounter I think I mentioned a bit ago that can be really tricky to not only dodge, but if you do happen to get into the fight, it's a really, really scary encounter. So machine heads have, I think, around 8,000 HP, and they have some pretty nasty attacks. So we bought some eye drops way back when, specifically for this fight. So combined with eye drops, and I think as a Dragon Fangs, casts Dark Sai, which does a couple of things, but primarily confuses them. And basically that's just us buying time so we can pump out enough damage to kill it. It's a really scary fight, so it's a pretty clean execution by Zwanzig to be able to kill it as quickly as he did. We're going to see Curtis go through the same screen here, and how they're... Ooh, I think he stepped through that machine head. So Curtis was able to get through the room without getting any machine heads, and Zwanzig did, so it's back to the point where it's pretty neck and neck.
Hey, your stream is a little bit ahead of mine, and as soon as I saw that he phased through the the machine head. Good stuff. On Masuto's stream, we got a lot going on right now. On Masuto's stream, you can see he does, in fact, have the encounter he needs to dupe Dragon Fangs. The one thing I don't think we mentioned is... So basically, you probably realize the crux of how this dupe works is we're stealing an item into the glitched slot. It's not guaranteed you get a Dragon Fang from this blue dragon. It is the common steal, but it does have a rare steal of a cabin, I believe. And unfortunately, if you're on step count and you steal a cabin, which is something that can just happen, your step count is dead. Because you need to force an encounter, because you need to do the dupe again. It's not salvageable within the same encounter. So you would have to force the encounter again outside of step count to redo the dupe so you don't get a cabin. So we didn't see that today, fortunately. Yeah, we got a very close race on our hands right now.
That rare steal is a 3-ish% steal. So most runs you won't see it, but unfortunately it can happen every now and then. So thankfully, none of our runners today had to deal with that.
Also, thankfully, I'm unsure, but I assume the machine head adds a step to your step count when you get it. So fortunately, Zwanzig only got 1 snake encounter in the first screen. So basically, you bank on getting either +0, +1, or +2 to your step count, because you can either get 0, 1, or 2 snakes. So he could have potentially been in a strange situation, if not a unsalvageable situation. I'm really unsure, because it's a unusual case, but had he gotten 2 snakes and the machine head encounter. But fortunately, getting the 2 is still only +2, so he's able to fix it. And if you're wondering how you sort of adjust for your step count, we kind of mentioned event tiles and void tiles and stuff like that. The switches on the wall, if you recall, very similar back in the steamship when we had the levers. The tiles right next to it actually are event tiles, which means they don't consume steps. So, we have, I think we want to do, if I can just check. In general, we want to do about, it's usually 6 extra steps, I think, total. It varies between 5 to 7, sort of in that general area, but you can adjust using those void tiles or using those event tiles to get sort of the exact amount you want. And so it's really fortunate for us in the speedrun that area exists and allows us to maintain step count regardless of the situation.
And really, just to kind of drill the point down, a lot of these things that are, it's like, oh, it's nice that this does this. I believe a lot of these nice to haves were very much intentionally built in by Zinfogel, the designer of the route. Just goes to show how much effort he's really put into this. So I can't shout him out enough. If you want to learn to run, there's a lot of great resources available to you.
And speaking of adjustments and improvements to the route, I don't think we mentioned this, but if you had watched the probably the last time, maybe the FF Relay 4, when FF5 was in, it's very likely that the route that they were doing then, had Zwanze got that machine head encounter like he did today, he would just have to reset, because in previous routes it was simply not possible to kill that encounter. There has been sort of various things over the years. There's also a backup strat. If you visit the city of Moor, the one that's outside the forest of Moor, back in World 2, you can get Bolt 3, I believe, and there's like a strat with Mystic Knight and stuff like that. But that's very out of the way, and it's the spells are expensive, so it really wasn't that feasible. But just fortunately enough, the way the route changed, we were able to defeat it normally now.
So coming up on both Curtis and Zwanze Extreme, we're going to have I'm trying to remember it.
I call her
Megarune.
Okay. No, it depends on the translation.
So if you remember those 2 magic dragons that we needed, they're for this fight. They grant the ability Flame. Flame was the same ability that Ifrit and Liquid Flame cast. It normally is 25% max HP damage. So she has 20,000 HP, so 25% would normally be 5k, but she happens to be weak to fire. So 25% doubled is 50%, but you can only do 9,999 damage. So Ferris there with just a little bit of damage from a Fire 1 spell pushes it over 20,000, and that makes very quick work of that fight.
Yeah, and you'll notice since it does 9,999, 2 of them is not enough. So we released the 2 magic dragons that we got back in Exodus Castle, but it requires just a little bit extra damage to push it over the 20k threshold, which is why Ferris does the single fire. Even though it doesn't do much damage, it is required to do the additional 2 damage that we need to kill her. And you can on Curtis's stream, it only does about 200. So.
Yeah, and if you happen to let her live for a while, she basically phase transitions to being weak to certain elements. So it just so happens that she's weak to fire at the start, but then she kind of goes through other phases where she's immune to fire, and you have to do something else to her. So again, you just kill them before they get to do anything weird. Is the name of the game.
That is going to be a theme that continues for a bunch of fights actually upcoming. So we're actually approaching the final dungeon, which is going to be pretty cool to see. There's a lot of bosses. Much like other Final Fantasy games, this game does indeed very much have a boss rush at the end. So definitely a lot of exciting stuff still left in the last 30, 40 minutes or so.
And if you've played Final Fantasy V casually, like World 1 and World 2, okay, they take some time, but we just started World 3 and we're already talking about the final dungeon. So, much like other Final Fantasy games, at this point, it opens up to, here's a bunch of side quests that you can go do. That the game kind of hints and suggests that you should go do them, but you can go straight to the final dungeon. So we're going there without picking up any of the legendary weapons or the legendary spells or the legendary summons. We're only level 17, and we're walking into the final dungeon. But that's what we're prepared for.
Yeah, it's really quite strange because the story really sort of drives home to challenge the final area. You need to collect the 4 tablets. you need to get these summons. You got to fight Leviathan. You got to fight Odin. You got to collect these ultimate spells, like Takaze was saying. You want to get your holies, your ultimas. You need to get these 12 legendary weapons, and sort of this all culminates with challenging Bahamut, and they really sort of strongly suggest, and even more so, almost seem to imply it's necessary, but for some reason it just isn't. You can just simply choose not to do any of those things, even though some of those things really don't sound like side quests. They don't force you to do it. So we're gonna have a brief shopping trip, and then we are headed directly into the final stretch of the game. So sort of what's going on here, back when we were fighting Melusine, Lena's Hiryu sacrificed himself to sort of drive Melusine out of her, and after they defeat her, X-Death sort of attacks with the Void again, taunting them and all kinds of stuff like that. And among the towns that he attacks was actually Lix, which you remember is Bart's hometown, and this sort of enrages him. So when you see him aggressively driving the airship around the world, that's the reason why.
Letting out his anger by looping the world a couple times.
True, literally going. The world's not even that long, so he probably is actually doing that.
So on Zwanzig's stream, and shortly on Curtis's stream too, we'll see here. Zwanzig just sold a pretty big stack of those Dragon Fangs. We've talked about how important the Dragon Fangs are, but we don't need 99 of them. We're going to sell part of them to get a whole bunch of money, and we're going to make sure to save some of them because we're going to need it to get through the Void, the final dungeon. And with all that extra money that we got, it's going to give us enough for some guild tosses, but also we picked up 3 running shoes. Running shoes, like other Final Fantasy games, grant haste, and we've kind of, I think hopefully by now we've kind of drilled home at how important agility is and battle order is in terms of executing these fights. And I think that might have been a misstep on Zwanzig. So that might be the
he is
first misstep.
He's actually 1 step behind the step count right now. Interestingly enough,
that should be
that's a rare
fixable.
occurrence. Yeah, that isn't. Oh, no, it is. Okay, so unfortunate for Team Tonberry, Zwanzig is actually off steps now, but fortunate for all you viewers out there, Curtis is not long behind him, and neither one of them have step count. So truly anything can happen here in the last dungeon. Encounters are very much random, and although they're short, if Zwanzig gets more encounters than Curtis, he could definitely gain some time back, and it's no guarantee that that's not going to happen. So very exciting stuff.
We'll see if Zwanzig is able to do any sort of adjustments, or if he's just going to go with it. It looks like he's electing to just go. And like I think we mentioned earlier, each encounter roughly takes about 5 seconds to get through. If it's not a back attack, which it can't be because we have Thief. So every encounter is 5 seconds. If Zwanzig happens to get a bunch, then that's more time for Curtis and Mitsuto to catch up.
And we sort of didn't mention it exactly, but to sort of drive home just how much money we were able to gain from duping. We've been using Guild Toss all of mid-game. We're going to use it all of endgame. When we were in the hidden armory there, we need about 90,000 gil just for the Guild Tosses left in the, for the final dungeon. And in addition to that, we bought 3 running shoes. And this is, as far as I can recall, I've dabbled with a lot of routes of this game over the years. This is the first route I can recall that buys 3 pairs of running shoes in this shop. And the reason for that is that they're really expensive. So we need 90,000 gil left over, but each pair of running shoes is 50,000. So we spent 150,000 and need an additional almost 100. So truly sets us up for, we really have a lot of things at our disposal due to the dupe glitch.
We're going to set up set up for the next boss fight coming up. Most of my memory for the Void has to do with a slightly older route, so I don't quite remember all the intricacies of how we're setting up for them, but we're following the same theme of Dragon Power, Gil Toss, and just making sure that the turn order is right. And Kara is actually essentially being our tank for a bit of this. So she's the one with kept at high HP. She has cover, and she is going to if there's any physical attacks, and you'll see a couple of them in some of the fights, she's going to tank it. Sometimes she might not live though, but that's the sacrifice that she's going to make for us.
So this fight here is one of those fights that is actually really annoying without these Dragon Fangs. Again, we've mentioned it before, but this is one of the fights you definitely needed to use level 2 Old and level 5 Death to kill. So not only is it a precise timing, but the annoying thing about this fight is that she can cast Reflect, and if she casts Reflect on herself, you simply can't do the spells you need to. So in glitchless shout outs to glitchless runners, man, because it is a very annoying fight. Another thing
what we also saw at the end of that fight is using another combined, which we haven't seen before, to cast Levitate on Lena there. It's not going to be needed in this fight, the Apanda. It's going to be needed in the next fight. We'll get to why that's the case. And there's Kara taking one for the team. So we're using Kiss of Blessing on Apanda. He has a lot of really nasty attacks, but something that we did in the dragon duping that all 3 runners were able to do is use Kiss of Blessing, which basically is kind of more of a buff than anything. It does haste, but it also inflicts Berserk, and it's not something that can be blocked. So something's berserked, it can only attack. So we're abusing that by hitting something else with the Kiss of Blessing, and they're not going to take any other actions other than attack. And because we're kind of doing the cheese where we have someone with cover and everybody else at critical HP, that person with the cover is going to be the person taking the damage. So unfortunately happens to be the little girl that eats 1,000 damage, and she's not gonna. I think she's gonna spend the rest of the time on the run sleeping. But
hey, I mean, she killed her grandfather. She's not innocent. Let's be honest here.
She's young. It's way. It's. I've been up for way too long. It's definitely past her bedtime.
Absolutely. Yeah. So like Takaze said, those 2 deaths that Kara takes in Apanda are intended deaths, and it's sort of set up to be that way every time. And yeah, we've actually that's actually the end of Kara's usefulness for the run. We won't be reviving her again, and we won't be using her in any more of the fights. So yeah, she's just going to kind of stay there.
So Catastrophe is a pretty nasty boss because he likes spamming Earthshaker or Earthquake or whatever it is in whatever translation you're playing. But if anybody has the Levitate status on them, his AI will tell it to, I have to remove the Levitate, going to cast Gravity at 100. So the Levitate from the previous fight buys us enough time to set up the Dragon Power and set up the Guild Tosses so that we can kill him. He doesn't have a whole lot of HP, but he just does a lot of damage. So again, kill it before it kills us.
Yeah, I mean, logically speaking, you can probably see why he wants to use Earthquake, but if someone's not touching the ground, then an Earthquake can't deal damage to them. So his AI needs to force you to be able to take that damage. this fight actually is on a little bit of a timer, so if you kind of like dilly-dally in the menu, if he gets that earthquake off, it is going to be a game over. So you do need to be precise. If you do think you messed up, it is technically possible to simply do another levitate mix right at the end, and that will buy you, another gravity that he'll have to do to bring you back down to the ground without using earthquake. But these runners are all pros, and they're going to get through it no problem. So, Halicarnassus. Again, this fight is going to be very similar, but there is a few changes. We're going to start off by powering up Lena, like we normally do. But instead, after we get turned into frogs, except for Ferris, we're going to be powering up Ferris with Dragon Power as well. So this is the first time, I believe, that we've used Dragon Power on 2 different characters at the same time. So both of them are going to be powered up, and both of them are going to be using Guild Toss. Halicarnassus does have a bit more HP than Catastrophe, so we are going to elect to do it this way.
Yeah, she'll
head on next fight.
Yeah, she'll always open up with the frog song or kukuru or whatever she says that turns everybody into frogs. We actually see our first use of Freelancer ever since we started getting jobs. That was so that we could equip the ribbon on Ferris there, so she didn't get affected by the status ailment of frog. And a bit ago you saw that we elected to put Ferris as a bard, and we didn't go into why, and this is why. So bards, the first thing that they learn is the ability to hide, because that's all bards are good for, I guess. But it's actually really important in this fight because this guy has just a ton of really nasty attacks that hit everybody that we cannot live through. So what we elect to do is hide through the first set of moves, and then we're waiting for a phase transition. And during that phase transition, Twintania actually becomes susceptible to death because it's like charging for its next attack, which is, I think, Giga Flare. And during that time, you can use a death potion on it. So we're waiting for a certain number of turns to pass, and then we're popping out at the right point. If you pop out too early, you're going to die. If you pop out too late, you're probably not going to have enough time to get that death potion off before it Giga Flares. So well done by Zwanzig there. And that's We're going into the last area for Zwanzig, this last part of the final dungeon.
Twintania is kind of one of those strange instances, not unlike Archeoavis back in World 1, where there's kind of just like hidden second version of the enemy behind, which is very odd. If you noticed, you can watch for it when Curtis gets there as well. There would become a point where you'll see our ATBs kind of freeze for a second, and that signals that, oh, okay, so Twintania did sort of change in some way, and then, yeah, for whatever reason, once that change happens, she's susceptible to death, not unlike Gilgamesh, though.
Yeah, we didn't.
Oh, go ahead.
We haven't talked about, when characters take an action, there's a small delay on the character's ATB, on your party's ATB. That's entirely based on the battle speed that's set. So the battle speed we set to a certain amount, basically just to give us some time for that delay. So when we take an action, we have some wiggle room before the ATB starts moving, just because, I'm going to echo it again, like, turn order is really important. If you don't get your turn off at the right time, bad things are going to happen. So you could plan battle speed 1. You're just dealing with a lot less of that window, and it's basically bumping the difficulty up by quite a bit.
So on Zwanzig stream, the last bit of story stuff to explain, as we're not watching the credits. We'll be going on to the next game very shortly when Zwanzig finished here. So we've gotten through the void. We've made our way through the entire interdimensional rift, and we reach Exdeath, and he says, I'm going to show you my true form. And his true form is a tree. Why? Because lore. Said lore, basically, if you recall, we said Exdeath was created in the Forest of Moor, like 500 years ago. And that forest was being used to seal away evil spirits. And that happened for, however long it happened, until one day, one of the trees became sentient. And that tree, with all the evil spirits locked away within it, was Exdeath. And so, because of that, he's trying to destroy us, just like he tried to destroy the Warriors of Dawn. And so we are upcoming on the final battle with the evil tree himself.
So we have a bit of a cutscene to go in. If you're familiar with the final boss, Final Fantasy V, much like a lot of other final bosses, it's not just a single boss. You usually have like a kind of a phase 1 and maybe a phase 2, and sometimes more. Final Fantasy V, you have Exdeath and then Neo Exdeath, which is kind of its final form. Neo Exdeath is pretty scary. We'll have to do something about that. We'll have to figure out some way to get through both forms, right?
Yeah, the final form is pretty scary. He's got multiple parts. He can do a lot of different abilities. Historically speaking, people used to use level 2 ult and level 5 death. It's pretty easy to time to kill all the parts. We don't have that though, so we're gonna have to find some other way to deal with the final form. A much easier way, if that's possible.
Yeah, I remember some strats that we used earlier that let us deal with like phase transitions without having to deal with the phase transitions. Maybe there's something we can put together there. We don't have sap though, so we can't kill it with sap. If there's something else that we could use to stop its phase transition, that might be the trick. The trick to beat it though.
Well, the best way to deal with the problematic phase would be to not deal with the problematic phase. So certainly that would be ideal. But until then, we're going to start out this fight like we start out most fights. We're going to be buffing up Lena with dragon powers. And importantly, at the same time, we're going to be using Guard with Ferris because she's going to be tanking all the attacks and they will do 0 damage, fortunately enough. And then after that, we're going to be using Guild. As you can see, Lena is doing max damage. And we're going to do something else interesting here, too. We did a Kiss of Blessing. And what could that be for?
Well, we used it earlier, and it berserked enemies. So it's going to...
It's going to use... That's all.
You ready to go, Taco?
We're coming up pretty close to Zwanzig being done here.
And time. Done. Go.
Congratulations.
GG to
Congratulations, Zwanzig.
Looks like with a final time of around 3 hours, 49 minutes, and 30-some seconds.
Sub 350, yay!
Yeah.
Great job.
And as Zwanzig is finishing up, Curtis is going to be getting into the final fight himself pretty quickly here.
Yeah, so you'll have to excuse me. You did one earlier, so I'm going to do one now. Without beating around the bush with this anymore, what happened here is, for whatever reason, this is a really famous glitch. For whatever reason, casting Kiss of Blessing on Exdeath just makes it so when you kill him at the point where he should phase to his final phase, he just doesn't, and the fight actually just ends there, which is particularly useful in the speedrun because there's a long cutscene. The phase itself is actually pretty difficult. So yeah, we don't have to do the second fight at all. It just takes a simple berserk, and it just skips everything. So we never even see Neo X Death at all.
It is possible to deal with Neo X Death. Even in this route, you would need a little bit more money, so there would be some route adjustments. But if you wanted to do it for whatever purposes, or for marathon incentives or something like that, you can certainly devise something to quote unquote deal with Neo X Death cleanly, if that's something you wanted to do.
So Curtis coming into his final menu. We didn't really talk about it, but we gives Ferris a quick pivot to the Red Mage, because if you recall back on Twintania, Ferris was hiding while the rest of her party was fighting, so they are down for the count while she is right and healthy. So we're using Red Mage solely to use the life spell on Lena and Bartz. We don't need Kara anymore, like we said, so we kind of just leave her down. And then after that, we're just doing a setup. Ferris becomes a knight, but she still has the combined command. Like we said, we learned it from Chemist. And she's mainly there to tank, but she also has that. Lena is our main damage dealer, so she's a samurai, but she too has the combined command. And then finally, we mentioned this, I think, a while back, but Bartz becomes a dancer. Not because we need anything specific with dancer, but just simply because it has the right sort of base job stats that we want for this fight.
Yeah, we're looking for a certain amount of agility, so whatever happens to be the right amount of agility, and Dancer just happens to do that for us. It's also really important to have the right equipment on. Again, turn order is really, really important here. So a while back, we picked up a coronet in the Dragon Valley, and its sole purpose is to. It's a pretty heavy item, and item weight plays into when you take your turn, so it's being used purely for that purpose.
Yeah, and if you recall, remember I made a big deal about how we spent $150,000 to buy 3 running shoes? Well, we've got running shoes on all 3 of our party members who are alive, so Kara doesn't need it because she's not there, and the rest of them do. So I think Curtis is coming up on the end here, so whoever's next can get ready.
Get that PB!
And that is a PB for Curtis as well, I believe. Yeah.
GG.
Congratulations.
Yep, he's done.
Congrats on the marathon run, and congrats on the new PB. Excellent job.
5 or 6 minutes PB, was it?
Yeah, I think his PB was something around the 4:10 range, and this was solidly ahead of that. So really good to see.
All right, nice. I think we'll go hop out.
Both of you.
Thanks for the commentary, guys.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Oh, I didn't even know my voice was going on in the live chat. Hey, everybody! Thanks for the commentary.
We do have Mitsuto finishing up his run.
Hopefully he gets a clean finish.
While he's making his way through the void, we can probably introduce the Final Fantasy III runners and the Final Fantasy III commentators.
Yep, definitely.
And that's probably my job. Hi everyone, I'm Leonis07 for the commentary team, and here we have 2 of the 3 runners for now, until Masudo is done. So we have Mitako for Team Tonberry, and we have Kakun, Japanese runner, for Team Mog. And we're on to FF3 with some of the basics. So I don't know how Mizuto is doing right now. So if you guys want to cover a bit of what he does still, I can just wait.
We definitely have a little bit of a lull even before another boss, so I'd say if you have stuff to go, definitely feel free to do so.
Right, so when it comes to the game itself, so it's a very, very straightforward kind of walkthrough, let's say. And the very first part of the run is to evolve through the very first dungeon with some treasure chests, some enemy formations, and you also already get to see some sort of specific menuing, specific input, and it all comes down to the fact that you can manipulate to some extent the encounters that you get into the game. So, for example, there's a way to track where the incoming encounter will go, and by opening the menu and going into your items and using one, it makes the encounter table advance by a certain amount. And by doing so on a very specific tile, you're actually using the item and making the encounter table falling onto the very same place that you are into. And for extent, you're already into a menu, so you can't get the encounter, so you skip it. So that's one of the basics that is going to be used throughout the whole run, on top of some other manipulations to modify the levels, some number of items, to transform some items, and we will cover that like really soon.
Something interesting to note, Kakun is actually fairly proficient Final Fantasy V runner as well in the Japanese community.
Also,
yeah, more
yeah,
than
Kakun has been.
Oh, sorry,
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think on the last relay he even was involved in FF5, so cool to see him, not only him be back, but doing a run right after another run he had previously done.
Yeah, Kakun is pretty visible when it comes to the very early FFs. So, for example, for FF3, not only he can run the NES version, but he also can run the most recent port of the game. So DS, PSP, probably PC to some extent, but I don't know if they're gonna go for that. But yeah, they're known for being quite proficient when it comes to the early FFs, and quite good as well, quite consistent. That's what we want to see.
I really like seeing a lot of the Japanese community representation in these Final Fantasy relays.
Exactly, too few of them for our own entertainment. So if you guys know anyone from the Japanese community when it comes to the FF speedrunning scene, feel free to let them know whenever such an event comes up, because we could use some good showcasing to that.
So one thing I'll just interject here that we sort of glossed over is right after that save room, all three runners, after making their safety save, there's two things to note. One is that the enemy walking around outside is actually a super boss. So if they make face-to-face contact with the boss, it actually puts them in an encounter with it, and they're going to die. So they all sort of swiftly go around it. And the second thing is that save right there is actually the only save that they can take before the final boss. So they really are fighting, I'm not sure how many exactly, but a handful of bosses, 6 or 7, all from without being able to save. The only way you can get a save near the end is if you fight an additional optional boss. But of course, we're not going to do that. So definitely high stakes, even in a marathon setting here.
Some of the fights can be pretty tight. Catastrophe, the boss that looks like that giant ball with some tentacles coming out of it that likes casting Earthquake. It can be a pretty tight fight, and if you're not playing it super safe and you're kind of riding the edge and you maybe didn't feel like casting a Levitate in the middle of the fight, he could get an Earthquake off if you're slow on your inputs. So just our runners have made it look easy because it's like, okay, well just throw it to Giltas. It's like, what are they doing that's special? But all of these fights are riding the line of if they're a little bit too slow, the boss is going to get one extra turn in, and that's in a lot of cases that's enough to seal the deal.
Yeah, I mean, most of these fights near the end, all three of our runners have been incredibly precise, but the margins really are as fine as a matter of let's just say you do an extra defend on someone by mistake, that could just pretty much mean it's over. It's really as simple as that. The game itself in general is very precise, and there really is no room for error, especially at the end here where we can't tank an earthquake, we can't tank a wind slash really in most cases, so we can't really afford to make screw ups.
Something to also note, kind of earlier renditions of this route by Zinfogel. A lot of the strategies employed are this. This is a route I'm more familiar with. Are very similar to what we see here, but really what changes is kind of the order in which you learn things and who is doing what in a lot of the fights. And in a slightly older version of the route, there's just a whole lot more menuing in this final section. And so a lot of time gets cut off and this can go for a lot of RPGs where you turn 2 menus into 1 menu, and that saves time right there. So from a routing perspective, that's really interesting to see. Rerouting the whole game just to cut out menus, in certain parts of the run.
Another sort of small but subtle detail I don't think we mentioned on why, but we've certainly alluded to the fact that, we basically haven't had Bartz be the leader of our party, which in this game means Bartz has not been in slot 1 for almost the entire game. This section, the end section of the run, is probably the most important time to have a specific character in slot 1, and the reason for that is that every single time we do a dragon power combine, which as you've seen is really a lot of times, having Lena in slot 1, which is the person we're ordinarily using dragon power on, we don't have to move our cursor at all. We can simply do the combine and she will automatically be targeted every time. And although that seems like a small detail, when you're casting maybe 30, 40 combines, that adds up every single time. You might need to do two or anywhere up to 4 extra inputs, right? So, or 3 extra inputs, and that can definitely add up.
We probably have some time to switch over to the Final Fantasy. What's going on for Final Fantasy III? We got one more boss fight before the final boss fight, but we've explained how Twintania works. So, if you want to pick it up.
Yeah, so for FF3, there's a little bit of an information to give because the chat realized it. So what happened is that Mitako happened to sell one of the items he was supposed to keep. So that's pretty practically messes up the whole route. So he had to take a reset and to restart the run. So that makes Cocoon from Team Mog being now ahead of Team Palmer. And what happened on the Team Mog is that Cocoon went onto a fight into the sewers of a certain town in order to manipulate some sort of item drops from a specific fight. And that item that we were looking for was an eye drop. So the thing behind that manipulation is that we are buying a certain amount of eye drops before going into the fights. I think it's the maximum, so it's 99. And thanks to the battle that Cocoon just got, he got another drop with an eye drop, which makes the whole item overflowing the normal value. And that overflow, or that overflow, makes that the very first character in your party gets a little change when it comes to the levels, and it also creates a little setup for the items for later on. But mainly that manip is to change the level, the base level of the very first party member that was supposed to be dead up to now. And now you can see that the levels are a little bit weird. It's like some sort of signs with a 5 in it. So it's basically that the game does not recognize the normal way of formatting the level. So it's just going with the code. that comes with it. So basically now Cocoon has a raid mage so powerful that he can just smash throughout the whole route without too much trouble, but he will do some level up sessions alongside with some item kind of manipulation, but for most of the run he's going to use that overpowered raid mage thanks to that manip, and then gonna go through all the parts of it. So Matago is onto the manip as well as we're speaking. So the encounter that is preferred is the shadow encounter, and I think Yogi is the one that provided a very comprehensive spreadsheet that explains all the formations that you can get and how you need to react to manip efficiently the eye drop. So for example, Mitako is onto a set of 3 shadows, so he's taking some actions in a very specific way, in a very specific order, in order to create that eye drop. So sometimes you can fall into a double eye drop, which is the best case scenario. You can also have a single eye drop, which is just enough for overflowing the menu, and then you can just have nothing, and that means that you just fail the minute to some sort. So let's see how it goes.
On Mitsuto's stream, we're coming into the final cutscene before the final boss.
Hi.
So he's pretty close on time. So the last of the Final Fantasy III runners, if they're not already, probably should be ready. I think we kind of glossed over kind of the last little bit of lore, but Xdeath kind of summons all of his powers, and he kind of banishes the warriors, you guys, the warriors of light, to the void, but with the help of the original 4 warriors of Dawn warriors, they kind of kick you out of the void and allow you to have the power to fight Xdeath. We'll do as soon as the cutscene's over.
Sort of the final thing that can potentially go wrong here, if you're not careful, is if you got a random shield drop by chance. Since typically people optimize, you'll see, and it's to get the running shoes on. Sometimes shields take priority, and due to the way agility works, that can be really bad. It could be run-ending bad, because, you really need to get your turns off immediately, because, especially Ferris in this case, because if Ferris doesn't get her turn off right away, then she can't guard, and you're just going to lose someone, and once you lose someone, it's, maybe it'll let you recover, but probably not, so...
It's a really, really tough fight to recover from, and sometimes the game just won't let you.
Yeah. In any case, he is just finished buffing up, so he is in the final guild tosses, so whoever is taking over him should be ready at a moment's notice here.
And I would believe that runner is Yogi the monk.
Looks like time on my screen.
I believe he's good to go.